Okay. Thank you.
Yes, they were recording.
Yeah, it's okay. Pero está bien. Voy a poner en silencio. Yes. Ok, a ver, Nico. Primero Will, después Carlos, después él, primero, después Carlos, después Marta, María, María y después Olga. Sí. Hi, Olga. ¿Quedará grabado?
Sí, sí, así sale la grabación. O por acá, si querés.
Sí, mejor en el centro. O donde vos quieras. Claro. Sí, en el centro. Yes. ¿Quién es Costa?
Mohamed,
Mohamed.
and María, and Carlos.
Cojo. ¿Vos querés salir? Cojo.
No, don't need to be.
No. Mohamed.
Mohamed is co-host.
¿Quién más?
María and Carlos.
María and Carlos. Okay.
Perfect.
¿Sí? ¿Estamos todos? ¿Cómo? Ay, no, esperemos. Okay, we are going to start it. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good night. I want to express my gratitude for showing this workshop, Quantum IoT Infrastructure Security for Cyberspace. It's an honor to moderate such a distinguished colleagues and friends. I am Karina Virarda from Argentina, a member of the Multiple Stakeholders Advisor Group of IGF, co-facilitator of the Best Practice Forum in Cybersecurity. I'm passionate about technology and all things related to digital protection. As we know, in recent years, we have witnessed a significant increase in cybersecurity incidents at the international level, which alarming statistics showing a consistent rise. Global interconnectivity depends on technology, and the sophistication of criminal as crime as a service are the key factor behind the trend, so maybe we have more work. The lack of adoption of internationally recognized cybersecurity best practices is one of the fundamental challenges. Recognizing cybersecurity as a global issue is essential, as cyber attacks do not respect borders or jurisdictions. Organizations such as the UN, the World Economic Forum, IGF Forum promote internationally recognized cybersecurity standards. Sorry. Such as NIST Cybersecurity Framework and ISO 27001 Information Security Guidelines, which provide a solid framework for protecting digital assets. Collaboration and international cooperation are equally essential, as a cyber attack often involves actors operating in multiple countries. Sharing information about threats and cybersecurity tactics is vital to stay on a step ahead in the fight against these attacks. In summary, the increase in international cybersecurity incidents is a challenge that requires a global response. The adoption of the cybersecurity best practices and international collaboration are the fundamental pillars to addressing this growing threat and protecting our digital assets and an increasingly interconnected world. In order to determine which the best practice can be implemented, it is essential to understand the threats we are facing. So we have two opening questions for all the panelists, which are as follows. Number one, what are the leading cybersecurity threats across the IoT critical, threat across the IoT, critical internet infrastructure, web, and quantum technology, and what are existing best practices to counter this threat? Number two, how can diverse stakeholders, including the IGF community, the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity, dynamic coalitions, and the other relevant groups collaborate and contribute actively to development and implementation of these best practices? And number three, in the context of the continually evolving cybersecurity landscape, what key considerations are essential to ensure a safer and more trustworthy internet for our users across these areas? I kindly request that each of you introduce yourself. And you have 10-minute limit for your presentation. And the number one, please, what the metrics? Your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Carina. My name is Wouter Natris, and I am a consultant based in the Netherlands. And as such, I am the coordinator of the dynamic coalition at the IGF called Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition. And this coalition has one primary goal, that is to make the internet more secure and safer for all users, so whether public, private, or individuals. We do that through different working groups, and these working groups focus on different topics on the topic of cybersecurity. So we have a topic called on Internet of Things, so security by design built into the Internet of Things, and I'm sure that Nicolas will tell more about that later. We published our first report yesterday morning here in Kyoto, which can be found online. We have a working group on procurement and supply chain management, and I think that is what I'm going to focus on most in a moment. That we have one on education and skills to make sure that tertiary education deliver what industry needs in this field and not code programs from 20 years ago. We have one on data governance, we have one on consumer protection, we have a working group on emerging technologies, and one on deployment of two specific standards, but then focusing on not the technical side, but I'm sure that also what we're discussing here is not about the technique, it's about political, economical, social, and security choices that we have to make in a society. I think that what we try to aim to do, and I think that that answers one of the questions that I heard, is that when governments and larger industries start demanding security by design when they procure their ICT services, devices, or products, that would mean that any company that is not able to deliver these demands will not get big assignments. And that would be a major driver for getting everything, including IoT, more secure by design. What I think is important to understand is that the internet works as it does, and let's face it, it works fantastically because anybody in the world can at this moment follow us, they can ask questions to us, they can use the chat to interact with us, and that's all because of the way the internet functions and the way it is scalable. But unfortunately, when they built these rules, security was not an issue because people who were then connecting were working at either the US government Department of Defense or they worked in some US universities, and everybody knew each other. So there was no need for security. And then the world came online on the same principle, and then it showed that it was inherently unsecure. The technical community has made reparations. They made changes to the code that runs the internet. And that code running the internet is the public core of the internet that people talk about. So when you talk about protecting the public core of the internet, you're not just protecting undersea cables or land cables or server parks, you're also protecting the software that makes it work. And that is the weird thing about this story, that software that makes the internet and IoT more secure is not even recognized by any government in the world as such. So if you talk about standards, they talk about government bodies making standards, or they talk about organizations like ISO making standards, but not about the internet standards. They are made by the technical community on a voluntary basis, but that is what makes the internet run, and not ISO, because that is an administrative ticking box. So if we get governments to understand that it's the other standards they have to recognize formally as well, but also use them when they procure their services, their products, their devices, the world will change. But what is the current situation? The current situation is that there's not a level playing field for industry. When industry is not asked for a level of security built in, apparently they don't do it. And what if I was a single company and I decided I'm going to deploy all these standards? That costs me money, it costs me time, it costs me effort, I have to train people. And if the competition does not do it, it means my product becomes more expensive, and most likely governments won't buy it because they go for the cheapest option. So in other words, I would be out of business. So there's no level playing field. There's no demand from the big players. So there's no interest to deploy. So all the IoT devices coming to the market are usually insecure by design, and from that moment on are a threat factor for everybody in society. So if we don't put this pressure on industry to deploy, nobody will, most likely, except a few that are more idealistic. And this is shown in the research that we've done on IoT security by design. And I will not take anything away from what Nicholas will be telling us, but we found that there's no pressure on to make IoT secure. There's no pressure from the outside. We've seen that also in the procurement study we've done. We've analyzed the documents around the world on procurement. And if security is mentioned, it is not always cybersecurity. And if it's cybersecurity, it's seldom on internet standards. There's one big example that's the Dutch government. They mandatorily have to deploy 43 different standards when procuring, or explain why they cannot do that. And that is reported to the Dutch Parliament once a year. So why is this relevant? I think this is extremely relevant because we're discussing our future. IoT is already among us. AI is among us for far longer than most people realize. And who knows what is coming with a metaverse or quantum, and who knows what is invented tomorrow, because we're in a society that changes every 2 hours. And it looks like that time and time again the same mistakes have been made. The product is invented and it comes into market usually untested for security. So is that something that we should be discussing, that when a new technology enters the market, that at least we test it formally in one way or another? Probably not legislate it, because you can't legislate what you don't know. But you can at least demand a certain amount of testing. So ICT in whatever form is allowed to the market from outside, usually it's also almost irreparable. So when they find the flaws, it's almost too difficult to repair them in some cases, so they remain a threat factor for sometimes decades. And with AI, perhaps with quantum or the metaverse and all else that is in store, we can demand at least security from the outset. Demand it before we start procuring it, and certainly before we buy it. So large corporations and governments can set that example. And when they do, they become a standard, and the security will become available for all of us. So if we make governments and larger industry aware of their role, their potential influence, and to provide them with the information they perhaps lack now, they will change the world for us. And that's our ICT goal, to make the internet more secure and safer by the widespread deployment of security-related internet standards and ICT best practices. And if you're interested to join, you can do that at is3coalition.org, and the 3 is the number 3. Our reports are there, also the report Nicholas will be telling about, and I think that is about what I would like to contribute for now. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. The second panelist is Carlos. Carlos Martinez. He's online. Carlos, I can see you online. Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have like 4 or 5 slides that I would like to share. I hope that I can share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll be right to the point. Well, my name is Carlos Martinez. I work for LACNIC, the Regional Internet Registry for Latin America and the Caribbean. I've been working for LACNIC for the best part of the last 15 years, and I'm currently the head of technology, or the CTO for LACNIC. One of the things that has initially caught my attention when I started working for LACNIC was the need for deploying 2 technologies that at the time were just not very well known, actually. These are DNSSEC and RPKI, and I'm sort of grouping them because I believe that there's a common theme between them, which is securing the infrastructure or securing the core of the internet. Would describe, I would say, a bit of a dire situation regarding the security on IoT, but that's one part of things. When you have devices, the devices may be secure themselves, but you still have to traverse the internet to get information from one point to another. So I will try to go through this very quickly. When I speak about internet infrastructure, I'm not thinking about the physical layer in this case, not about fibers, cellular, or satellites, but I'm thinking particularly about what I used to call the 3 pillars of a properly functioning internet. The internet to work, as we know it, depends on 3 functions, basically. One is routing, the other is control and forwarding, basically the ability of the network to have one packet on ingress and deliver that packet to a destination, to the proper destination, and a complementary function, which is domain name resolution, or DNS. Okay, so the 3 things are necessary. There's a subtle difference between routing and forwarding. Forwarding is the actual decision of a router when it has a packet and needs to analyze the packet and decide which interface it should be sent off. And routing, which is a control function where the router learns a table that it uses to decide how to forward packets. Both things are necessary, of course, are complementary. So this is a very high-level thread overview of these 2 or 3 functions, and each you could probably identify more than this. Name resolution, for example, suffers from domain spoofing, where a server pretends to host a DNS zone that it shouldn't, or it's not authorized to hold. And this is widely used, for example, for phishing attacks. Cache poisoning is another very well-known threat to the DNS, and where a specially crafted packet can poison, in a way, a server and allow an attacker to actually instruct a server to lie to its customers. This has been widely discussed in the industry and has, in a way, caused a bit of, I would say, loss of trust on the part of users, something that we've been in different industries and then in different ways. Routing suffers from something in a way similar, if you will. Route hijacking is probably one of the most well-known effects on attacks on the routing system, where an autonomous system publishes a network it shouldn't, or it doesn't have authorization to do so. Recently, we have witnessed some instances of internet instability due to hijacks or to a related situation called route leaks, where there is a network within the internet that announces some prefixes, but it cannot fulfill the promise of actually carrying the traffic to the destination. It usually happens when a small network announces the whole routing table of the internet, and it basically cannot transport all the traffic that every other network starts sending through it. So, as it was mentioned previously, security on some of these protocols was, in a way, an afterthought. These protocols were created when the internet was a much, I would say, naive place, and some security had to be, I would say, backported into them. DNS, for DNS we have the DNS security extensions, or DNSSEC, which introduce digital signatures within the DNS responses, and this allows a resolver to actually verify a response. This is, of course, not supposed to be a complete explanation of DNSSEC. This is just the general idea. And RPKI does a similar thing for routing. Again, there is some cryptography introduced into the BGP protocol, and some additional decision points that are introduced in the BGP algorithm that allows a router, based on some signatures, I'm going to call ROAs because that's the name they have, allows a router to make a decision on whether route is a correct one or not. So again, this is RPKI particularly has a lot of complexity that I'm not describing, and I don't have the time to get into, but there's a lot of documentation in the internet. So a few considerations regarding, for example, the use of cryptography within these protocols. Some people have the misconception that every time you use cryptography is to ensure encryption or ensure secrecy, in a way. Both RPKI and DNSSEC make heavy use of cryptography, but they not encrypt messages. They are not intended to provide privacy per se. Maybe privacy is a consequence of implementing these protocols, but they are not. The cryptography in DNS and RPKI is not used for providing secrecy. what is it used for? Cryptography here is used for authenticating and verifying signature chains that ensure either a correct DNS response or a correct BGP announcement. There is a slight difference between them. A PKI requires a well-defined PKI or a public key infrastructure with, a trust anchor and CRLs, all the complexity that comes with a PKI. The RIRs have taken the role of operating the trust anchors of this RPKI. On the other hand, DNSSEC uses a simpler chain of trust because it can depend on some features that the DNS already has, like, for example, the tree-like structure. These technologies are basically useless unless the community, I would say, realizes that there is a shared responsibility here. In both RPKI and DNSSEC, there is a function which is the signing either of the DNS or the routes, and the validation, and both are necessary. Signing becomes useless if no one validates, and the other way around. If you're validating but you have nothing to compare these signatures with, again, it's useless. And there's a shared responsibility here, and this is probably if you remember one thing of what I've been saying, please remember that the message of shared responsibility in this case, it's something that we need to get across the industry. Regarding quantum, the previous panelist mentioned that security was sort of an afterthought, and that's completely true. And there's a silver lining to it, which is that this afterthought was implemented in the form of an overlay. The core protocol remains unchanged, and there is, I would say, a layer of cryptography applied over it. The cryptography here didn't exist before, it was added afterwards, and it was added in a way that can be replaced. There's a term that is technically used here, which is algorithm agility. And all these, both DNSSEC and RPKI have algorithm agility built in. So eventually, when a post-quantum cryptographic algorithm is designed or is standardized, it will be possibly applied to both DNSSEC and RPKI. I don't have it here in the slide, but I have another thing that I would like to mention, which is that I have a strong position on initiatives that point towards weakening of cryptographic algorithms. There have been some discussions in governments and other fora regarding the necessity of weakening or providing backdoors to algorithms, and I think that would be a very poor decision to implement something like that. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for your presentation. Very clear. I am thinking the same. I am support very strongly. And the third panelist is Maria Luque. She's online. And Maria, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Madrid. Actually, I'm very glad to be here with you today. It's 2 a.m. in the morning in Madrid. And today, it seems that we are going to speak about software. It's a key point of our discussion. So give me a second to find my presentation, see if I can share my screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, I take it as a yes. So we were starting today, I was saying that we were speaking about software, and software is a core of my presentation about quantum security. First of all, I am Maria Luque, And for the past 10 years, I have been advising national governments, local government agencies, mostly in Spain and in the European Union, on what to do with emerging technologies, for example, neurotechnologies, space connectivity, or quantum technologies, and how to do it so that whatever we do with these technologies can benefit society in great ways. So also been working with quantum organizations, quantum startups, and national quantum strategies for the past 3 years, and very glad to be here. So the focus of today. Today, for me, we have a challenge, okay? And the challenge is understanding how quantum technologies are going to disrupt not only cybersecurity, but our entire conception of how we process and how we store and how we communicate information. As you may have probably seen in the media, the protagonist is quantum computing. Now, its potential is immense to bring about new solutions to all challenges, computational or not. But once it is lived, it will somehow imply that our current cryptographic systems aren't safe and won't be able to safeguard our privacy. So let's try to understand today in 10 minutes how to look at the quantum threat and how to take advantage of quantum to actually be quantum safe. Now, we're in the IGF, and the IGF's motto this year is an internet for everyone. An internet for everyone is possible through universal access and privacy. And the fact that our communications can be kept secret is the base of our integrity as individuals and as nations, of course. And to keep the confidentiality of our online interactions, we trust what we call cryptographic algorithms, what Carlos was speaking about. And this trust is built on something we call computational hardness assumptions. The fact that they will be able to withstand a cyber attack no matter what. But the truth is that a breakthrough in cryptanalysis can make these systems vulnerable in one night. Now, we all know of a company who suffered a cyber attack in the past 3 or 4 months. And as my mates were saying, when it's not a cyber attack on a company, it's a cyber attack on a national health system or a security infrastructure. We do live in cyberspace. Thanks to 5G, among others, of course, we rely each time more on cyber physical systems, such as IoT, the critical internet infrastructure, and the web. And the more digital our infrastructure is, the more attack vectors we have to withstand. And each domain is vulnerable in its own very unique way. For example, as Carlos was saying before, critical infrastructures depend on scarce systems that are normally very outdated. IoT environments have very limited computing resources by design and very limited security skins by design, as my mate Budenatris was saying. And also, when we're speaking about the internet and telecom networks, we are shifting softly towards software-defined networks, meaning that they will be more susceptible to cyber attacks. So we can say in a way that the cryptographic systems that protect our digital infrastructure are shaky ground today. We can really say that they are a weak point to watch. And during the past decades, we've discovered quantum algorithms. Quantum algorithms with a cryptoanalytical potential that can break the cryptographic techniques that we use today to protect our data. We just need quantum processors that are big enough to run them. Quantum processors, meaning quantum computers. A new type of computing device, you heard about it, that is capable of performing very specific calculations, some of which are actually intractable by current classical computers. And quantum computer is truly a game changer. It uses the principles of superposition and entanglement, whatever they mean, to change the way we store and process information. And while large-scale quantum computers are not a reality, they're not available yet, of course, the fact is that creating a strong computer, quantum computer, can accelerate our process of solving the schemes we use in public key cryptographic algorithms to protect our data. I'm going to give you an example. Thanks to a quantum algorithm like SURE, we could solve RSA encryption. And this can break and destabilize us. And it's not about data breaches, and it's not only about financial loss. It's about losing the integrity of digital documents, all of them, losing the sanctity of our personal data, and losing control over the health and the financial systems that keep us together. And the truth is that we don't have to wait for quantum computing to come, because by harvesting now, decrypting later, which I assume you've heard a million times by now, someone can store encrypted information to decrypt it once quantum technology becomes more advanced. And this means that the impact of quantum computing truly started yesterday, as we can say. Now, the paradox is that quantum can also give us the key back to our integrity. And in fact, quantum technologies and some classical techniques are the bet of the tech industry and governments when it comes to cybersecurity in the future to come. Now today, as you can see in the presentation, we're going to focus, we don't have time, we're going to focus on the tools we are developing today to be quantum safe in the short term and in the midterm. The first one is post-quantum cryptography. Carlos was talking about it before. And the second one is quantum key distribution. Now, let's focus on the solution that we have more at hand. We were saying that encrypted communication that is intercepted today can be decrypted in the future by a quantum computer that is strong enough. Now, post-quantum cryptography, what it offers to us is new classical algorithms that we believe to be secure against a quantum threat. There's nothing quantum in these algorithms, but we assume computational hardness that can withstand the brute force of a quantum computer that tries to decipher it. PQC is software. PQC is a short-term solution. We're making an effort to standardize them, guided by the NIST from the US. And also, you probably heard of them. There's Kyber for secure key exchange, and there is the Lithium, Sphinx, Falcon for digital signatures. And the interesting thing here, talking about best practices, is that the tech industry can enforce these algorithms into the solutions they offer to us today, even though they haven't been standardized. And in fact, they do this, which is interesting, for example, for government agencies that use technologies in the cloud or store sensitive data on the cloud. Here we can see a couple of examples of major tech companies taking a hybrid approach, being in the cloud. For example, AWS has a cloud commercial environment, but it allows you to apply this algorithm Kyber within your security shell, and that's nice. Google has started combining classical cryptography algorithms with potential quantum resistant algorithms for the FIDO2 standard, which is the standard that you use to authenticate yourself when you initiate your session on a website. And Cloudflare, for example, has done something that's more or less the same, right? So PQC, what I want you to get from this is that it requires new software stacks. It can be implemented starting now. And due to the comparatively low cost doing that, the private sector can take the lead, guided by standards, but it can take the lead. Now, we get to QKD, which is the crown jewel to me, is my favorite. QKD, quantum key distribution, can be the midterm solution to the quantum threat to cybersecurity. It is hardware-based, it is not software-based. Now, QKD uses the principles of quantum mechanics to establish a shared secret random key between two parties that have a secure communication channel and alerts you of any eavesdropping attempts. Now for QKD, what I want you to imagine, because we love to talk about the quantum internet, but we're not close to that. What I'd like you to imagine for QKD is an entire infrastructure like those of the ISPs of the internet, tier 1, 2, 3 for telecom networks, by using quantum information processing techniques. That is a quantum network. And if we are successful in implementing quantum networks, we're going to have unhackable networks for secure communications. Now I'm optimistic about the future of QKD, but it's definitely not a civil ballot, and there are many challenges to solve before it's deployed at scale. It's a bumpy road. For a starter, it is very costly. Okay, QKD is a moonshot because we need to have entirely new infrastructures for secure communication. There is still distant limitations. For example, if you have a quantum network that is hyper big, you will probably, your quantum states of the photons can be degraded and the information maybe cannot make it. So we have to work on that. Also, these quantum networks, they have to be integrated in classical telecom networks because that's the interesting thing that we can go about. And it requires compatibility. It requires us to work on interoperability, and this is such a technical challenge. And also scalability and the potential for the service to work 99% of the time. Why? Because quantum networks are going to be designed for the first use case to be secure government communications. It's going to be defense, and it's going to be intelligence, and they need to work. But the thing is, despite the limitations, I want you to understand that quantum networking is starting to work. We can see that in Madrid, in the Madrid quantum communications infrastructure, because it is able to send info over a radius of 40 square kilometers. We can also see that in New York with Connect and the NYU, because they have a quantum network that actually works. And also in China, you already seen the news, they're very good at doing ground segment to space segment communication with quantum teleportation. So with QKD, we have PQC for the short term. With QKD, the investment needs to be very big and very continued, and only nations and federations can kickstart design and deployment of these technologies. For example, the European Commission has the EuroQCI program, and the stronger use case, as I was telling you, is secure government communications. Now, I have 1 minute for this. What I want you to get from this presentation is that, of course, there is a threat that may come with quantum computer in 10 to 15 to 20 to 25 years, but there are things and techniques that we can implement, standardize, and use together in a phased approach in these 20 years till quantum computing comes. The first one to me is going to be PQC because it's classical and we can do it now. The second is going to be quantum networking, and the end game is going to be full deployment of quantum communication infrastructure networks and also quantum computer, the quantum internet, sensors, computers, everything connected, protecting your data. So, taking this into mind, how can we participate in making this happen? We can do many things, right? But first of all, for me, is always thinking about yourselves. And thinking about yourselves means that if you have an organization, you need to think about how it can be quantum safe. And the way you can do this is understanding what you have in terms of information architecture, that we are used to mix on-premise and cloud services to house and communicate your data, understand which info security scheme you're following, your level of encryption, as Carlos was saying, is it robust, is it not, have an inventory of your cryptographic algorithms, and also see how much you can invest in your transition to quantum security. If you're a small organization, you may get to PQC And that's all for the next 10 years. If you are a stronger, bigger organization, maybe you can also try to understand how to engage in quantum communication networks. The industry is already busy working on interoperability and compatibility together with governments for PQC and also for quantum networking. The governments are already launching national strategies and engaging quantum solutions into their cybersecurity strategies. For example, the European Union is working on this right now. They're sandboxing PQC and QKD to have software stacks, to have hardware that actually works. And for the IGF community, and I'm counting me in the IGF community, I would tell you that quantum is still a mystery to most of us in the policy community. So what I think we need is to engage. We need to learn. We need to study this. We need to understand this. We need to create spaces for discussion and engagement. I think it's on us to introduce something else beyond policy thoughts on how to collaborate and standardize these technologies. And also, let me finish with this. I think that quantum technologies bring both light and darkness to our lives because our lives are digital, and that our privacy is our health, is our identity, and the digital rights of the people cannot be lost in translation in a global race towards being quantum safe and unhackable that no one understands. So I hope we can work together on this, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation. And we thank you for sharing your ideas, and we invite you to ask questions to have an interactive session. And Olga is our next panelist. The microphone is yours.
Thank you both. Thank you for inviting me. This is extremely interesting. And I have a question for the experts once we have the questions and answers as part of the session. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to bring to you a different perspective now, first from the capacity building concept and then from the public policy concept. First, let me tell you, I am Olga Cavalli. I am a university teacher at University of Buenos Aires. I teach internet infrastructure and telecommunications infrastructure, which is where I have worked most of my first stage of my career. Then for 20 years, I've been working in public policy in Ministry of Foreign Affairs and now in the Secretary of Innovation in Argentina. Presently, I am the National Director of Cybersecurity. So I want to bring you some ideas from these two perspectives. The school was created 15 years ago because we realized that the participation of Latin America in all these dialogue spaces where the policy related with the internet are defined was very scarce, was few, and was perhaps not so much relevantly prepared to participate in dialogues and comments and shaping the policies that are totally different from perspective from Latin America to other regions. Latin America has a different challenge from other regions. It's extremely unequal in relation with economic distribution, infrastructure distribution. So our problems are not the same like other regions. So this is why we created the space to train professionals at any age. Any background is welcome, whether technical, policymakers, journalists, lawyers, in order to learn all the rules that make the internet work and how to participate and understand the problems and challenges that Latin America has. So we have been doing that for 15 years. And for the first time this year, we went out from big cities. We rotate among the Americas. And we had one totally focused on cybersecurity in the venue of the Organization of American States. That was very interesting. And this year, for the first time, we went away from big cities and we went to a city inside one state in Brazil, city of Campina Grande, with 400 fellows. So you can find information in our website, governanzainternet.org. What I would like also to talk about is the extremely fast pace of the adoption of ICT technologies by human beings. There are different estimations. Maybe Nico and Wout know more details about that. But I had a report from Ericsson that next year we will have 22,000 million of IoT devices. And then I found another one from Cisco saying that the number will be 50,000. So the difference is interesting, but I think that the amount of devices is enormous compared with what we have been dealing up to now. This is a reasonable number of devices per person. Considering that the population of the world is 88,000 million people, the pace of adoption of all these digital infrastructures, especially the new ones, is very, very fast. It's faster than, much faster, five times, sorry, it's the jet lag. Faster than electricity and telephony, much faster. So also, it was already mentioned by Wout and colleagues, most of these technologies were not designed with concept of security from scratch. They were designed in a different environment, in a different time, with different ideas. So thus it's extremely challenging. And I would like to consider now some public policy that we have been implementing in Argentina. Although I am participating here as an academic, I have a public policy role, so I want to tell you what we have been doing in Argentina. Our role in the national government, we have a target, which is the national administration. So for that, there is a resolution that establishes minimum requirements of cybersecurity for them. What they have to do, they have to prepare a security plan. They have to share it with us. We have a database with all the security plans. And the most important thing is that they must assign a one focal point. That focal point is in contact with us in a permanent basis. We provide training for them every month and sometimes more frequently with news about technology, and also we share with them all the vulnerabilities that the national CERT that depend on our administration also can detect. We share with them all this information on a daily basis. If they have an incident, they have to share that with us, and the national CERT and our experts can help them. And this communication and this establishment of the security plans and the communication is mandatory for them. So there is a binding resolution. It's not that voluntary or aspirational, but it's mandatory for them. Also, we have developed a manual on what to do if they have an incident. So it describes the different stages that they have to go through if they have an incident, and I think that would fit into the question about best practices, and also the public policy that I mentioned to you. Also, we have published the new, or approved the new cybersecurity strategy for Argentina. This is the second one that was produced after a public comment period during the month of January this year. And let me check if I'm forgetting something. That would be all that I want to share with you. I have a question for Maria, for Wout, and for Nico. What I see now, it's an increasing gap and challenging for developing countries, especially for small and medium enterprises, in catching up with all these new changes in technology. And I see this gap really being very, very big, not only because of understanding technology, but also about buying it. It's extremely expensive, and in some countries we have some restrictions for import some products and some hardware. And also the lack of human resources that we all know that it's a big challenge for all countries, not only for developing countries, but also for developed ones. But some human resources go away, like my son is living in Europe because he was captured by a company that thought that he was very well prepared. So he was trained in Argentina in a public university, and now he's working in another country, which is good for him, but maybe not good for developing economies. Just an example of the challenge that we are facing. So, and looking at all these quantum technologies that are being developed, how do you see the small and medium enterprises or developing countries catching up with this fast changing technologies that will be used and will be implemented very quickly? Thank you. So I did two things. I spoke and made the question.
Thank you very much, Olga. Sorry? We have only 7 minutes for questions. If you want to answer the questions, is okay? Yes, Olga? Mohamed, do you have any question in the chat?
No, we don't have any questions yet.
Yes, maybe I could accumulate one question, and we could, the panelists could respond as well. Because you all talked about different technologies, and it's known that the IoT number of devices is increasing, and in the case of the quantum computing is already being developed, and also ICT is not showing, deploying the best practices for security in every service. And as Olga said, it's so expensive to have all of this. So yes, so my question is, do you think that also in the case of RPKI and DNSSEC, do you think that the law enforcing these technologies is a good way to go? What are the threats or the risks, maybe commercial risks in having this? Why we are not having this as a mandatory thing in the case of DNSSEC and RPKI for the networks, in the case of the IoT security standards made by the IGF, sometimes that for these constrained devices there are solutions already in standardizing entities, and also for ICT, right? Why this is not like quantum resistant algorithms that we are seeing in the core internet, why these technologies are not applied for all the ICTs by a mandate, by a law enforced thing. Maybe if you want to have 2 minutes per panelist to trying to respond, and also accumulate on the other questions we have had from Olga and the rest of the panelists. Thank you. Maybe starting with Carlos, then yes, go ahead, Carlos.
Sure. Those were a bunch of questions in a single one. I will try to make a couple of points. I personally don't believe that mandating technology is a good idea, and I've seen many examples where that has failed. That said, I think the situation for DNSSEC and RPKI is vastly different than the situation from IoT. IoT has a serious issue with cost per device. There's a race to the bottom in cost per device, because since you have so many million devices, it makes sense to have the cheapest device that you can actually manufacture. And there's a race to the bottom that this certainly doesn't help in developing new technologies. DNSSEC and RPKI, I think it's a bit, there's a difference there. I think one of the issues that the internet has faced over the year in deploying many new technologies, it happens for IPv6 as well, is that the thing that many effects in the internet are externalities. Those are things that you, as part of the internet, have to do at your own cost on behalf of another party, to benefit another party. And sometimes that is, commercially a hard sell. So I think that's what has been one of the barriers in deploying new technologies on the internet. And I think there's the two different phenomena there that need to be addressed differently. And regarding what you mentioned about why we are not seeing post-quantum algorithms being applied. In my opinion, I mean, the post-quantum algorithms that have been proposed so far are less than satisfactory, are basically variations of elliptic curve algorithms with very, very long keys that are simply not practical. I mean, they exist, but they are not practical. They would create these huge signatures that are a threat in themselves. So sorry, I think I took more than 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
So now going to Maria, 2 minutes, please, and then Olga.
Okay. So thank you very much, Olga, for your question. I think it's very interesting, and I would like to expand on this with you for an hour and a half. Regarding what you say about pymes, basically, like small companies faced with the challenge of trying to keep up with these quantum technologies and all of the buzz that comes with it. And also with something very interesting, because in Spain, for example, we have the National Security Scheme, which was updated on October 2022 last year. And it doesn't speak about quantum yet, but the standards that it enforced for information security are very high. It talks about, for example, multi-level security schemes, and it talks about path for hardware, etc. And I can see this strategy, for example, in Spain being updated with PQC requirements and best practices. And the thing here, although I don't like it, and I don't think it's positive, the thing here is that a small company, given that normally a small company, if it's a tech company or a normal company, they rely on the infrastructure of big tech companies and data infrastructure providers to serve themselves. They don't have proprietary technology architecture schemes. So they rely on AWS, Microsoft Azure, they rely on Google. And these companies are going to be able to offer this solution that Carlos and I don't like very much, which is PQC algorithms inserted in the cloud as an option for you to try to make your data safer in the place that it is. So this is going to be the option in the next 5 to 10 years for small companies, although I don't like it, but I can see it as the way. And also, Olga, regarding national quantum strategies for developing countries and for any country in general, I can tell you that the tendency is to try to be very specialized and try to prioritize the one thing that you think you can invest in. For example, you can see that in the European Union, everybody's very ambitious in the European Union, every country. But what we see is, for example, Spain says, hey, we're very good at optics. We're very good at, we have very good mathematicians. So we're gonna go for developing quantum algorithms. And we're not gonna invest so much on quantum computing because maybe we don't have the resources, right? So different countries are trying to understand which role they can play in the quantum supply internationally. And it can be betting on talent workforce, it can be betting on developing algorithms, or it can be betting on theoretical physicists. It really depends, and it's a challenge for every country, and I would love to expand on it more with you.
Thank you, Maria. I take your word of expanding this in among us. I may get in touch with you. So it's interesting what you said first about that the most important companies in the world will develop some technologies that others will start using, which is true and which is happening now, perhaps with cloud computing and other technologies. My fear is that developing economies and small and medium enterprises will be just consumers of technologies developed elsewhere, mainly in the States and China, which are the main poles where all these technologies are being developed now. But that's something that we can change with capacity building and awareness. And I'm always positive about technology, so I think that we have to go in that way. And thank you for inviting me and for comments and Maria, Carlos, and all that left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are ending the session here. The good insights about the law enforcement. Maybe it's not the solution. The capacity building and awareness are on there, and we need to be in the loop of what is happening regarding requirements on the national agencies and all this entire world of different technologies approaching. So thank you so much to all the panelists, and see you next year in hopefully with new news about these technologies. Thank you so much. Big applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
So, hello everyone, good morning. Hello to everyone who's here, thank you for being present, and hello to everyone who is following us online. And welcome to our session, who is titled Beneath the Shadows, Private Surveillance in Public Spaces. The general idea of the session for us is to discuss a little bit the role of the private sector in surveillance solutions and public security solutions. So we are here trying to cover in general how the private sector has been being present in in public security and surveillance solutions and the risks, the implications of that, and which safeguards are important. For today's panel, we will have 3 online speakers. Unfortunately, our on-site speaker was not able to be present today, Estela Aranha, but we will have 3 online speakers, plus Barbara Simão, who is the head of research in Privacy and Surveillance and Internet Lab, and who is also be introducing a little bit the subject. So I will introduce briefly Barbara and pass the word for her so she can give us an overview of the topic. And afterwards, we'll pass to our online speakers. So Barbara is the head of research, as I mentioned, for privacy and surveillance at Internet Lab. Internet Lab is a think tank on digital rights and internet policy, which is based in Brazil. She holds a master's degree in law and development from the Fundação Getúlio Vargas in São Paulo, and she graduated in law on the Faculty of Law at the University of São Paulo. She was an exchange student at the Paris Panthéon-Sorbonne. She worked as a researcher in the field of digital rights at the Brazilian Institute of Consumer Defense between 2017 and 2020. And she also served as a counselor for the digital health data protection at Tec Fiocruz. So, Barbara, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Actually, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on the time zone you're at. As Eloisa mentioned, I'm Barbara, and I'm head of research for privacy and surveillance at Internet Lab. And first of all, I'd like to thank you so much for coming here, for being present. And I will give you just a brief overview of what we are talking about and why we decided this would be an interesting topic for discussion. I'll just share my screen because I have a few images that I would like to show you. Let's see if this goes smoothly. I think you're being able to see it, right?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so, well, the topic of the session is private surveillance in public spaces, and Eloise already mentioned and introduced a bit of what we are talking about, but I just like to give you an overview of what's happening in Brazil that made us think that it was interesting to bring this topic to discussion today. So, in the past couple years, we are seeing the growth of these private companies called Gabriel, Yellowcam, and, well, different names for one same kind of business. That is, these companies that sell private solutions, private cameras, private totems with cameras that with, well, 24/7 ability to access them, and that are shared between neighborhoods. So any group of neighbors, any type of local community can buy a camera or access them by a monthly fee, and they are installed into a public street. So they are offering these totems or cameras that can be easily accessed by anyone. I bring here some of the excerpts of their websites. It is in Portuguese, but I'll translate it to you. In general, they claim that, I'll just see if I can point so it's more clear. Oh, okay. In general, they claim that modern cameras, they are solutions for security anywhere. They claim that their mission is to make streets, neighborhoods, and cities more intelligent, to protect anyone inside and outside the home. And YellowCam, one of these cameras, inclusively say the app to access the cameras is 100% free. The download can be made by anyone in Play Store or Apple Store. And in the app, it's possible to locate and city map the cameras installed and visualize the images in real time, 24/7. And it's even possible to search for images that were took in different times or dates. They claim also that the installation of these cameras can make the region safer, and they can be accessed by the public authorities, including the police. And they claim the tendency with the cameras is that it can decrease criminality rates from these regions over time. So they're basically selling this 24/7 solutions that can be acquired by local communities, by a group of neighbors, and that can be accessed without any kind of oversight and accountability. And that's what's concerning for us. And also the fact that some news pieces here in Brazil announced that these companies were having private channels of communications with the police stations. So the police stations weren't actually demanding a warrant to access the images held by these private companies. They were accessing it almost like real time because of these private channels of communications that were existing between the companies and the public authorities. So we think this is an important topic for us to cover because it can pose an amount of risks for privacy and human rights. It can have impacts on transparency and data sharing between private and public bodies. And besides that, it can even affect the right to the city, considering the fact that surveillance may affect in a bigger form certain groups of people that are already excluded. And this case is somewhat relatable to what happened within the Clearview AI case, which for those who aren't familiar with it, it was a company that held a database with over 3 billion images obtained through data scraping. So they data scratched public bases of images, and they shared these images with police stations over the world for identification and resolution of criminal cases. And these images were collected without any kind of information, without any kind of oversight, and there wasn't any kind of accountability about the company's practices. And it was a case that caught the world's attention because Clearview AI actually became fined by many different jurisdictions because the lack of legal grounds on it was doing it. So I think this session is to discuss these topics, is to discuss the relation between public security, criminal procedure, and these private surveillance solutions that are arising. And not only in Brazil, but many countries have these home security solutions that are also being sold. So I think it's important for us to discuss it, having the lens of the impacts it can have to privacy and human rights and for transparency. So we prepared a few policy questions for you. And in general, we want to understand what are the broader societal implications of extensive surveillance and their impacts on human rights. How does private surveillance affect historically marginalized groups? How does the lack of transparency required from private surveillance companies affect human rights? What are the dangers concerning third-party sharing with other private institutions or public authorities without transparency? What are the liabilities that insufficient legal protections regarding the shared use of data pose to individuals and groups? And does the current regulatory landscape for privacy and data protection give us sufficient protections to ensure the enforcement of human rights and equitable access to public spaces. So these are a few questions we prepared for today's session, and these are a lot of questions to discuss, only 1 hour. So without further ado, and giving this brief introduction, I would like to pass the floor to Beth Curley, who also join us for this panel. And Eloisa, I think you present her, right?
Yes, so Bat Curley, thank you for joining us today. Bat is a program officer with the research and conference section of the National Endowment for Democracy International Forum for Democratic Studies. She was previously associated editor of the Journal of Democracy and holds a PhD in history from Harvard University and a Bachelor of Science in Foreign Services from Georgetown University. Thank you, Bat, for being here today, and the floor is yours. Bat, can you hear us?
Hi, sorry, I was muted. Barbara, I think you need to unmute my video as well.
Now we are hearing you.
Yes, I'm able to unmute my audio, but not my video. I guess I can start talking and perhaps my face will show up later on in the proceedings. Thanks, Barbara, and thanks, everybody. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but really looking forward to this discussion. Barbara, that was really fast. I hadn't seen those slides before, but I think those cases that you shared are really great illustrations of some of the broader points I was hoping to make here. And so, oh, there, I have video too. I think what I'm going to do in these remarks is first try and situate those examples in some broader global trends that we've been tracking, and also highlight how the potential abuse of emerging technologies like biometric surveillance in connection with cameras in public spaces poses additional risks. So to frame the comments a little bit, in an essay on what he calls Subversion Inc., Rod Diebert at Citizen Lab has written about the risks from surveillance vendors making more widely available to both government and private clients capabilities that would previously have been available to just a few well-resourced states. His focus in that article is on the profound challenges to democracy from commercial spyware, which tracks us through the devices that we carry with us. But I would argue that this question of the growing accessibility, spread, and if you like, democratization, quote unquote, of surveillance technologies and their intertwining with the broader surveillance capitalist ecosystem very much applies to the devices that other people place in the physical world around us as well. And in that regard, there are three main points that I'd like to cover. First, network surveillance of physical spaces is rapidly emerging alongside traditional digital surveillance as a pervasive reality that changes the conditions for engaging in public life and exposes people to targeting by both public and private entities. Second, emerging technologies such as biometric surveillance or so-called emotion recognition are enabling the entities that control cameras in public spaces to do new things with them. And third, commercial suppliers play a crucial role in the spread of physical surveillance technologies to both public and private sector clients. And their involvement, as Barbara very correctly stated, presents challenges to enforcing transparency and accountability norms. So on the growth of surveillance cameras, already in 2019, there was an estimate that by 2021, which is 2 years ago, the number of surveillance cameras installed globally would exceed 1 billion. A significant number of those cameras, more than half, are in the People's Republic of China, but established and emerging democracies are also home to staggering numbers of cameras. Those include smart home cameras, as well as cameras that have been installed in commercial settings, which was traditionally an anti-theft measure, but now you see commercial entities installing surveillance as actually a kind of consumer convenience, letting people skip the checkout line to have their faces scanned instead. The line between public and private surveillance can be very thin. So the system that Barbara described would be a perfect example of that. In India, there's similarly an app that lets citizens share footage from their private CCTVs with the police, and that's just one of many cases. Those kinds of partnerships can reflect genuine public concerns about crime, but they also raise challenging questions on how privacy and anti-discrimination safeguards can be applied when law enforcement functions get outsourced to untrained citizens. Private citizens can, of course, themselves also misuse access to CCTV, for instance, to digitally stalk strangers or acquaintances or to engage in blackmail. But the blurry line between public and private surveillance also works the other way around, by which I mean to say that the private vendors who supply surveillance tech to public entities play an important role that's increasing as that tech itself gets more complicated. For instance, when companies sell smart city packages, their selling points, strengths, and profit logic can play a large role in determining what's included as part of those packages. Some great reporting from Access Now has shown how companies like Dahua have incentivized officials in Latin America to adopt their surveillance tools by offering so-called donations. And finally, vendors, after the point of adoption, can become very closely involved in managing the tools and, of course, the data from public surveillance projects. So simple CCTV cameras present plenty of risks, but the new AI tools that researchers like IPPM have identified as the drivers of the video surveillance market are multiplying these risks by letting people make sense of the images that are captured quickly and at scale. In a 2022 report for the forum, Steve Feldstein identified 97 countries where surveillance technologies involving AI are in use, and I think it's safe to say, given all the trends around us, that that number has since grown. Facial recognition technologies are probably the most widely discussed quote unquote enhancement to surveillance cameras. And they might be sold as part of the package together with cameras for so-called live facial recognition. But facial recognition can also be applied to ordinary camera footage after the fact using software from private vendors like Clearview AI, which was mentioned earlier. And the risks of facial recognition have been pretty widely discussed. I think it's the best known type of AI surveillance. So just to very quickly recap, when it doesn't work, facial recognition can lead to false arrests, a harm that has very specifically affected Black communities in both North and South America, as documented by Joy Bulamwini and others. And when it does work, facial recognition, alongside other forms of biometric surveillance like voice or gait recognition, make it much easier to use cameras to track specific individuals. This, again, has potentially legitimate purposes, but it can very easily lend itself to political abuses, as with the abuse to track and identify protesters and dissidents in Russia and Belarus, which we've already seen. And it also puts the potential for private citizens to abuse facial recognition technology in greater reach. So also in Russia, there was a widely publicized lawsuit in 2020 that started when an activist was able to buy images tracking her own movements from the city's facial recognition system on the black market for just $200. There are slightly different challenges presented by emotion recognition technology, which doesn't focus on someone's identity per se, but tries to infer their emotional state based on facial cues. Analysts have very sharply criticized this approach as pseudoscience, and it's also not hard to understand the ways in which it might be abused to ensure at least the perception of conformity with government policies, but there's still a strong commercial interest in that kind of technology, whether to monitor students, drivers, and criminal suspects in China, or to test and target ads in Brazil and the United States. And again, we see this kind of technology actually installed in public spaces so that the billboard is looking back at you, so to speak. And finally, AI means that surveillance cameras in public spaces aren't working on their own. Analytical tools can combine information from biometric surveillance tech with information from other online and offline sources like shopping records or government databases to build profiles of people or of groups. On an aggregate level, all this information collection can both exert a chilling effect and enable abusive behaviors by data holders, both public and private. And just to go through a few of those, first, profiles of people and groups can be the basis for targeted information operations meant to deceive and polarize, something that Samantha Hoffman has worked on. As Kathy O'Neill has described, profiles can enable discrimination, whether in the form of withholding state resources, targeting advertisements in a way that disadvantages certain people or through negative treatment by law enforcement. Third, digital rights activists worry that the mere presence of biometric surveillance in public spaces, and this would certainly extend to cameras more generally, whether or not they're working, can have a chilling effect on people's willingness to attend public protests, journalists' ability to meet with sources, and other vital civic activity. And finally, profiles can enable governments to track people's behavior in minute detail and exercise control through subtle systems of rewards and penalties in the manner that is somewhat loosely envisioned by China's social credit initiatives. So finally, why does it matter that private companies are so deeply involved in surveillance? I think whether we're talking about genuinely private surveillance or public-private partnerships, there are a few basic challenges, and these include, first, data access. So vendors who partner with governments on surveillance projects are likely to have a commercial interest in keeping the data that's collected, and that's all the more true as companies are seeking to train and refine AI tools that depend on data. Democratic governments, on the other hand, have an interest in following principles like data minimization and purpose limitation for data collection. And in the project that we worked on together as part of the Forum Smart Cities report, I know Barbara and her co-author, Blenda Santos, pointed out that a lot of the ICCT contracts that she was seeing in Brazil did not have specific provisions on how those private partners use the resulting data. And that kind of gap is a broader trend, which raises a lot of risks that vendors may be reusing data, which perhaps there was some privacy infringement, but it was collected for a public purpose that was so important it was worth it. But then it gets reused by commercial companies for reasons that would not have justified that infringement, or it may get resold through the ecosystem of data brokers or even shared with foreign governments if we're talking about foreign companies that are operating in different countries. Second, transparency. Public institutions in democratic societies are, at least in theory, supposed to follow transparency norms, whereas private companies are not subject to the same rules, and they're naturally going to be inclined to try to protect their intellectual property. This can make it difficult for citizens, NGOs, and journalists to find out about how the surveillance systems that are watching them work. And I would argue that this is going to become a more important issue as surveillance technologies themselves get more complex and need to be evaluated for issues like encoded bias. And finally, when private surveillance feeds into public surveillance, it can be difficult to maintain clear lines of accountability for abuses. Again, these challenges are likely to grow as citizens experience infringements, such as unfavorable government decisions that they can't have explained, that are made by inscrutable technologies based on a mix of public and private data that's been collected about them. So private surveillance, especially in an age where the trend is toward cloud-based and AI-enabled surveillance, is very deeply entwined in a broader surveillance ecosystem that crosses boundaries of sector, of country, and of the physical and the digital world. And that ecosystem is enabling new types of infringements on human rights. We see these being taken to an extreme in authoritarian settings, but they're relevant to all of us as we grapple with ways in which technology is changing the landscape for privacy. And these risks really raise the urgency, especially with private actors playing such a large role, of multi-stakeholder engagement to develop new guardrails for democratic rights in a world where incredibly powerful surveillance tech is now an easy reach for governments, companies, and even private people. And on the question of solutions, since I think I'm about at my time, I am going to shamelessly turn things over to the next speaker in hopes that they will provide some answers. So again, thanks very much and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you so much for the rich contributions to this discussion. And now I will pass to Swati Punia. Swati is a technology policy researcher based in New Delhi, India. She is a lawyer by training and has earned certificates in digital trade and technology, cyber law, and corporate law. Currently, she works with the Center for Communication Governance, an academic research center based in the National Law University of Delhi, on issues that lie at the intersection of technology, law, and policy and society. Her focus areas include privacy, data protection, data governance, and emerging technologies. At present, she is examining the non-crypto blockchain ecosystem in India and studying its potential for addressing socioeconomic challenges, creating inclusive governance models, and embedded in privacy in the context of developing countries of the Global South. Prior to joining CCG, Swati worked with a leading Southern voice on fostering consumer sovereignty in digital economy. Swati, thank you for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Barbara and Elisa. It's so lovely to be on the same panel as all of you. And thank you to Beth for laying down such an apt and elaborate impact and implications of surveillance. And I think that allows me to deep dive into the question that was asked of me, which is essentially like, what are the social inequalities and the discrimination, regarding these kind of surveillance acts, and what can civil society do in terms of bridging some of these big cracks and loops that we are seeing in the society develop. I think to just sort of hinge it to what Barbara was mentioning that's happening in Brazil is not a standalone thing. We're seeing that happen across the world, and India is unfortunately not behind any of these trends. We're emulating all of these trends that we're seeing in terms of automating surveillance. And a number of states that I know were named as like the biggest surveillance states in the world, not just in the country. It seems like every state in India is sort of in a race and competing to automate surveillance. That seems to be the top priority. Having said that, the good part is the civil society has been an active player and been studying and researching and looking at this development. And they do sort of move to courts in the last couple of years that we're seeing when we see these kind of instances come up and rise. But I think essentially what I want to highlight is that given that you have all of these instances happening and you have, these kind of systems put in place, the most important thing is the public-private partnership aspect. Often we're seeing these public-private partnerships sort of add efficiency, but here I think the main question that is to what end and for what purpose? They're not just deployed in sort of developing the technology for the state and deploying it, but they often are also involved in management of it and sort of upgrading the systems. And nobody really, this is to anybody's guess, nobody really knows how they're involved in with the data management or whether they're not. Nobody knows. Nobody knows that when a police is sort of stopping a person on the road for like random, biometrics, random face recognition and all of those clicks that they take, where does that data sort of land and what purpose it is used for? And unfortunately, this is despite India sort of 6 years back in 2017 having the landmark judgment on the right to privacy passed by the Supreme Court of India, which sort of gave a very spectacular turn to the jurisprudence on fundamental rights, where the Supreme Court tied the right to privacy with the right to life, liberty, and dignity, and sort of reading it as an important facet to ensuring equality and freedom of speech and expression. And also at the same time placing, people at the heart of new age policy making, but we've seen not enough happening on this stride. But one is going to be positive with like new Data Protection Act coming into place and all of that. But one important thing that the Supreme Court categorically mentioned over there was that privacy cannot be used to further systemic inequalities. Now, what that means is that everyone recognizes the fact that automation is not creating something new. It is often exaggerating, which already is pervasive and exists in the society. And we all know that the kind of societies that we live in are not exactly balanced, and we have a range of inequalities sort of, within our societies already deeply entrenched. So I think the main problem then is not the way exactly, we shouldn't really, like, what I mean to say is we shouldn't really go to automation, but to like take a step back and see like how do we really understand crime and criminality as a concept, to really go back over there and start from there, that if automation is just a tool to exaggerate everything, then should we like take a step back and then try and see what are our misunderstandings and misconceptions of what is really a crime made of? Because if you see all these CCTVs and all of this gadget and stuff is really being bring into force to handle petty crimes on the street, right? In a very set place, where they're saying, okay, you're putting in so much of resources, money, and effort to handle this one type of crimes, but is that what contributes to the larger criminality in the society? What is the percentage of it? Where is this kind of like a behavior of the state or of the private sector in conjunction with the state leading us to create what kinds of society? So in that sense, I think if we go back to just see that every state is a way of defining their crime and criminality, and we can all, I think, come together on this understanding that a lot of the people that we look as criminals are often people from these historically marginalized communities, people who come from below the poverty line, people who have already experienced and lived unequal treatment from the state and from the society. There are certain religious castes and sects who suffer already these kind of discrimination. And that kind of social inequality then sort of gets highlighted through technology and even exaggerated and entrenched. And the fear is that a lot of these inequalities, through the use of all these automated techniques that Beth also talked about, they sort of will get regularized into the way things will function going forward. So I think the million-dollar question then is that the fact, who is going to make that assessment that the kind of crimes we're trying to handle, are they the real crimes? Or I'm not taking up the fact that maybe some of this should not be done, but to what end and for what purpose? Another thing that we all sort of know is the reason some of this act is being put together is that to check people's behavior, and that sort of understanding seems to develop and even become popular, that if you sort of check somebody's behavior, then good behavior will get internalized if you're constantly being surveilled. And one cannot deny this completely, because yes, we've seen a lot of studies which support that constant surveillance might sort of create a dent in creating good behavior, and some sort of internalization can happen. But again, then I would go back to the same question that how much of these kind of crimes which are getting corrected through this behavioral surveillance we're trying to tackle, and what are these crimes, and are there bigger crimes like financial crimes and everything which needs maybe more attention? So maybe what needs to be looked at, are we trying to plug small loopholes and small gaps and turning a blind eye to like those big cracks and holes which are sort of getting deeper and wider? And the fact that one important aspect of criminality and crime is that, is crime generally as a concept behavioral or structural? I think if we can go back to thinking that, because my limited understanding of the whole issue is that crime is generally structural, it is not behavioral. And there are a lot of studies, at least that I'm aware of in the Indian context, written by people across civil society. And one work which I'd love to highlight of a colleague, Shivangi Narayan, in the Indian scenario, who did like an ethnographic study of one of the states in India, which is the national capital, Delhi, where she's categorically gets into how policing and construction of the idea of criminality impacts the society, and why we define and decide to employ certain kind of measures, and how they do not really work for creating a better society or rendering a better society, but it's actually just the opposite. So in that sense, I think we need to go back to some of these ontological and taxonomical related questions, and then assess where are we moving towards and why are we moving towards that role. And I think civil society's role is extremely important. It's often, of course, working in its own silos. Like within civil society, academics are sort of working within that closed space. Lawyers are, with themselves. The larger NGO system, working in their own space. I think a lot of like conversations with each other is important so that you can share work and build a better understanding. For example, lawyers might be looking at laws that exist even till date, despite India having the landmark judgment on right to privacy 6 years back. A lot of, the way things are getting defined in India in terms of surveillance still is getting decided by predated laws to this Puttaswamy judgment. And even after that, we don't see much change sort of happening. At the same time, if lawyers working on these kind of laws and understanding are talking with people like NGOs who are looking into ground research, who understand how, these marginalized and vulnerable communities really get impacted, and bring out those instances and experiences in conjunction with their study on secondary research and laws and policy framing, I think that will help us build a clearer picture and better resources. One of the reasons could also be that, these kind of issues now will sort of help us go towards this direction. And another thing is, I think conferences and discussions like the one that, Henosa and Barbara are hosting, which is allowing people from different geographies and people across the world and the Southern Belt and global majority come together to discuss these issues and figure out, okay, these are the similarities and these are the divergences, because often my understanding is a lot of similarities and synergies and shared experiences that we go through in the kind of similar socio-political and cultural context that we have in this part of the world. So it will be fabulous, I think, in terms of growing together and understanding and learning from each other's experiences, what we can change and how we can look at this subject. I'll stop there and happy to come and lead again.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you for the rich reflections you have made. Now I will pass the word to Yasodhara Cordova, who is representing the private sector. Yasodhara is the principal privacy researcher at Unico IDTech, a biometric identity company. She has worked with various organizations such as the World Bank, the United Nations, Harvard University, and TikTok on projects related to digital citizenship, online security, and civic engagement. Thank you so much for joining us today, Yasodhara, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be in any event that the Internet Lab invites me. And I have just a little bit of information to add. The first one that I would like to feature is that I know that we navigate the intricacies of identification technologies. So I want to delve into the nuanced distinctions between biometrics and facial recognition. And because it's where the question of user control takes the center stage. So biometrics as a comprehensive concept involves recognizing individuals through unique physiological or behavioral attributes, such as fingerprints or iris scans, for example. Crucially, what sets biometrics apart is the insistence on user consent or authorization. So, for example, in countries where there is a wide amount of people that have no digital literacy, it's easier to use their biometrics to buy or have access to social benefits, or even to complete transactions using their own identity if they're using biometrics, then keeping passwords, for example, because it's safer. So I think when you call biometrics, you have to also emphasize the importance of user control over the data collected about them. The users are seeing that their data is being collected, and they're using this biometrics because they want to open up a set of opportunities that they didn't have before, because they couldn't keep their password safe, or they couldn't use the system because it was too complicated. And in contrast, facial recognition, which is a subset of biometrics, hinges on the analysis of facial features for identification. This method can operate without explicit user consent or even awareness. So it raises concerns about privacy and freedom of expression and personal control. So here the crucial point emerges. User control is paramount. The fact that entities like law enforcement can retain and edit videos recorded by body cams, for example, underscores the potential misuse of data. So the power to control such sensitive information should ideally rest with a neutral third party, citizens council or something like this, at the very least, to preserve the user's autonomy over their own identity. So preserving user control becomes not just a matter of privacy, but a safeguard against potential misuse. And it's not an expensive safeguard. It highlights the need for robust ethical frameworks and regulations, but also highlights the need of putting the data in control of those who actually are the origin of that data, if you're talking about biometrics. So you could give, we could create rules as international rules, or talk about rules that could separate those two types of different types of technologies, of identification technologies, so that we could have better frameworks to protect people that are being filmed, having their biometrics, their facial biometrics collected, like, for example, Clearview AI, and kind of demand that these companies have a way to inform the users that their data is being collected, and offering an option for these users to withdraw the consent or withdraw the permission of these companies to negotiate this data, or to collect or to keep this data in their user base and their database, instead of just, how can I put this? Instead of just assuming that this is an impossible question. There is use to biometrics. Biometrics is already being used to create opportunities in some countries and make technology better and safer. But this is not going to happen if the user is not part of the decisions over their own data. So I think the crucial conversation should be around, should not be around the type of data that is being collected, because it could be biometrics, or it could be very sensitive type of data that is being collected, and you are not aware of that. So I think control is more important than, it's a more important question right now than who controls this data is more important than what type of data is being collected. I think that's it. And this is also a solution that can reach the end users and kind of help us build trust and give back the control to the users. I think that's what I had to say. I'm happy to take questions or feedback later if you have. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Zadara. So now we have around 9 minutes. So I will quickly open the floor to those who are here and may have a question. I will ask you to come close to the table to get a microphone. And we will do a quick round of interventions. For those who are online and have any questions or interventions, please write this on the chat. We have someone here who will get this. And after that, we'll do a quick round of wrap-up with our speakers. So we do have 2 questions here, please.
And thank you for sharing your very interesting thoughts about the data security and who should control the data. I would like to hear your opinion on the blockchain technology. How and whether do you think that the blockchain would be a solution for specifically collecting the biometric data? Do you think that might be a solution to just help to control the access to the data, the blockchain technology itself?
Thank you. I think we have another question there.
Yeah. My question pertains to India, essentially. There is a very recent development just this earlier in this year, where it was made known to the public that there is something called real-time surveillance happening. And this was in a reply to a right to information request. And the reply was from the Internet Service Providers Association. So in light of this, with our act having come into play, which is yet to come into force, but my question is, are there any safeguards that the speakers would like to highlight? I understand one such safeguard was just mentioned, but in terms of the others for protecting users and giving them certain actionable rights, for instance, even being made aware of all the data that is being processed, and even a notice showing that they are under surveillance in public areas, specific to public areas this is. So I wanted your thoughts on that.
Thank you. So now I think we have one question on the chat.
We have one question online from Ayawale Shebeshi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. From Australia, from civil society. And the question is, increased advanced technologies such as AI, blockchain, EOT, IoT, NFC, NFT, QC, increased private surveillance in public spaces. All these technologies are creating big data information. And these days, data and information are wealth, the wealth accumulated in developed nations. All these technologies perform activities and services via the internet. So the question is, what will be the solution for end users? So far, that's the only question we have in the chat. So, thank you.
So, thank you. I will get back to our speakers and do a quick round of wrap-up. And I will ask you if you want to add any considerations, any final considerations, and any considerations you may have on how regulation and policy in general can work to address these concerns also. And please feel free to pick the question that you feel most comfortable to answer, so you don't need to answer at all. So I will start back with Beth.
Sure. Difficult questions there, but I think on the question of types of safeguards, it definitely does depend on what type of tech we're talking about. So agree, I would distinguish, following up on Yasuda's remarks, not just between facial recognition and other forms of biometrics, but also between biometric identification and biometric surveillance, right? The things you were talking about would mainly fall under biometric identification, where users basically intentionally use a certain physical aspect as the way to access a space or access their account or what have you within a particular system. And in that context, I think it's easier to apply the consent framework. Of course, there are also other forms of biometric surveillance besides facial recognition, that are very hard to opt into, like voice recognition or gait recognition, something like a fingerprint. I think, that's the one I am willing to actually use on my phone and my computer. It's slightly harder for someone to kind of get from you unawares. So would agree with that distinction. And I think that there are certainly, it's a different question. So when we're talking about biometric identification, I think there are indeed valid purposes for it, but there's a really heightened need to establish appropriate safeguards, because sometimes even if you're giving it over for a legitimate reason right now, it can end up later on in the hands of entities who you would prefer not to have it. And unlike a password, you can't change your fingerprint as easily. And I do think that's a fundamental distinction there. But I would agree that identification versus surveillance is important. In terms of blockchain, I'm less of an expert on blockchain instinctively. I think putting sensitive data in a system that is designed to be unerasable is a move that we should definitely think twice about, but open to arguments on that one. And real-time surveillance, finally, I think that is really the hardest thing to put safeguards around. And that's why a lot of European digital rights groups in the context of the EU AI Act have been arguing that that's something that should simply be banned, having constant awareness of who's going in and out of public spaces. I think at the very least, you need to delete any data that is collected that way very clearly. And definitely agree with the suggestion of making people aware of when they're being surveilled and what information about them the government possesses in systems that have very in settings that have very elaborate e-government systems like Estonia. That's actually part of the safeguards that are built in to ensure trust. So that could certainly be part of the answer. I do not have the comprehensive solution, unfortunately, to the challenge of emerging technologies and surveillance. Otherwise, I could write one report and go home.
Thank you, Ben. I think none of us has the solution, so thank you actually for all your contributions. And I will pass now to Swati.
Thank you, Eliusa. And you rightly say that none of us have the solution, but good that at least we're coming together to discuss this and sort of at least think of ways that we can work together for a better, responsible society. I think Beth talked a lot about blockchain, and my next panel right after this is on blockchain. Those interested, please join us there. But I'll speak to the point on the consent and notice issue. I think, again, maybe this is how my brain's wired in the last few days, that I want to step back and really look at some of the issues or the concepts that we're bringing in the digital era of policymaking and regulation. Is that notice and consent, how is somebody who is from these vulnerable and marginalized communities, or even people like us who we call ourselves an educate, spectrum class of people, we really don't have, a lot of us, really don't have the digital literacy. Like I would say for myself, I don't have enough of financial literacy despite being educated. I really think that is the main issue, that the government's doing barely about anything. In terms of using the word empowerment, of course, that's very rife and it's used across all sorts of regulations and everything. But for somebody to use and implement and understand notice and consent, we need some level of that, digital literacy. People wouldn't even recognize, I think, harms when they sort of happen to them. So I kind of feel that a lot of technology that is being used in the name of trust and everything should be focused towards building privacy and security by design, with the kind of communities and the public that we have and the kind of work that we need to build on digital skilling and understanding should be taken much more seriously. And I think that's where the CSOs are playing a massive role. And just to give an example, like we at the Center for Communication Governance, we've been building this privacy law library, which traces privacy jurisprudence across 17, 18 jurisdictions in the world. We also do like a regional high court tracker where we sort of map what is India sort of looking at in terms of privacy and the expanding rights over there. How is it tackling? This is and we also do capacity building for like not just students and professionals, but also for judges and bureaucrats, because a lot of these people who will now come into enforcing and implementation of the new act and everything really don't understand the nuts and bolts of how to go about things. So India and I think a lot of similar countries are jumping directly to like a privacy 3.0, 4.0 situation where they've really not lived through it gradually as Europe and some of these other countries lived, right? So I think we have to be cognizant of that kind of a socio-cultural, political environment, and then think of ways that will fit into our specific, pegs and not just like copy paste.
Thank you, Swati. Now we'll pass first to Yasodhara and then to Barbara so we can close the session. Due to time constraints, we won't be able to take any more questions. I know there is someone online with their hands up, but we really need to close the session. But I do encourage you to get in touch both with us and with our other speakers online. Please, Yasu.
I'll be real quick, I promise. So I think we find ourselves in an era where data is amassed indiscriminately, not just biometrics data. And this is propelled by both industries and governments. There is a demand for data. So amidst this deluge of information, maintaining and assuring the integrity of personal identifiable information has become increasingly expensive. It's a daunting task. So these intricacies of structuring and cleaning data, which are integral steps in the machine learning cycle, they are a challenge. And this process is undeniably among the most expensive activities in this machine learning process. So I propose a pivotal shift in focus towards the user control. We know that you can control what you don't see, and this resonates in the realm of data privacy, because if we need permission or consent over a data set, we need to make sure this data set belongs to that person. So if we demand this through a regulation, we might end up compelling both governments and industries to bring light to their data practices. So this shift is not merely about implementing complex blockchain solutions. It's a call to collaborate, to build transparent systems that are hand in hand with the regulators and technologists. Of course, we will still have lots of work to do, even though we can conceive such systems that can be transparent over user data. But it's crucial to recognize that transparency is the bedrock upon which user control stands. So it's not just a technological challenge, I know, it's a societal demand, it's a societal imperative. And I believe that we have to work collaboratively to shape a future where individuals have a meaningful say in how their data is utilized, but this for real, like in systems, and where ethical considerations guide technology as a feature backlog toward a responsible and sustainable data-driven future, I guess. So that's it.
Well, I think that and Swati and Yasodhara already answered a lot of what I was wanting to say, but I think when we are talking about solutions and regulations, especially in the case of Brazil, I think the appeal for private surveillance solutions from population in general comes from a place of insecurity and not trusting the public government solutions, and they look for it in a way to like overcome their lack of security felt in general. And I think this comes from, the solution would be societal, as Adara mentioned, in the sense that this would also require a big level of trust of the people in general into the public institutions. And I think when we are talking about regulation also, especially in Brazil, we have a lack of regulation regarding the use of technology and data collection for public security purposes. And not that these private companies actually do public security because they are private solutions and then they are not exactly providing public security, but I think when we ask them what they are doing, they can use the argument of public security. So I think it's a tricky scenario. It's a tricky regulatory scenario, and I think in Brazil we have a lot to develop yet in the sense. And I think there are many room for more guarantees and for more legal guarantees regarding it. And I think, well, it should be, awareness should be also raised in the sense that the people that acquire these solutions are also informed on what are the risks and what are the grounds in which these companies can share data with public authorities and who might have access to it. And well, I think that's it. I'm not sure if I added much to the discussion, but I would like to thank you both for coming, and especially for the time zones, which I know it weren't so good for everyone. But thank you so much, and that's it.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for our speakers for all the contributions and for having joined us today. And thank you for everyone who were here today, both in person and online, and who made excellent contributions. And thank you. I hope you continue to have a great IGF.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, may I request those who are participating or attending this can come this side, left and right, because there's no point all of you sitting behind the panel. We have a space on the right and the left. It will be nice if you all can move on this side. Mr. Bexy, you're here. Oh, wonderful. Hi, how are you?
From China. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, oh, wonderful. Thank you. And we have Ms. Claire. Yeah, hi, how are you? Thank you for joining. Come closer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We have Carla already here. Ms. Zena, she's here. And is Mr. Bhanu online? Is he available online? I'm not taking Ponsulate's name because he has informed running late. So are you going to? Okay, wonderful. So once again, those who are attending, it will all of you are requested to either come here on the right or left so that we all know, see each other. And you can still work on your laptop. Wonderful, thank you very much. We are starting the session. Thank you very much for everyone who is here. The name of our session or the topic is Overcoming Barriers to Bridge Digital Divide. I think this is a 30-year-old topic, which is quite challenging because we are still tackling with this one. When internet had come to our life, the divide had started since then, and we are still. I was looking at one of the statistics that ITU had posted, saying that 2.6 billion people still do not have access out of the 7-point-some billion, which is like 1/3 of the world is still not have connectivity. And when this proposition of this session was done, it was not only meant for that digital divide is only limited for those people who do not have access, but we also wanted to discuss about how do we redefine or how do we define digital divide. What is digital divide? Because it is not that those people who do not have access are divided, but those people who are having access sometimes cannot afford it. And sometimes it's not meaningful. Sometimes they cannot do transactions. Sometimes they do not have literacy to use it. So if we claim that we have more than 5 billion people connected, I am sure almost half of them will not have meaningful connectivity. They may be part of the data who may have used internet once in a while. And then there is a third category, which is the most important category, is that because of the digital divide, are you excluded? And it's not only that not included, but excluded, because there are legislation which says, there are rules which says that you can only do transaction online. Then there are rules that says that you can only make your payment online. Then there are rules that says that you can only have entitlement when you have a digital identity. So we, in the last 30 years, I think we have also progressed in such a way that legislation, rules, regulations have become almost like mandatory where digital is given. And that is a big challenge that we are facing. So therefore, the topic of digital divide is multifaceted. Digital divide does not only not include, but it also exclude. It leaves people alone. It leaves people inaccessible. It leaves people deprived, and so on and so forth. And just to go on, we have this NRI session has 6 speakers, right, in the first part of the session. And just to be, comfortable that everybody shares their part of intervention, I would request if you can share, all the speakers, that if you can share your intervention in the first part, 3 to 4 minutes or maximum 5 minutes, that will be really nice. And we have been all the speakers from different parts. We have African part also to hear the story, what is happening there. We have Asia, we have Europe, we have Latin America, and we have Arab also, MENA region. And although our list says that I should have gone first to Poncelet, who was representing Africa, but he is not here, he will come. We will go first to Asia, and may I request Mr. Pexi Zhu from China IGF to share your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Osama, right? So my name is Pexi Zhu. I'm a professor of the Communication University of China. And I think at the beginning, I would like to introduce to you 2 types of digital device that I'm very much interested in. One is domestic in China, that is called the divide in terms of age. The other is kind of transnational divide, which is very important globally. So among all these different kinds of divides, gender divide, right? A connection divide or quality of use divide, or a kind of urban-rural divide. Among all these divides, perhaps in China, the most obvious one is this divide in terms of age. We do not have a kind of a gender divide, fortunately, which means 50% of internet users, 51% of internet users are men, and 49% of users are women, so that doesn't make a difference. The most prominent divide is this divide in terms of age. And that we have, for example, 13% of the internet users are old people, and they don't have a voice somehow online, which led to potentially a phenomenon that I call it bad old people phenomenon. So the old people online are considered to be, are described to be rather bad. If they, for example, fall down on the street, you should never go and help them, because they are going to somehow charge you that you are responsible for this kind of stuff. So there is a kind of bad old people phenomenon. The fact is that the old people are very devoted, actually. They do a lot of things. They help the their sons and the daughters to take care of the babies and the kids and so forth. But they don't have a good image online. That is also a phenomenon that is called bad mother-in-law online. So the mother-in-laws are considered to be bad online because they don't have a voice. Only young women are online. So that is one thing in China. That is a dominant one. And globally, I think there is also a transnational divide, which is, again, very important. And so this divide, I think, is important to improve some global understanding. For example, I have this kind of poll, sometimes also in the classroom, the kind of a classic poll or research asking what does it remind you when talking about a region, when talking about China, when talking about Africa, when talking about the United States. And there is one answer, particularly from one student from my classroom, is that when talking about Africa, it reminds of her of a lot of animals. And what was the reason? The reason is that she watched too many BBC documentaries about the animals in Africa. However, she does not pay a lot of attention to the people, to the life, to the prosperity over there. So that is somehow also created, some biases, discriminations are created out of this kind of divide. And the most important of all, I think, is this country a good country? Or is this country free? Or is that country not free? Is this country democratic, or is that country not democratic? And that is somehow also, we can find the reasons from this transnational divide. So in that case, I think it is very important to tackle this. And you have mentioned that we have been talking about this topic for like 30 years, many years. But the kind of symptoms are now surfacing, are appearing, and are showcasing. I think measures are needed. Maybe we can come back to it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting to note that you have no gender divide, because most of the other Asian countries is a serious gender digital divide, and so much so that the percentage is very, very low. Thank you very much. We can go to Europe, and I would like to hear Ms. Claire Popinot. Is that the right pronunciation?
Popinot.
Popinot, yeah, from the French IGF. Your turn, please.
Thank you. Bonjour à toutes et tous. I am Claire Popinot, Senior Director at French Ministry of Justice, and in charge of the INSER project. I have a title for my intervention, Digital Inclusion Behind the Walls, because in France, by principle and for obvious security reasons, French prisons are part of the unconnected places. Thus, detainees do not have access, with some exceptions, to digital technology and internet. However, one of the missions of the prison administration, as defined by the prison law of 2009, consists of reintegration. And the internet and digital technology are very important factors in this reintegration, and for several reasons. First of all, the increase in e-administration requires that detainees be able to have technical access to this set of administrative interfaces, social security, insurance, etc. Likewise, for any daily procedure which will allow a detained person, once released, to return to a normal life context, online procedure to find housing, to find a job. And allowing access to is often hardly enough. I will review this point a bit later. Secondly, why connecting detainees is necessary in order to reintegrate. In France, digital professions are in tension. It lacks of people. I will give you some numbers. In 2022, 945,000 jobs in the digital sector were available, but 85,000 were not filled. It is 10% of them. In 2022, 70% of digital companies in the Hauts-de-France, a French region, cannot find recruits. And by 2030 projection, the number of digital jobs is expected to increase by 100,000 per year. So a balance of interests needs to be done between the question of security in prisons and the question of reintegration, either security in the longer term, with the strong opportunity that lies in digital skills. Furthermore, any detainee who receives training during their detention sees the rate of recidivism drop very significantly. So we cannot let outside internet world those detainees. But on the point I left for a minute, there are obstacles in prison. First of one, technological issues to guarantee security in the connectivity. Only few actions actually exist toward detainees regarding digital and the internet worlds. And there are several issues which meet the social issues surrounding what in France is called illectronisme. Issues surrounding illiteracy, issues surrounding the ability to learn, and the question of self-censorship and how to make training courses that seem technical and cutting-edge, yet accessible and attractive. That is where the INSER project intervenes. INSER for, in French, inséré par des structures expérimentales de responsabilisation et de réinsertion par l'emploi. It means innovate through experimental structures of empowerment and reintegration through employment. Just a few words about this project and the aspects already publicly known. There are small structures which will accommodate voluntary convicted persons in which 100% of the detained person will work or be in professional training. These structures will aim to offer value-added work, allowing them to improve their skills. So work will therefore be strongly coupled with professional training and even schooling. And digital professions should hold an important place. Thus, the INSER establishments are being designed as connected by design with the deployment of a specific network for all access of detained persons in the personal dimension, for example, video with family, or in the learning and professional dimension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for broadly elucidating the France scenario. I hope that also was the broader scenario of the entire Europe. Now let's go to Latin America, and I would request Carla Velasco to elaborate the situation in that side. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation here, Osama, and the rest of the panel. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been working with access projects as part of civil society now, and also with the government in Mexico for 7 years now, and the things haven't changed that much, right? The situation on digital inclusion is a very important one in Mexico and in the rest of the region, in the Americas region. And the main problem still remains to connect the people that are unconnected. We've been working together with regulators and with the governmental offices, not only from Mexico, but from different Latin American countries. And we see that the digital divide does not reflect sometimes the other type of digital divides that are accessibility, availability, affordability, quality of services, and digital skills. So these are other divides that need to be tackled. And also the differences that exist between rural and urban areas. So one of the main issues is that in urban areas you get to have a good connection, people are connected, it is somehow affordable for the people to connect, but then in rural and remote areas the situation is complicated, and the situation gets even more complex when you have different marginalized groups that are living in these rural and remote areas, like is the case of indigenous peoples in some cases, and in the case of Mexico, for example, right? So this is a very, very important issue. In Mexico, it has been also raised the issue of connecting women and girls, because they are also affected by the digital divide, and there's also a gender digital divide. And one of the things that we have been working together with the government in order to bring better connectivity, and even connectivity to some of the rural and remote areas, is the work through community networks. So in Latin America, the community networks movement is a very strong movement. We have been working together with different governments in the region, regulators as well, and together with the with CITEL, which is the Inter-American Commission of Telecommunications of the Organization of the American States. And through this commission, we have been pushing very hard to put access as a main priority. And this was reflected as well in the World Telecommunications Development Conference last year of the ITU, where as a region, we worked together to bring this topic as a priority, not only for the Americas region, but also the rest of the regions at this World Conference. And we managed to get to mention the importance of this problem in some of the resolutions, and also to include the importance of community networks. So for ones that might do not know, community networks are community-based initiatives led by the communities. In some of the cases, these are a solution and not a replacement of internet service providers, but rather innovative solution in order to build common infrastructure and for the people of the communities to be in charge of the network. This means that there are different training programs that are given and that are done together with the communities, for there to be community technicians, and also not only to talk about the technical part, but also the sustainability part, how the network is going, how the community is going to be involved in the network, and this sometimes transitions to the creation of local content in the communities with the language of the same communities. So these community networks have become a very, very important agent. Community networks are also now working with internet service providers, with companies. Community networks are trying to get access to backbone, which is also very important to make network stronger and to have, to make the networks stronger and to have a better connectivity, to have more megabytes in the network and to be able to have a better quality for the network. And in Mexico, another case that has been very interesting is the creation of an indigenous virtual mobile operator, which is an MVNO, mobile virtual network operator. And in this case, the owners of the mobile virtual network are indigenous communities. So this has also been a very innovative solution as a way of looking forward and connecting the unconnecting. So yes, just to summarize, this remains one of the biggest problems for the Latin America region. We are trying to find different solutions, and as part of a civil society member in Latin America, these are some of the solutions that we are working with, which are the community networks. But companies and governments are also included, and we are all worried about closing the digital divide. So thank you, Osama.
Thank you, thank you. I think just to break the monotony, we also go from on-site to off-site and go a little online and catch Bhanu Nipain from UNESCO to request his intervention. Bhanu, are you online?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you so
Wonderful.
much. With your permission, it's quite interesting, some of the intervention which have been made. That provides a very interesting perspective that there is a major, say, segment of the population are still not connected. I was just looking at ITU website, and they actually say that only 5.7 billion people are online right now. So this means it's shared by the rule of exclusion. There are 2.7 billion people who are still not on internet. So this is, I think, a grave concern for all of us. And given the fact that, many of these, the services that government provides have gone online. So we have been working since 2003 when UNESCO's member state adopted a recommendation on content in the cyberspace. So in fact, multilingual content on the cyberspace. So I think what my pitch here will be to talk and give you a slight like roundabout of what we are doing as far as universal acceptance is concerned. So the fundamental principle of digital inclusion is to provide all individuals, regardless of their background, wealth, language, and abilities, an equal opportunity to participate in digital processes. Nevertheless, there are formidable obstacles that impede this objective. And ICANN and UNESCO are talking about universal acceptance, which promotes inclusive design and the dissemination of accessible digital content. It serves as catalyst for development of digital services and platform that appeals to an inclusively diverse audience, including people with disabilities. This transformation results in a digital environment that is accessible and accommodating to people with diverse requirements. Here I wish to note that universal acceptance needs to be interpreted in its widest connotation and must include the whole ecosystem of digital tools, processes, and contents, because sometimes what we do is we narrowly define and only talk about content that is available. And then somehow we tend to forget that the processes and tools are also equally important when we start talking about universal acceptance or universal inclusion. Here, I would like to use the word universal inclusion, which was the recommendation that was made by this year's Eurodig meeting, which starts talking about validation of the representation of multilingual and locally relevant content. By stimulating the uses of an array of language, script, and character sets, it facilitates the accessibility of digital resources to individuals with different abilities and those coming from different linguistic backgrounds. Quite interestingly, only 14 languages represents almost 92% of the content that is available online. So that this is a very interesting reality that there are almost 7,000 languages which are still spoken by different people. So this expansion effectively broadens the scope of digital content and increases its relevance to a wider audience. So I think we have to do a lot of effort to somehow make the internet experience as well as internet say interface go in multilingual way. If we start talking about digital inclusion. So moreover, this universal acceptance, which we normally advocate, facilitates an enhanced user experience as well. It mandates the uniform functionality of digital services across a wide range of devices and technological platforms, including antiquated and more cost-effective hardware, which I think, like another 2 billion people in the world, essentially possess. This effort eliminates the need for most recent and frequently more expensive technology, thereby creating a digital ecosystem that is accessible and affordable to all. Here, universal acceptance transcends the technological domain. It also promotes global cooperation and adherence of international standards. For UNESCO, we understand that universal acceptance is part of the 2003 recommendation concerning the promotion and use of multilingualism and universal access to cyberspace. This issue has also been advocated by WISIS process. Action Line 3 normally talks about access to information. So these are landmark provisions, which provide a framework for member states to develop and adapt legislation and other policy measures conducing to the promotion of multilingualism in cyberspace. Thereby, bringing this, 1 billion people which are yet to be shared, with internet. This advocacy promotes a cohesive framework for digital services, thereby reducing fragmentation and boost interoperability, which is a major concern for all of us. The outcome is a streamlined process for the creation of economically viable and accessible digital technologies and content. But here I would like to stress the need for a multi-stakeholder partnership, which are needed to foster universal acceptance. It needs cooperation between governments, private sector, entities, especially digital service providers, and civil society organizers. Some of these, stakeholders have already spoken, during this town hall meeting. These partnerships have potential to produce policies and initiatives that promote affordable access and ensure digital content that appeals to a larger audience. Finally, and this will be the last point that I like to make, is universal acceptance is a driving force behind digital inclusion in advocacy. We recently undertook, and member states, every 4 years, they report back on 2003 recommendation, and only 32 countries reported on what they are doing in their country. So that means, almost 160 countries did not. So there is a lot to be done. We talk about universal acceptance and universal inclusion in across the board, but it looks like these are not properly integrated in the policy milieu that we essentially argue for universal inclusion and digital divide in our countries. So we have to do a lot on this one. And I think this is a very complex undertaking and requires a multi-stakeholder partnership, as I already said. From UNESCO's side, we assure our full participation in the processes to create a digital ecosystem for all individuals, regardless of their diverse linguistic background and abilities. So thank you, Chair. And if there are questions, I'll be more than happy to respond to it.
Thank you so much for highlighting the universal inclusion. I hope we do not take another 3 decades to connect the rest of the 2.5 billion and extended SDG kind of phenomena. Thank you. We come to Zina Abu Harb from Lebanon, and let's hear from you in the Arab scenario or the MENA scenario. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zina Abu Harb. I'm the coordinator of the Lebanese IGF. And at the same time, I work at Ogero Telecom, which is the incumbent operator in Lebanon, as head of international cooperation. In our digital world, inclusion means leaving no one offline. And barrier to this inclusion can start with the lack of ICT infrastructure, but also there are a lot of other barriers, like the lack of skills, like the cost of the services, and even in different countries, there are different scenarios for this digital divide. In Lebanon, the lately adopted digital transformation strategy aimed to closing the digital divide in general. I mean, in general, means starting with increasing the physical access through the ICT infrastructure. And the result was that currently 84% of the Lebanese population have access to the internet. In the Arab region, the internet penetration rate for women was 56% and 68% of men in 2020, which is a good number compared to the global average then in that year, which was 55%, especially that there are a lot of Arab countries that are classified as least developed with penetration rate of 19% only. And this was taken into consideration while drafting the Arab digital agenda, which that set as one of its objectives to increase the rate of internet penetration among women in all Arab countries, as well as to increase internet penetration rate among users in rural areas and to enhance digital accessibility for persons with disabilities to enable them to access electronic services. And this year in January, this agenda that we call Arab Digital Agenda was adopted by the Council of Arab Minister of Telecommunication and Information Technology. It's a framework for the years 2023-2033 to ensure that all Arab countries can benefit from digital technology and use it to achieve sustainable development. Among the list of action within this strategy was the preparing capacity building programs for women on internet use with a focus on women in rural areas. And also preparing awareness and training programs on digital accessibility with developing national policies for digital access and establishing national committees to prepare programs and initiatives that enable the protection of young people on the internet, along with preparing integrated programs to educate and empower them. On another side, we know that ITU has a history in bridging the gender digital divide. And one of the latest milestones in that regard was the establishment of the network of women. With different regional chapter, in our Arab region, the regional network of women for the Arab region was established in 2021. This platform was aimed to promote the effective participation of Arab women in the activities of the Union in general and give visibility to women and empower them to assume greater responsibilities within the delegation in different conferences. So it encourages women just to guide their other colleagues and to empower them and to create a stronger base for women from the Arab region in the digital space. Returning to Lebanon, at Ojero, we also know that, believe and know that bridging the digital gender divide requires digital skills, along with other skills. That's why we partnered with the Arab Network of Women lately to hold a series of capacity building workshops organized by Ojero, in which Lebanese women can participate on site at the premises of Ojero, and other Arab women join remotely. And the first workshop was held on October 4-5, just few days ago, and it was a huge success. We have a list of topics that are in this series of workshops, let's say, but we hope that after the success of our first workshop, other women will be more encouraged to join. This is.
Thank you so much, and thank you for highlighting just not Lebanon, but the entire Arab area. That gives a very good picture of the entire region. Is Poncelet here? Can you also take your name and, since Poncelet is not here, you can take a name.
Yes, my name is Naza Nicholas Krama, and I am currently the coordinator for Tanzania IGF. And essentially, I would like to take off from where Mr. Banu left from UNESCO. Really, the language divide, or if I may say, I would like to divide what you have as digital divide into 6 sets of divides. Number one is infrastructure or connectivity divide. You will find in most rural and urban Africa, the connectivity is really the issue still. And this is very, rampant in the in the rural area as compared to the urban areas. In urban areas, you'll find there is not only a connectivity divide, but also the quality divide. You connect to the internet, but the services that you are getting from the telecom operators is not up to par. So there is that issue of quality divide as well. Number two, we have the language divide. For example, in Tanzania, where I come from, we have more than 120 tribes. But as you know, 75% of all content on the internet is on English. And 5.3% is in Russia. Spanish is 4.3%, and French is 3.4%. Even the language that which is widely spoken in East Africa and Central, including Democratic Republic of Congo, does not feature anywhere. It doesn't have any percentage in terms of the content that is online. So you will find that universal acceptance today is as important as connectivity itself. Because if you are connecting people in the rural areas, and most of them speak, for example, either Kiswahili or some other language, like I come from Kilimanjaro, where we speak Chaga, and mostly people speak Chaga. And that applies to, for example, in Kenya, where people speak Kikuyu and all these other languages. So even if you connect them, you provide connectivity to the village, there is still an issue, a big issue of language divide. So that is also an issue as well. Number three, we have the issue of accessibility, digital accessibility divide. You will find, apart from the connectivity, most of these technologies that we use either locally, also they are not inclusive enough to include people with disability, because according to the statistics that are available, 1.3 billion people of the 8 billion people around the world, people with disability. So you will find that even in Africa, the portion of 1.3 billion also resides in Africa. So there is also that issue of accessibility divide, where technologies actually tend to discriminate people with disability. Number four, we have digital skills divide. Digital literacy, if I were to give an example in Tanzania, we don't even have a number. Our population is about 62 million people, but there are no statistics to show what percent of the population is digitally literate. So that is an issue that as a multi-stakeholder we really have to come in and address those challenges. Number five, the gender digital divide according to GSMA. In sub-Saharan Africa and in Africa in general, the percentage of gender digital divide stands at between 12 and 13%. So we have more, males online as compared to females who are accessing the internet. Number 7 is the issue, number 6, sorry, is the issue of quality divide. Like I said at the beginning, you will find there are great efforts, to connect people, especially in the urban area. But the quality of the services that people are getting, I see the last one is really the policy divide, where policies are not uniform. In each country, you'll find there are no policies to enable like small-term operators, like community services, community networks provided to have spectrum allocation that is affordable, so they can offer internet connectivity. With that, I think that would be my first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that was wonderful intervention from Africa. I will just take 1.5 minutes to highlight some of the Asian part also, considering that I personally come from one of the highest populated country in the world. Out of 2.6 billion people who are not connected, almost close to 1 belong to India. And to be very precise, India's internet penetration is 48%. And that's not meaningful. If we exclude, like you were saying, that most of the people, the quality issue, the meaningfulness issue, and I was just jotting down the countries from Asia. Bangladesh has got 39% penetration. Pakistan has 54%, Sri Lanka has 66%, Nepal has 39%, India has 48.7%. China is the highest with 76.4% internet penetration, and considering that you have more women connected, it's a great news that the 50-50 is there already, more than 50% is already there, but India is not in that situation. And then there is I would like to also reiterate that if you are not connected, that is clearly that you are not connected, so you are excluded. And then those who are connected but unable to do anything. And one indication that I can share with all of you, especially because India is talking about exporting many of its technology at a policy level, like payment system have done India very well, like UPI, universal payment, I think integration or something like that. And according to the calculation, about 336 million people used in India UPI to make the payment system, which basically work also orally. I mean, you QR code, you just take the code and you can make the payment. Out of 336 million people who made online payment, only 122 belong to rural India. And rural India's population is 908 million. So out of 908 million people, only 106 million people were able to make online payment. If I consider online payment as a benchmark of quality connectivity, or let's say meaningful connectivity, because you cannot do payment without having quality connectivity. So these are very important things, that are we connecting people just like that, or is it something like giving electricity without power, line without power? Are we connecting without buffering, or we are connecting only with buffering all the time? And your data is coming and going, but you are not really meaningful. So those are some of the issues I just wanted to highlight. We have another about 20-25 minutes, since we started 5 minutes late, is to go on inviting people around the table and online to get questions. Just being a better host, we would like to go online first, since they are not here. So there is at least 1 or 2 will take online, and then we'll take offline. I count about 3 hands here already, and we would like to come back to you for sure. We have enough time to come back to all of you. Julian, can you bring?
We have a request from the Bangladesh remote hub. They want to place a question to the panelists online. So if we can please give the floor to them and go on, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Moderator, and Speaker. I'm Shamima Akhtar. I'm from Bangladesh, Chairperson, Bangladesh Women IGF. Thank you very much for giving opportunity to me for the question platform. So my question is the digital divide. My question to the honorable moderator. My question to the digital divide in our society is leaving low income families behind, especially women.
Thank you. Is that all? Do you want to make?
Yes, it's living low income families behind, especially women, youths, and students have less access to the information they need, but they need ample access to necessary digital technology. How we can ensure the reduction of the digital divide and digital access for all for an inclusive society? Because in most developing countries, in educate infrastructure and technologies resources for the low penetration of the internet in rural areas are two major factors that need to be taken into consideration for the inclusion of all people to reduce the digital divide.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Shamima. And thank you for initiating the Women IGF in Bangladesh. That's a great initiative. And thank you also for bringing women in your room to show the solidarity that they want to be online and they are online. Thank you very much. I'm sure in the next half an hour in the discussion you will get your answer, but if you are not, then I will personally tackle the question. Can I go around the...
Thank you very much for hearing to me.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I go around the room yes, please. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Thank you. My name is Claire Mohindo. I come from Uganda. Just wanted to supplement on the issue of the language divide when it comes to African countries. I'm currently working on a project to ensure equitable information access for refugee communities in Uganda. And our biggest challenge when it comes to content moderation has been language. So we use digital platforms, and the languages spoken by refugee communities in our country are diverse. And out of the 10 languages we use on the platforms, only 4 are supported by the digital platforms. So that means that when we have to develop content in the rest of the 6 languages spoken by refugees, that means we have to hire translators to translate this content for us. So how can we work with tech companies to bridge the language divide, especially in African countries? Because countries working on the similar projects in other countries outside of Africa do not experience that because their languages are supported by the tech companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julian, do you suggest that we respond to each question immediately, or should we collect the question? Yeah. Any of the panel would like to address this language thing? You would like to? Yeah.
Yes, I can take both questions because I think they are somehow related. The issues that women face when going online, and I think it's really worth mentioning it, and also how to work better with platforms because it's something that we are also dealing with. So it is important to mention that even though numbers and statistics show that in many places the gender digital divide is getting better, and for example in the Americas region the score that we have for gender parity in access is actually quite good. But when you get to see the context and you get deeper in the problem, you see that there are questions that are not being asked. The main problem of how access is being measured is that it doesn't reflect many of the realities that we face as women and also people of diverse genders and sexualities. This crosses very important gaps and inequalities that women and gender diverse people face in the social, labor, health, economic and political spheres. So it's something that goes beyond that. And what we have seen is that once you get to analyze access and the participation of women in the online life, you see that there are many complexities around our participation, and there are acts of online violence that even may force women to retreat from the internet. So there is there's research that indicates that 28% of women who had suffered ICT-based violence reduced their presence online. So you see, this is a big issue because even when women get online, we get to face violence that makes us silence us and censors us. So this is also a very important issue. In that sense, we have been also working with tech companies and platforms because there's a lot of platform accountability there. When you get to analyze better the access of women and girls online, you get to see that there are other complexities, which are, for example, technology-facilitated gender-based violence, gender disinformation, hate speech, and many civil society organizations are trying to get closer to governments and also work together with big tech companies in order to see what we can do better. So the first thing that we have realized is that we need more research on national contexts. So each country is different, and the way these things happen have a specific context. And I'm also relating it to it because it also has to do with language. You know, many women that want to report online don't speak English, so they also face this language barrier. So that's why I'm relating it to the second question. And what we've seen is that in some countries, for example, in Mexico, yesterday I was in a session with a Mexican senator, and she told me how difficult for her as the gender lead of the Mexican Congress, it has been very difficult for her to approach big tech companies because normally it is very hard for them to comply. And one of the things that we have seen, the e-safety commissioner of Australia was in the same panel. And what I really enjoyed from the Commissioner of Australia's participation is that in Australia the government has forced the companies to comply. So it is, as we can see, a multi-stakeholder thing. We need the governments, we need the big tech companies to also comply and also to make them accountable. And we also need the participation of civil society, academics and researchers, because we also need a lot of information. So I think this would be my answer. Sorry for taking this long. Thank you, Osama.
If I may.
Thank you very much. I have one quick line in response to your linguistic diversity issue and online content, which has come again and again. is that, you know, a script is no more written now. You know, if it is the technology oralization is enabling more and more languages to get online. So we don't have to find a script, then we find a writing, then we find it going online. Video-based content generation and oral content generation or oralization of technology is also enabling a lot of inclusion of, you know, what you call the indigenous languages or the written, because India is also among the same, we have hundreds of languages who are spoken by you know, diverse community, and none of those content are available online, but those people are now adopting video as a method to get content online, and also oralization of technology and visual. You want to make a point? Looks like that
yeah,
you...
maybe a bit disruptive, but if I may say so, if the IGF, a big event like that, is more multilingual, it will set a good example for the rest. I think it's a symbolic gesture for increase the case of the multilingualism in internet. But maybe a bit disruptive, sorry for that.
Thank you very much. Do you want to, let's be very precise and short so that we have more questions.
I wanted to respond to Claire's question on the refugees, you know, the languages issue. I know in Tanzania, Google has been working with some individuals to, you know, to translate, you know, Kiswahili through, you know, the voices. I think what I would suggest is that you find individuals, different languages, and then you can also approach Google, and they can do that for you as well. Yes.
Thank you so much. We have some questions from this side. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Ahita Gangavarpu, the coordinator of Youth Internet Governance Forum India. So from my experience back in India working with young people and also certain communities, I'll go back to the very basics, you know. Communities or even individuals who are tend to use cellular networks to stay, talk to their families and just stay connected that way. But when it comes to the internet, I have come across individuals and communities who are not interested in having internet in their lives because they find it as a big change in the way that they're living their lives. So it could be cultural barriers, just apprehension, or low interest. And this is something I've come across personally. So I just wanted to understand how can we change this kind of a perspective? And if you have experienced something similar, and if there are any suggestions on changing this narrative and getting them to look at internet as a resource when this kind of a strong perspective is there, that this is not something we immediately require in our lives.
Thank you. That's a perspective. Interesting. I would come back with, is there more questions? Yeah. That's it. Corner.
I'm Mahi from Sri Lanka. My perspective is a little bit against something that we have discussed almost. Even though we have discussed the same topic for 3 decades, the digital divide is getting bigger and bigger. The digital gap between developed world and developing world is increasing due not only to AI emerging technologies, but also with the digital policies creating regionally and locally without coordinations. Example is a GDPR that happened a few years back. The government censorship can also contribute to the digital divide. In many countries around the world, nowadays, they are taking cybersecurity and safer internet as a topic for this divide. So there are a lot of issues that happened regarding media platform monitoring, online activities regarding citizens, and arrest and imprisonments through these legal actions. I believe as a network of NRIs, which covering around 160 countries and nations, we need to work together. I think this is a good platform to be together to work towards inclusive internet. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good intervention. Thank you for highlighting that even if you are connected, your internet shutdown or cyber security, national security, there's so many issues that is dividing you. Yes, sir.
I'm Levi Siansege from Internet Society Zambia chapter and the Youth IGF in Zambia. There's one thing I think I've come to be of concern for me. I understand satellite and broadband connectivity as a way to try and bridge the digital divide in a sense. However, it's come to my attention in a way that it's actually a bit more costly for those, especially in rural areas, to access broadband connectivity, which again has become a way of increasing the digital divide when it's supposed to actually reduce it. I've noticed in my country, for example, we don't have policies that are pushing for low spectrum connectivity like community networks. So my question then comes in to the panel and probably those that have worked on community networks and so on. How then do we engage governments to promote policies that ensure digital inclusion by allowing for small spectrum, but also increasing development of community networks in, for example, my country or those nearby? Because I think community networks in a way promote a lot of digital inclusion. That's my understanding, and based on my brief reading, how then do we engage policymakers to ensure that this becomes a reality? That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Poncelet, you want to make some point? Or you want to respond to him?
Sorry for coming a bit late. I have my asthma disturbed me in the morning. That's why I'm here a little bit late. But I would just directly answer your question. You know, in most cases, trying to bridge the digital divide, you have to play it in a multi-sectoral way. The telcos have to be involved, and there's always a buy-in, usually, when telcos are involved, discussing with governments and discussing with the regulatory authorities to really create a situation whereby, because you talk to an average telco, they will tell you that, okay, you want to put, you want us to give, take it to the last mile with broadband connectivity, and we'll say, okay, we have only 15 villages there with less than 500 people living in the community. What do? You know, and that is where community networks come in. And community networks brings in a lot of players, but at the same time, what I've realized also is that when you get in even the municipal council involved at local level, you achieve a lot, because usually the municipal council will say, okay, you want to set up this community network in this area, we are going to give the building where it's going to be located and sell companies to come to do corporate social responsibilities. But the only way to do it, because we still have a number of countries that are facing a situation whereby the cost of internet, like in the Gambia, is $5 per for 1 gigabyte of data, you know, which is one of the most expensive in Africa. I think Ghana has about the lowest, you know, on the continent. The average in the continent is about $2 of the data for 1 GB. So how do we bring down this cost? The only way to bring down this cost, a lot is being done on getting more submarine cables around and investing on last mile connectivity. And we have to make sure we engage the private sector better, you know, in this process, because they have to also be included, especially the telcos. I mean, 80% of the continent is on voice. So we should know that. So we have done well on voice. Why can't we do it on data? It's still the same players. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet. We have 3 interventions waiting. One, Carl, want to say something, and we have 2 people online who want to say something. And before that, I just want to respond to that Indian intervention, Indian Youth IGF, is that by saying that, you know, if many people, even if the internet is available and they don't want to get into, and there is an aversion or whatever, they don't have motivation, I think it is also because the internet has become socially very noisy in the last 10 years. and that news is coming all the time. If you remember last 30 years, you'll remember initially everybody wanted to see internet, that I want to go there and I find something, research something, you know, resource as a resource. But now most of the people are thinking, okay, internet means Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and YouTube, and only 5 platforms or 6 platforms are taking all the attention of all the consumers, and that is also reflecting that, is it too noisy, insecure, whatever, is also something that's a subject of digital divide itself. You know, why are we looking at like a shopping mall where it's so crowded that I can't do shopping myself there? So that's one aspect that is there that we need to all collectively work. Coming to community network, for my 2 cents is that in India, community network has created a legislation change. Now in India, we have a policy called PM Vani, which is the wide area network or something like that, name after PM, is that anybody can buy internet and sell internet. So whether you use community network as a framework, or you do point-to-point, or you do like a community development, or you do as a telco, or a small telco, or a local telco, you can do that. There is no licensing fees required. So totally liberalized. You take a backhaul and start distributing. Unless you lie into those 40,000 villages out of 600 villages where there is no tower at all. Then it's a different matter, then you can build it. So I just wanted to respond, and Carl, can I come to you after I go online, so that they are waiting for a long time? Banu, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for again, giving me an opportunity to speak a few things. In fact, very interesting discussion that is going on, both online as well as offline. I basically wanted to touch upon a couple of things. It looks like when different regions, presented, they were in fact, they had their own take on divide, a digital divide. Some of them were talking about access divide. Some of them were talking about usage divide, skill divide, content divide, affordability divide, gender divide, or generational divide even. And then finally, maybe multilingual divide, which actually took the center stage in today's discussion. But it looks like, we still do not have a set of effective indicators to measure divide across the world, the globe. We've been talking about divide for a long time, and it looks like this set of indicator has never been established by IGF, ITU, UNESCO, which are a couple of main players. And even, I look at, the Secretary General's message to the digital, the new, say, digital commons, that he presented. Even in that one, we do not talk about a set of, say, universally agreed, indicators that will measure divide in their different, say, forms and shape. So perhaps, what this panel could communicate to the responsible, like stakeholders, which will, as a takeaway message from this panel, is to come up with a universally agreed indicators to measure divide that exist in different forms and shape. So I'm not too sure if that is something that is already available and that we can take. And given the fact that the new say the AI revolution and data revolution that has brought in a new dimension to these divide. So perhaps we first need to look at how these indicators can be developed and also can be streamlined or mainstreamed in different say digital policies across the world.
Thank you very much. I think we need a digital divide index. I think there is one more comment from online, right, Julian?
Yes, it's from the Bangladesh remote hub. They are making a few questions that we can take them, so the speakers can refer to them in the next session that we are about to start. So the question is that the digital divide in our society is leaving low-income families behind, especially women. Youths and students have less access to the information they need, but they need ample access to necessary digital technology. So how we can ensure the reduction of the digital divide and digital access for all for an inclusive society? In addition that, in most developing countries, inadequate infrastructure and technological resources for the low penetration of the internet in rural areas are two major factors that need to be taken into consideration for the inclusion of all people to reduce the digital divide. And the internet can open up new avenues and opportunities for women, providing them with greater access to education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Technology can also help challenge and break gender stereotypes and biases. How we can ensure digital access for all, especially women?
Okay, I think it was the same, almost like the same comment. Carl, you want to go ahead with your pending comment that you wanted to make? I can do it later. Yeah.
Just regarding the low income, in France during COVID, we observed that students were just connected through their smartphone and not through computer, etc. So it's not just a response for them, but some places called France Connect were implemented. There are places you can find all the equipment you want, and also people who can help you with skills to connect to the necessary services you have to go. It's just one solution, it's not all the solution.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we are in the now last stage, although we have only 10 minutes left, but I think since the lunch is coming, nobody is going to push us out of the room. We can take at least a couple of minutes. So for all the 6 speakers, I think the next step is to go ahead and get what is next. What are the things that we can do as an NRI and going forward, maybe actionable items. So I'll start from, since Ponsulit is already here, I will go to Ponsulit. Can you take 1.5 minutes and tell us what are the action points and going forward from here?
Moving forward, yeah. I think one of the things we have to do is in bridging this divide is we have to preach about more on digital inclusions, really bottom top, and engage our municipalities more in the processes. You know, because in most cases, we forget the local players at governmental level. In what we do, we just want to take actions without contacting those stakeholders that their lives are going to be impacted. And I think it's always good to hear from them. And it's also very good that we shouldn't ostracize our telcos, who are one of the biggest players in terms of making money in the continent. A lot of them have come up with loads of innovative solutions on e-commerce and everything, and even our fintech companies in the continent. So not that things as an African, not that things are not happening, but we have to know that all players, to bridge the digital divide, we have to do it rightly, and we have to engage local. We start local. And the infrastructure is there, but the coordination is not there. And I hope we can do it right. We have 7 years to meet the SDGs. We have a lot of things coming up, and the best way to do it is engaging properly at local level to hear their problems and providing solutions for them that we bridge that inclusion that is greatly needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pexi.
Thank you very much. I would like to say a few words about the possible solutions. I think solution number one is to have options, for example, that to say if you take a taxi and if you use your mobile phone, you should somehow be allowed to pay by cash. And also if you go into the university, you should be allowed to go in with your card and ID instead of using facial recognition. So I think I have had some problems with my phone about this Apple Pay. So the facial recognition has to be activated in order to use it conveniently. So the first thing is to provide options. And secondly is to create awareness. It is needed to have this the awareness of this device and also their consequences. So basically now digital literacy courses have already started in primary school and high school, which are extremely important for the young students to know about the possible stereotypes that can be produced from the device. And number three is about the content policy. A few of colleagues have touched upon something about the content. I think for so far, I agree very much with Sri Lanka colleague by saying that the situation has gone somehow worse from the traditional media to the digital area. That to say you have never visited a website, for example, under .tz for Tanzania. Have you visited? No? Okay. That is for Tanzania. And possibly you have visited a website under .us, .de, and even .in for India. But you have never visited a website under .vn, like for Vietnam. So we need to have this kind of awareness, and also perhaps we have to implement the content policy to give relevance to UN IGF. I think that is one very significant thing. That to say the global flow of information remains unequal. So under such circumstances, under the circumstance that the global digital divide cannot be bridged very soon, so we have to ask the platforms to be responsible for the content, especially about, for example, religious hatred, about racial hatred, about ethnic hatred. Sorry. So we have the Global Digital Compact here, but unfortunately the content part 5, was dropped. Part 5 is about exactly content of misleading content and accountability. So it's important to handle this content area by incorporating the terms of service and then by implementing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claire.
Thank you. Maybe the first step is to address the gender issue in school. Because, for example, in France, it stays this kind of stereotype. Women are not getting in technological studies. So I think this is a very important divider. This is the first step. And maybe in the methodological point of view, we can, because I had worked on the Internet universality indicators, maybe one step regarding this project of UNESCO is to once a lot of countries will have ended the project, to look at these indicators and to make a think at how we can use it to compare countries, because they are not actually they are not used to compare countries, but to make a frame of a country on the way internet is expand in one country, but not to be compared one another. So maybe at the end of the project, we have to reflect on how they can be used for action.
Thank you. Can we go to Carla?
Yes, thank you. In our region, it has come we have an important question that we are asking ourselves, because we know that connectivity is coming and eventually many people are going to be online. So what's going to happen when we're all connected? And the things our colleague from China was saying are very important, in the sense that we are not asking the question on why we want to be connected. What do we want to take out from connectivity? And I think this is an important question. Today we have a session at 2:45 that is called "What is the nature of the internet?" So we're going to address this question, if internet should be a human right, a public good. And in that sense, I really love, in Latin America, we really push the reflection that community networks bring, because community networks, in a sense, ask themselves, okay, it is important to be connected, but why is it important for us to be connected? Why do we want connectivity as a community? Why do we want connectivity for the younger people? Why do we want connectivity for the elders? And in some of the communities, they have realized that they don't even want to be connected. That they want the right of unconnectivity, of not being connected. So I think this is a very important conversation. It's one of the things that is right now happening to us, and it's an ongoing discussion. And I think having the national IGFs, the regional IGFs, these global IGF is also, they are also very important spaces for us to ask this question. So I think this is what is next for us, and also keep working with the governments, keep working with the internet service providers, with the companies, and together at civil society. And yes, just also pushing this community networks point of view, because it also includes the different levels and different members of the community. So I think that's what is next for our region. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Carla. Dear Zina.
Yes, thank you. In summary, I think that the internet access is an opportunity, and the digital skills are the power. We need the skills with the opportunity to have these powers. So my opinion is that in partnerships and in a multi-stakeholder approach, everybody should be on this mission to bridge the digital divide. Not only the government, not only the private sector or the civil society. We all need to collaborate. We need to find a link in order to serve the community, or in order to make the internet accessible for everyone. It should not be a privilege. Everybody should be able to benefit from internet for a better living. So partnerships and multi-stakeholder approach, I think this is a way forward to deal with the digital divide.
Thank you very much. I like the word that you use, that access is an opportunity which requires a skill. And all of us has responsibility to participate to make that happen for those who are not. Can we go for a quick way ahead to Mr. Bhanu, and then we will close.
Thank you very much, Chair. It has been a very engaging discussion, and I learned a lot from this one. A couple of things which I think could be a way forward from this interesting conversation that we just had, was that digital skills are now they have become indispensable to advance communities. And if you see all the questions that the Bangladesh women's IGF have posed, they all talk about how can we utilize digital skills to advance some of these disadvantaged communities. So this is one thing which is becoming extremely important from this one. So the other thing is that we really have to care for this 15% of the global population, which somehow are being left out from the digital dialogue, let's put it, not even take it into consideration of digital engagement. even from digital dialogue, they have been left out. So I think, we'll have to find special, say, provision, special, policy and a lot of things for them. The third point, that I would like to say is that internet has now become not only an conduit to provide services, but at the same time, it has also bringing a lot of goods and services to the people. So digital divide, can not only say keep them like in the dark, from the information like explosion that is taking place around us, but also devoid them of services and goods that the governments are providing. So that is extremely important. One of our colleagues essentially talked about Rome principles. So this is something that UNESCO has said. So internet essentially should be right-based, it should be open, it should be access to everyone, and also guided by multi-stakeholder process. So I think that is a very strong message that UNESCO has provided. So perhaps like we should somehow think about utilizing the Rome framework and come up with indicator that will actually measure the level of divide that exists around the world. Thank you so much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We are absolutely on time to end it. I will take my 2 minutes to close it. Just to summarize, what we discussed mainly is that, if I can divide that into two parts, one issue on digital divide is the typical physical digital divide, which is like people connected, people not connected. And then the other part is that division within those who are connected, how deep that divide is. And that is based on various levels. That is based on language, content, quality of access, internet shutdown, control of internet. Also, if not control, there is a market level overpowering, influence on like how platform has become internet, almost like internet. So internet is just about using 4 or 5 platforms and searching on the Google, and that's about it. And then you are, of course, searching those content which is available on that, and 75% of that has no language diversity. And if it is not language diversity, it is also no cultural diversity. If it is not cultural diversity, you don't have a depth of the content also. You're not listening or seeing. And if I look within IGF, and I made a tweet yesterday saying that there is not a single person who is not connected is here. I mean, if we are talking about IGF, we are not even inclusive ourselves. This platform itself is not inclusive. We haven't made an effort to bring those who are unconnected to listen to them. We haven't brought those who are suffering from connectivity also, maybe internet shutdown, like in India, there is a region which is under internet shutdown, which is Manipur. I'm sure at any point of time, they are not here. So we also do not make those efforts. So digital divide is a very deep issue. It's a very, I would say it's a very emotional issue also. And I would, in my conclusion, I would also reply to the Bangladesh intervention. And a way forward, if I can make, is that the only way digital divide can be overcome is to look at internet or digital from gender perspective. It's something like, if your house is not complete without gender inclusion, how can you be, your colony can be complete, and therefore how can internet be complete without them? And if you start looking at internet and digital from gender perspective, you immediately become inclusive, you immediately become them as a front runner of the internet, and therefore you have more inclusion, you have more content inclusion also, you have more diversity inclusion also. And this is my personal experience working in India, is that when we go to work in villages, we first give the connectivity devices or access to women first. And whenever we give to women, it is utilized better, it is saner, it is peaceful, it is also good business, and also the business outcome goes to the family, rather than goes somewhere else. Seriously, and we have seen that one. And I would say the women are the best proof that if you want meaningful connectivity, give the connectivity to women. There will always be meaning. That's what we have seen in the at least in India. And I would like to end there by saying that the way forward is that all of us sitting here on the panel are responsible for fighting digital divide, and also taking the access, as Zina said, taking the access to those people who are not connected with the skills and honor. Thank you very much for everybody's participation and patience. Thank you, dear panel. And my co-moderator, Julian, who's silently been managing the online.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the government of Japan to host this meeting, and also to the NRIs that has been participating in organizing the collaborative sessions. It's an effort behind this, and I wanted to highlight that it's important to continue working together, addressing these issues, as well as all the technical staff, that everything works smoothly, because they are also supporting us in bringing this session to the remote hubs, like in Bangladesh, and the people online.
Great. Thank you, Julian. We will end with those note of thanks. Thank you very much.
or someone will have to tell me what to do. I know, but online moderators don't necessarily sit next to me. Adam, you going to sit next to me so you can tell me what to do? And because I don't necessarily remember every name or pronounce every name correctly. Yeah, tell me what to do. Yeah, how do I pronounce it? Oh no! That's right. The point is to make the last I talk. Yeah, that's probably. I'll get the last I talk. You're a speaker, I'm a discussant. there's one there and there's one there.
So should we just keep that one over
We'll just, yeah, you should, oh yeah, you should. Hello, Raul, how are you doing? Who will move you? Welcome. We seem to have passed the bottom of the hour, so I guess we should start. So welcome to this session on, what is the exact title? It's on internet fragmentation, perspectives and collaboration. So that's a good clue as to where we're heading. It's been an interesting topic to watch being talked about this week. Lots of opinions, lots of definitions, the beginnings of a new framework for how to understand it and discuss it, which is still growing and still being thought of. So there's really a lot of really interesting people, knowledgeable people on this round table, and we really want to get a discussion going of all the people around the table. And also, as we move on, all of you that are sitting back here. So anybody that's going to want to talk is going to have to come. There are only a few microphones, so you will have to come up and get a microphone when you want to talk. But anyhow, so I want to welcome you all, and I really want to get started. And as opposed to me saying a lot more, because you all have a lot more to say. So Elena Plexiga from ICANN, would you like to start us off with a view?
I'm on. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Avi. Yes, I can kick off with some more opinions and some more definitions, which I'm sure that you'll be very happy to hear. So, as you know, I work for ICANN, representing a technical organization. And therefore, if you will, what I will come here with does come from the technical world. I think that to talk about internet fragmentation, one should start by defining, by singling out what it is that makes the internet single, what it is that makes it one. Because, as we all know, and I was having this discussion with Avri at breakfast, the internet anyway is not one. It's myriads of different networks. It runs through all kinds of communication infrastructure. What is it that binds it together to what we call today global internet? And this is none other than the unique identifiers, the domain names, the namespace, the IP addresses, and the internet protocols alongside. Okay, I'm not a technical person, so I think of it as some sort of common technical languages that all devices speak, and they can find each other on the network. And the emphasis being on the word unique. It's this uniqueness that gives us the global internet. As long as different networks and devices connected on them use the same unique set of identifiers, we have one internet. And that's, of course, ICANN's mission, one internet, to ensure a stable and secure operation of the internet's unique identifiers. We do that together with our sibling organizations, the RIRs, the IGF, etc. That said, a fragmented internet would go against everything ICANN stands for, everything ICANN was created to do. But what would be internet fragmentation? At the content level, there are already limitations. Content is not available to everyone, everywhere. That's been happening for years, and it's even desirable in some cases. Think of parental controls. Of course, it's not desirable in other cases. But that's not internet fragmentation. It's limitations as to the content a user can access, user experience, fragmentation, if you will. But it's not internet fragmentation, and it's actually confusing, and because I was told to be a little bit inflammatory, it's actually, to my mind, dangerous to keep referring to content level limitations as internet fragmentation, because people leave a discussion with the impression that the internet is already fragmented. And that can become, if you will, a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm talking of own experience. I've been discussing with parliamentarians about legislation that would create this or that. And when we got to that point, they were saying to me, but it is already fragmented, so why would we, what is there? That's why I'm saying it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. The internet is still there, it's not broken. Fragmentation would be, if we take an example of the postal service, would be if the postal service stops being there. If I tell my postman that I don't want to receive letters from Avri, that's not internet fragmentation, it's just that I don't want a specific part of the content. Fragmentation is when the internet breaks at technical level, when you don't have interoperability. So, is the internet fragmented today? No. At technical layer, absolutely not. Can it be fragmented? Yes. I think it might. It might. Alternative namespaces. If we have that, the uniqueness is gone. A second root of the internet, the uniqueness is gone. And I will not go into the technical side of it because, first of all, I'm not technical. And second, and most importantly, because I think that although fragmenting the internet is a technical issue, it will not come, if it comes from the technical world, it will come from the political world. Deliberately or by accident, with the latter, the accident being what concerns me the most. The million-dollar question, if you will the global internet survive a fragmented world? So, you know, we live in a world that is not the same as it used to be before. There's a lot of politicization around a number of issues. And we start to see this politicization over the unique identifiers as well. Them getting drawn into the geopolitical agenda. And that can be dangerous for the very global nature of the internet. I'll stop here. I hope that was good.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. The next person I have is Jennifer Chung from .Asia to basically give her impressions, definitions, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Avri. My name is Jennifer Chung. I work for .Asia organization, which is obviously .Asia is a registry operator of the .Asia top-level domain. I guess from my point of view, whether or not I can add to the definition or add to the controversy of this discussion that hopefully we'll have here is .Asia is a registry. We, of course, sit on the application layer of the technical part of the internet. And I think perhaps we are quite clear on the fact that, you know, what technical fragmentation might be. You know, if we start with the baseline, you know, when we're looking at where are we starting this assessment from? If the assumption that the primary benefits of the core features is to be able to have universal connectivity and to have the interoperability, I'm really bad with this word, between these consenting devices, then I think there's that very baseline that we can agree upon. I don't think a lot of people are really confused about it or would argue against this part. I think where we're coming from now is, I think many different definitions try to bucket fragmentation into different categories. I see a lot of papers and research and also opinions saying that first there's a fragmentation of the technical layer, which hopefully is not controversial. Secondly, there's a fragmentation of the user experience or more of on the end user or how we experience, how we navigate. And thirdly, it's a fragmentation mainly on the policy level, which is more governed by, you know, places in where decision making is made there, or in governments where there's decision making on policy, regulations, legislations that could aim to destabilize or could fragment the internet as we see it. I think what is really important that we should also remember is what isn't fragmentation. I think the word fragmentation is now used, it is very important to use this word, but if we use this word to describe every single thing that is different, I think it behooves us to actually pull back and realize, no, this is actually something that is good for the development of the internet. One example I'd like to bring out from the .Asia point of view is a lot of people see internationalized domain names as, hey, this is, what's going on here? Could there be a threat of fragmentation? Is this actually already a fragmentation? And I would like to pause it to say, actually, internationalized domain names, which means domain names that can be seen in scripts such as Urdu or the Han script, which is Chinese, Korean, and Japanese also use the Han script. These scripts allow you to see the domain name in the native script, and the threat here really is if this is not implemented well, then we have the possibility or the danger of having a fragmented internet, not the fact that we are implementing this becomes a fragmentation of the internet. So that's one thing I'd like to really bring up first. And the second thing is when we're looking at a different part of fragmentation, when we're looking at, and now I'm talking more about the policy level, when we're looking at where we're sitting right now at the Internet Governance Forum, we're talking about these things. But when we're looking at bodies that decide regulations, upcoming legislations, what we really have to remember is that when these actions and legislations aim at this content and user layer, and this causes internet fragmentation, that it also threatens the technical layer, because then the implementation then comes down, that effect, there's a knock-on effect where things like internet shutdowns come down from any kind of policy level, or things like, when people ask certain bodies to shut down portions of the internet. So those are the geopolitical concerns and pressures that we have to resist when we talk about fragmentation as well. And I think I want to end a little bit more with, like, at least for my first intervention, to mitigate these risks really requires a lot of, first of all, conversation and coordination, but also not duplicating all this conversation into different silos where nobody's talking to each other and not quite getting the part where we need to coordinate well. So I'll stop right here.
Okay, thank you. It was interesting to me to hear IDN included in the list of possible fragmentation. So thank you for bringing that up, and I'll be interested to hear more about the whole notion of implementation being something that could cause that. The next person on the list is Timie Suto, ICC basis.
Thank you, Avery. Thanks, everyone. Yes, Timea Schutter, Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you who don't know us, we're representatives of global industry. We have around 45 million members in over 170 countries across all different sizes and industries. What does fragmentation mean to me from this perspective and to us? And I have to react to what the others have said before, because I think that's the whole point of this conversation. On that baseline layer that, Elena, you were talking about, is the internet fragmented? No, it's not. It's working. But attempts have been made, and were sort of successful, to disconnect and prove that it can. It really can. And I think I need to agree with Jennifer, your last point there, that certain pressures that come, not at the technical layer, but at the top of all of that, at the content layer, at the data layer, at the policy layer, governance layer, have very real impacts on that technical layer and the internet way, this network of networks. And I think disregarding that and saying the internet works, it's not fragmented, is putting our heads in the sand, because there's real dangers of the internet fragmenting if we buy into the fact that we can fragment the top of it, because it's really easy for that to then go down. That is my maybe a bit controversial view, but I think we cannot disregard this. Especially when we are at forums like this and others that don't have the technical expertise. Maybe this forum has because it's multi-stakeholder, but other forums that make decisions at the political layers, at the content layers, at the policy governance layers, might not have all that really technical background. So it's easy, first of all, for them to confuse things. And secondly, thinking that if it can be done at the top, why not do it elsewhere? What is there to lose? And I think those are very dangerous questions to ask. So for us on the business side, to bring it back to my official talking points, for us, what matters here is the digital economy that was built on top of the internet and digital technologies and everything that the internet enables. And when I talk about the digital economy, it's not just about GDP or the bottom lines of business, but the society, the development goals, the growth, both personally, both for communities and for economies, that was fueled by the internet. And that really depends for us on the ability to move data across borders, to make sure that data supports global trade, information exchange, commerce, healthcare, medicine, research, everything that is built on the top of data being able to flow across borders. And their barriers to that, those data flows, for me, are real examples of internet fragmentation. Maybe I don't have a better word to call it, so we can put that challenge to the audience here if you have better ways to call it. But if barriers to data flows coming from various concerns, concerns mostly about trust on the internet, whether it is I don't trust my data go outside my region because the privacy protections are not the same, or the IP protections are not the same, or the consumer protections are not the same, or just because I think I can create more value by keeping it here and not letting others share it, access it, process it. I think those are very dangerous thoughts, and thoughts to data localization and fragmentation in this layer. I think, first of all, hamper a lot of the benefits of the internet. Even if it works technically, the benefits don't come. And it's not a user choice, right? It's not Avri saying, I don't want to receive letters from you. I cannot receive letters from you because others have made that choice for me. And that's also another question that we might want to delve into later. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, you're all starting to answer the question, and we're also all starting to have a little bit of the discussion. Though all these people talking about not sending me letters is going to get sad. But anyhow, next I'd like to go to Javier Parlero, who's a consultant, digital rights, tech, and culture. So Javier is remote? Yeah. So
yes,
is he available to talk? Yes, please, go.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity for being there. I am connected from Argentina, so hi to everyone there. So let me go with my attempt at responding at this very difficult and specific question. What I would say is that I have to agree with all of that was said before. I think this is a very complex issue that starts with a very specific definition that is technical, right? And listening to Jen, I have to agree, right, about thinking about what makes the internet one, right, which is these unique identifiers, protocols, and the common language that's spoken. But one of the aspects that I would like to bring up from a civil society perspective is not only what makes the internet unique or one, but also why that happens. What is the reason to be that the internet has, at least for most of us as users? And that's actually the ability for us to be able to communicate and to connect with everyone, right? So that's, I think, what is at the core of this confusion or this idea, right? That, for example, politicians would say, oh, the internet is already fragmented, right? Because there is this perception that the reason that the internet has to be has been changing fast. It has become more closed, more seemingly or perceived, in perception, it has become more disconnected, more unable to provide that sensation of connection and the ability to express yourself without borders and to access information and so on. So I would dare to go a bit further and say that it's actually not a confusion. This idea, you know, that intertwines the political application, technical and protocol levels of the discussion. It's not a confusion. It's something that happens because the thing that goes across all of these dimensions is the reason of the internet to be, right? And the reason to be of the internet is for connection and for, you know, it's a technology that enables the enjoyment of rights and so on. So that apparent confusion is actually a part of the problem. And also as the last speaker before me, Taimia, said, many of these situations, these decisions in the policy level or the application level as well, when a private company becomes a dominant actor in one area of internet services, for example, all of that ends up affecting somehow technical decisions, right? So for example, politics can mandate shutdowns or data retention or national gateways, right? But also certain companies, for example, can exert more and more influence into certain protocols, for example. A key example that comes to mind is the DRM protocols that have been added to the W3C discussions about web protocols, for example, right? And many of that comes from private parties, not necessarily governments, right? Also, another example when it comes to government that goes beyond the extreme example of shutdowns could be the censorship attempts that are done through, you know, mandating changes to the DNS resolvers, right? Or putting pressure into DNS servers, right? So all of that is just a way of saying that this dimension, even if it is not part of the technical specific concrete definition of fragmentation, which I share is more of a technical specific discussion that maybe can be benefited, you know, by being correctly framed and limited. But all of these aspects that I've just been mentioning are also important. They may not be part of the definition, but they are part of the problem and then a part of the perception that has to do with the idea that we have about the internet and how we think that we want to use it. I think that when it comes to working on this, we will have to make a big effort to make a distinction about these different dimensions, maybe focus on some of them, like the protocols one, but you know, because the other ones tend to have their own areas of discussion, right? The ones about censorship of applications or the ones about bad policies, right? All of those are properly covered, let's say, by some other actors. There's a lot of activity, discussion, regulation, civil society actors that are actually very active on that. But on these other areas, there's not that much engagement. And maybe that's where a more narrow definition of the issue can be of service, right? Just to inspire more attention to the underrepresented dimension, if you may. But the fact is that everything is important and should be considered. So I would stop there for the initial intervention. And thank you again for the invitation and for the opportunity to be there virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. And thank you for saying it was virtual. When I said remote, that was an old-fashioned word that we're not really supposed to use anymore. So the virtually or the online. So I really appreciate the correction. The next person I'd like to go to in this initial set of discussions is Nishigata-san, a Japanese government, to give us a, where's the microphone to go? Okay, it was going to go there. So please, thank you now that you have a microphone, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is, thank you for the kind introduction. My name is Nobu Nishigata from the Japanese government. I'm working at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, who host this IGF event. So thank you for coming. And we do appreciate everybody's participation and contribution, which made this event good, really good. Thank you very much again. So getting back to the point of the internet fragmentation, since I'm the government official and I'm not the tech person either, I can write the registration though, not the code. So, but you know, it's confusing matter to me, right? So just some people already mentioned it's many different definition. Then there's a nature of the government person. We need a definition before starting talk, right? But I tried my best today. And then maybe, you know, this is a part of my job to just following what is happening in the internet every day. Then I do recognize some, or maybe most, of the recent issues. It just following up on the category of the internet fragmentation. Then I refrain to speak the particular names of countries, but I do recognize that there is some frustration in the tech community, particularly, among the several kinds of the fragmentation. And from the government perspective, then I would understand the frustration particularly against the government intervention and its forceful type of fragmentation, for example, like an internet shutdown during the election period, that kind of things. And then, however, though, from the government perspective, this is not a job of our ministry, but some other part of the government. We have to do some jobs, particularly for our public safety perspective, particularly within the border. That the government has to serve. Internet is global. This is great, but on the other hand, the border matters to the government. So then, not only for the public safety, but the government may make some actions that frustrates you guys in the tech community, and for the sake of the other high-level policy agenda for like economic development or national safety, etc., etc. So this could be maybe today is one of the discussion point, how far the government can do or allowed to do these jobs. And I understand that some communities hate even the single government intervention to the internet. However, but we do understand though, well, we have to be accountable for these actions. And in Japan's case, fortunately though, we don't see the severe cases yet. And of course, the government of Japan respects the open and free internet. I mean, you can see many evidence, like we support the Declaration of the Future Internet published by the US government, or like Japan chairs this G7 meetings this year. And the G7 agreed the support to DFI, and it's our chair's leadership. And Japan and the US both government get together, then just finished our day zero session on the Declaration of the Future Internet to evangelize people in the IGF venue here. So, it's good. I understand that some of the government action in general may frustrate the internet people, but on the other hand, it is not only the internet people that get frustrated. The government is also sometimes gets frustrated, or not. I would say at least not satisfied with the current internet. And there are some issues that to be solved. For example, though, there are issues. I would say, regarding the fragmentation, maybe that goes upon a user interface type of fragmentation, the filter bubble or echo chamber or these kind of things. And this is not only the phenomena, but these things bring more some bad side effects brought by these internet services, right? So this is the issue that we are not satisfied and we have to tackle. But on the other hand, the government cannot solve these things by ourselves. We need particularly the technicians and technical people, or maybe other part of the society, but we need some others' help to tackle and solve these problems. So, and in the my intervention, maybe let me say that, we had our Prime Minister Kishida came into the IGF meeting, if you are aware of, and he just committed that, to our effort to maintain the open, free internet. And particularly the reason is that we shouldn't leave anyone behind from the benefit of the internet that brought for 30, 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been an interesting first set of comments in that it started very low with a very precise. We've added nuances as we've sort of moved up the scale, and then it's almost flowered to the point of anything that interferes with an open and free internet can perhaps be seen as a fragmentation. And so that is a very good representation of sort of the blossoming of this conversation, the blossoming of the differences that many of us have. I'd like to now go and call on some other folks. We've got really an amazing number of folks around this table that have probably good things to say, and dig a little deeper. Perhaps there'll be other nuances and other extensions that'll get added, but also to dig a little deeper into some of what's been said. And next, I'd like to go to Alhaji Embo, who's a member of parliament of the Gambia. So you got that one, okay.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Honorable Alai Jimbo from the Gambia, Member of Parliament, and also the Vice Chair of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. I think we are discussing a very important topic, a topic that is actually confusing some people because of definition. But I quite agree that anything that can actually interface with the free flow of the internet, actually you can actually call it internet fragmentation. I'm a lawmaker, but I came from the tech community, so we will be okay with that. Now, as we try to have a stable and integrated internet, these fragmentations, whether it's at the technical level, or whether it's at the government level, or whether it's at the business level, because these are the three areas that you can actually see the fragmentation may happen. So we may have an issue at the level of legislation, because legislators don't want to legislate anything that is ambiguous. We want to be very clear on what we are trying to legislate. And again, the internet is such a way that you don't want to put in any kind of legislation that would actually hamper or stifle innovation. And again, when you have these fragments of the internet, like these little islands that actually are not talking to each other, regularly or optimally, then we may have an issue. The causes, it could be political by our own governments, but at the side of legislation, I think there could be an issue here, because we are trying to have a free flow, and we are also trying to streamline our legislations across the world. That's the reason why here you see that we have African parliamentarians, we have some from the European Parliament, and we've been talking, what can we do together to ensure that we have a safe, secure, and integrated internet. So bringing these splinter groups would cause us actually more problems, because we already have issues in terms of legislation. Now bringing actually more divisions on this area is actually going to cause us more problems. So I think this is something we really need to discuss to see what we can do together to ensure that we leave it the way it is, and then to ensure that we promote secure and integrated connectivity. In that case, we can work together as legislators or as policymakers to ensure that we can streamline what we do. Now, you just mentioned about, sometimes about the internet shutdown. But personally, I would actually call it internet disruption. Because what is happening right now is they're trying to, stop particular applications from running, not the entire internet. So that is actually disruption. So you're not really shutting down the internet completely, but you are just actually stopping particular applications from actually running. And I think all those things actually is something that we really need to look at to see that this disruption of the internet actually stopped, and this fragmentation actually would actually propel that more than actually just, so at the side of legislation, I think it's better we leave it the way it is and support it more to ensure that we have free flow, and we also have integrated, and we also have it more secure for everybody to live. Thank you.
Thank you for basically taking it a little further into differentiating sort of the different behaviors and the different problems, and that perhaps is helpful. Next, I'd like to go to Tomoaki Watanabe, who's from the Center for Global Communications in Tokyo. And by the way, thank you everybody for helping play the game with Pass the Microphone, so please.
Thank you. My name is Tomoaki Watanabe. I'm an academic based in Tokyo. The way I thought about this issue is, when is Splinternet bad or bad enough? And I kind of agree, or I kind of resonate with the idea that the democratic or politically motivated Splinternet is the one we should get most concerned about. But then maybe we should be aware of the fact that democracy, even in some of the most democratic countries, is these days challenged to an extent or another. I think things like war against terrorism or measures against rioting or civil unrest. Those things are not that foreign to some of the most democratic countries. And I'm sure that some level of internet regulation is desired by governments of those countries. I don't, and also let me add one more thing, that having a free and open internet, in principle, I tend to think that's a good thing. That's a condition for a better society. But also, I think these days, a lot of questions are asked how good it is, or is this enough to bring about good changes? Or sometimes, as many people have already mentioned, it causes really serious adverse effects. And in light of those things, I think we really have to think carefully how to proceed in a way, because I think it's not really so simple as to say, oh, only certain countries are problematic, and these countries are more like pro-freedom, pro-unified internet, because I think upon closer inspection, even in those countries which are pro-democracy, pro-unified internet, there are serious problems and concerns, and maybe studying those things more closely, discussing about those things closely, might give us a better way to think about maybe a more comprehensive package. Maybe the unified internet is just one of, or part of the package that would bring about a good social changes. Maybe I spoke long enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it actually starts to get even more a little confusing in terms of free and open is not always free and open, and certainly not always good. And we've certainly heard that before. And I'm starting to feel that it's starting to cover a lot and not cover much at the same time. So it's becoming actually a more and more interesting conversation. Next I have Tatiana Tropina from Leiden University, who needs a microphone. And please, can you sort of help bring it in a little bit?
It's working now. Thank you very much, Avri. And I was listening to everybody and thinking about these 100 flavors of fragmentation, as Avri put it, or 50 shades of fragmentation. And I think the confusion comes from the fact that we place our belief, our faith in global connectivity on different layers of the internet. And I'm taking here purely technical, purely technocratic approach. For me, from this perspective, from the perspective of technical layer, nothing has challenged the global dominance of TCP/IP, the system of unique identifiers, and if something has challenged it, for example, the incompatibility of IPv6 and IPv4 IP addresses, this has been fixed. The technical tools have been developed for the global connectivity to win. So for me, the glue that brings all these layers together and provides us, fulfills this promise of global connectivity is still there. But I do understand that different speakers put faith and definition of global connectivity somewhere else, below the technical layer. Then internet shutdowns become internet fragmentation, or above technical layer, then various content regulations, restrictions, censorship will also become internet fragmentation, because their promise of global connectivity is somewhere else. And this is where this debate gets confusing. To me, internet is not fragmented exactly because the glue that keeps us together, the technical layer, is still interoperable, it's still global. Remove censorship, you will have connectivity. But once this layer is gone, everything is gone. So yes, it's not fragmented, but the question is there no danger? There is a danger. And to me, the danger is that by trying to regulate, by trying to territorialize information flows, by trying to exercise control for various reasons, be it preservation of political system or legitimate concerns about protecting their citizens from various threats, governments start imposing restrictions that might intentionally or unintentionally impose regulation that might intentionally or unintentionally tackle the technical layer. And here I have to go away from my technocratic approach and say one thing. We like to think about technical layer like unique identifiers, TCP, IP, so it's all connected, it glues it together, it's working. But we have to think that this doesn't exist on its own. It exists not because the governments imposed it, not because regulation imposed it. It exists because the community, technical community, multi-stakeholder community put faith in it at some point by adoption of these protocols, by adoption of this system of unique identifiers. And it runs purely based on trust. And away from my technocratic approach, if regulation destroys either technical underpinnings or this trust, this is where internet is going to fragment. And I do believe that this is a danger here. And I would like to circle back to what Elena said about self-fulfilling prophecy. We talk about definitions a lot here. I do believe that at some point we start talking about solutions. And to me, one of the solutions would be to be very careful saying that internet is fragmenting or fragmented, because it's some sort of perpetuating debate. What we have to do, we have to start thinking about basics and basic commitments. I know that it's hard to fix government censoring the internet. And sometimes we have to stop labeling it as fragmentations because sometimes it would be just purely human rights abuses. And it's much fancier to say fragmentation, right? But we have to look into the core, and at the core would be global connectivity and trust. And if this session can start any debate about steps forward, I would say that it would be commitment by governments, by technical community, by anybody else to these basics. And once we preserve these basics, we can solve any other problem because the global connectivity will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. So we get to a point where we really are starting to overload the term, and we've overloaded it with all of our frustrations and unhappinesses and everything else and get in trouble. Next, I want to move to, and I've got a couple more before we'll come back around, so many good people to talk to here, with Shital Kumar from Global Partners. And please pass the microphone. No, that way. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm sorry I'm late, but I'm really glad I got to catch Tatiana's input there because I think it was very helpful. And the more I listen to these discussions, the more I feel like we are actually getting somewhere, as long as we're happy to navigate a choppy water. I think one of the challenges that we're facing is that we're talking about something we're trying to preserve and also evolve. And so we're trying to figure out perhaps, as you were saying, Tatiana, what we need to preserve. And I think that's very helpful to identify and agree on, and how we evolve that, considering we need to preserve that. The issue is that whether through unintended or intended actions, and as you mentioned, a lot of those can come from regulation, there are challenges to preserving what we have. When it comes to the internet, those critical properties, the values, the principles of openness and connectivity, and indeed user control and autonomy, those are being impacted or could be impacted by regulation and decisions and the normalization of actions like shutdowns, for example. So that, to me, is the challenge. And then how specific we are or how broad we are, I think that comes from, yes, perhaps identifying what we need to, and agreeing on what we need to preserve, identifying what the challenges are to that, and then ensuring that we can continue to evolve the government, the internet according to that. So just quickly on where I think we've come to. I co-lead the policy network on internet fragmentation, and we have developed this framework, which was, I think, probably referred to before. And there we have some recommendations under each of the elements of the framework, which are the technical layer, where we refer to the critical properties of the internet, but also user experience, which combines sort of the impacts of government regulation and also corporate actions on user experience, and develops recommendations based on those, and then governance as well. So the challenge of having duplicative mandates or bodies that are not inclusive and therefore don't coordinate and communicate with each other. Now, I believe, we could take any of those, and if we did some of that, that would be helpful to ensure that we are both preserving and evolving the internet in a way that preserves its original vision. But it is also possible to do part of that and still go along the pathway. So I think what we're trying to figure out here is what is the pathway? And to have some sort of compass for that. And what I hope is that the policy network's contribution, which builds on the contributions of many others who have worked on this topic, whether it's the World Economic Forum paper or the work of the Internet Society, helps to form that compass and to both preserve and evolve what we have so that we can move along the right pathway. Thanks.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention we've got 2 more in this initial list. Then we have an online comment, and then I want to move into a more, organic conversation. And I'll mention to the people there are empty seats around the table. So if you're going to want to say something, find yourself a seat, because it's really easy to pass. Next, I have Raul Echeverria, and the microphone should start moving towards him from Asociación or something, I'm pronouncing it wrong, Latinoamericano de Internet. So Raul, please, I tried.
Excellent pronunciation, Harry. Okay, that's very, very interesting discussion. And I think that I said yesterday in a meeting that we have to escape from the issue of the definitions, because this is where we are stuck. But we are clear about what things we want, how we want the internet to behave, and what are the things that we don't want to happen on the internet. And one of the things we have is that people have the same experiences on the internet around the world. So, and it is not happening. I have experienced that, as other colleague said before. Let's not put names on the countries, but I have been in countries where I have not had the same access to the same applications that I use often in my country or in most of the world. So and there are others, as Tatiana pointed out, too. So there is risk in many policies that create impacts, negative impacts in the way that the internet works. So I don't know. I think that we can be 2 years discussing what is fragmentation or what is not fragmentation, and probably we will not get a consensus. So I would not spend time saying if internet is fragmented or not. We have problems. That's the point, and we know what the problems are. And okay, we can say, okay, don't say that internet is fragmented, because it's like to create that idea that well, if it is already fragmented, so what's the problem? But we have to be careful, because in fact there are policies that have already been adopted in many countries that create a negative impact, that have huge risk on fragmentation. So we could, for not saying that, we can create also the opposite, the opposite spirit, the idea, saying, okay, people complain when we passed this law and nothing happened. That's everybody now is saying that internet is not fragmented. So what's the problem? So let's focus on what are the things that we don't want to happen. We want the people to have the same experience in the internet anywhere in the globe, to take advantage of all the powerful of the connectivity. We don't want interference from governments or in deciding by us what we can do or what we cannot do. And also there are legitimate interest and right in the governments to take care about some things that are proportionally, that we know that there is a common understanding that in the world about child pornography, terrorism, and other things, but also the measures that are taken to avoid the access to this kind of information should be proportional and reasonable, and not that to use a big weapon to kill an ant. No? So there are problems. This is the point, and we have to focus on that instead of discussing if internet is fragmented or not.
Thank you. So we move from quibbling over the definitions and the multiple definitions towards, and I really like the notion of combining two things, sort of the pathway to solutions almost, defining the actual problems and then working on solving them. The next person I have, and it's the last one of this first round, as it were, is Paul Wilson from AP Nick. Do you have a microphone? I can give you this one, or that one's coming.
Hello, I'm Paul Wilson from AP Nick. We're a member of the technical community, one of the regional internet address registries. I think when we've spoken about fragmentation at all these nuanced and high levels, I'm not sure that we want to get back down into the nitty-gritty of the internet layer. So I just do want to say that the purpose of what happens at the regional internet registries is to avoid fragmentation. It is to ensure that we have an internet layer in that technical sense, the underlying layer that supports everything else, that is unfragmented, that can continue to grow, it can continue to operate without fragmentation that can happen in various kinds. And it's continuous work that needs to be done. It, as I tried to say in yesterday's panel, it's something that shouldn't be taken for granted because it can be eroded. And I think looking at fragmentation as a whole and even at an individual layer and an individual case, I think we're all learning that fragmentation is not just a condition of the internet, it's a quality that varies, that comes and goes. It varies by layer, by context, by geography, and so on. And so that goes at the internet layer as well, and what we're continually trying to do through policy making, through the IPv6 transition, through the management of the last supplies of IPv4 is to preserve the integrity of the internet. So if anyone wants to talk about specific aspects of that, like IPv4 versus IPv6, for instance, then we can, but I feel like we're past that. I wanted to make just one observation that is about the changing nature of the internet itself and how really these things do need to be tracked and observed and analysed as the internet grows and changes. There's been a huge trend to a kind of fragmentation of the internet over the last decade towards CDNs, so content distribution networks which take copies of content and move those copies close to the consumers in order that they can be accessed quickly. That's a type of fragmentation because it kind of breaks the model where the user is accessing a service which somehow exists somewhere on the internet, and that service doesn't anymore, even though it looks like one service, even on one IP address. It actually doesn't exist in one place according to the classical model. It's distributed, it's fragmented. The original end-to-end model is kind of fragmented by that situation. So that's a huge trend, and a huge amount of the traffic on the internet is these days delivered through CDNs. To the extent that the APNIC scientist Jeff Houston asked recently whether we were seeing the death of transit on the internet. That is the ability of the internet to negotiate a connection from any one point to any other point through transit networks. And it's a good point, because if you are no longer demanding transit, if you're no longer demanding genuine end-to-end connectivity, then it may well fade. But then along came COVID, and I think the fact that we had this incredible plethora of end-to-end, point-to-point video communications that became a necessity of everyday life sort of pointed out the necessity, the real importance of that end-to-end internet, the ability of any endpoint to effectively connect to any other endpoint. And I was struck actually by the remote, the virtual participation by Javier before, from the other side of the world on this HD connection. Absolutely beautiful, perfect. And we have a point-to-point, end-to-end, unfragmented internet that's allowing that kind of connectivity to take place. And I think that should be still pretty remarkable to all of us, and something not to take for granted. Thank you.
Thank you. You're right. It is rather miraculous that we can do that, and that we assume that it's going to work and get kind of flustered when it doesn't. Okay, we're going to sort of move in the next. We've used about an hour. We've basically had a fair number of people give a fair number of good views that have sort of boiled the ocean a little bit for us. Adam's going to read a comment that was online, and then I'd like to basically, up to now it's been just talk until you said what you wanted to say. Now with a half hour left, sort of, if you've got brief points to make vis-a-vis what other people said, and Adam will carry around a microphone. And also I wanted to ask if there's other participants here who weren't the assigned speaking participants but would like to speak and have something to say. Please let us know so that we can get a microphone to you and you could speak. Either sit here or Adam will bring you a microphone. Yep. So please, Adam.
Thank you. Yes, this is on. Yeah, I do need the exercise, so please call for the mic. I'd love to rush over and give it to you in a second. Just there is an online comment. It actually covers something that Tanya also mentioned. It's from Dhruv Dodi, and he says, while all of these can be called internet fragmentation, would you agree that they are not all equal, and fragmentation at the technical layer that does not allow interoperability at all is a bigger threat than content moderation? Thus, is there a need for us all to be more nuanced when talking about internet fragmentation, and rather than sometimes clubbing them all together, which does not serve us well? So that was the comment, and I think Tanya touched on some of those issues. Who would like a microphone and get me moving?
I saw Chital kept putting her hand up, and then,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh. I will go to
Okay, thank you. Ponsley speaking, Gambia NRI. I just want to go back to Elena. She raised something on, and all the other speakers have really talked more about it, that it's not really a technical issue, which we know. And even when you try to put fragmentation, you try to package it down, you'll discover that most of what people are actually talking about is really human rights and digital rights being abused, whether it's shut down or whatever. So my question to her on this political stuff, that is likely what will break the internet. What type of political situations are you seeing? Because people might interpret them differently. I can use a situation like what happened in Gabon, in my continent of Africa, where Ali Bongo cut down the internet. Later he's overthrown. When there was elections, he cut it down. Now he started crying about using the internet to make some noise to get him released. So some people will consider that in a way, in some parts, especially in Africa, that, oh, shutting down the internet is a fragmentation, you're depriving some people, but actually it's not actually that. So the political, if you can digress more, Elena, on what actual political scenarios do you see can affect a breakdown in fragmentation, cutting off like a whole continent or a whole sector? Thank you.
So we had Chital, and you directly addressed a question though, correct? Yeah.
It is now. What Paul kind of ended on, which is, I don't think we are taking this for granted. I think there is a sense, even if we don't know exactly what it's around, that we're concerned that we're on the wrong we're on the wrong path. And we're moving away from something that we, maybe isn't perfect, but we're moving away from it. And so I think my question would be, or provocation would be, do we know, we all know we're not taking it for granted, but do we know what, perhaps to Raul's point, like what we need to do? Do we agree on what the main issues are? And as I said, some of us have been putting together recommendations, including from this IGF, from the multi-stakeholder policy network, for what can be done. Is that useful? Is that helpful to say that if we implemented those recommendations, things would get better? Do we have that common understanding? Because we are all clearly concerned about something.
Thank you. Did you want to address anything directly? It seemed, and then I have the gentleman there, and then I have, no, he's already got a microphone.
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
I'm Julius Endert from the W Academy in Germany, and I forgot your name, sorry, the lady in the black and white. You? Or maybe, I don't know who wants or can answer it. So how would you connect the discussion about fragmentation and AI? Because what I see is that all the costs are being, for running the internet and providing all the data on all the servers and into the cloud is socialized, and all the profits are privatized on a very few number of companies. And so we are kind of doing all the work, and they are scraping all of our data and sucking in the profit. So isn't that also a kind of fragmentation? So how would you connect these two, or don't you see this kind of connection?
Okay, trying to keep track of the hands in the order in which I see them. I did have Jorge, but if somebody wanted to respond to what was just asked, yes. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what was asked previously, not right
Okay.
now, if I can. Okay. And thank you very much for the question. I was actually taking notes of what the other people were saying and trying to react to that. I was going to get to that point anyway. So, but let me get it from the beginning. We can keep debating on how to define things, of course. And by the way, we do it because we were asked to do it here. So, but I really like Tanya's speech here. Let's look at what we need to preserve. Okay. The issues that Timea or Xavier online brought up are very, very important. We do have issues with data localization, islands of secluded content, shutdowns, what have you, all that. I guess I'll try to put it in perspective in order to get to what we need to preserve. If the internet breaks into splinter nets, into 2, 3, 4 different internets, then I think the problem becomes of a whole other magnitude. And the frustration that we were talking about, that we will all be feeling, will be of a whole other level. Avery, you said before, we assume it just works. In this scenario that we're discussing, it will not just work. So it will be of another thing. So that goes precisely to what we need to preserve. Timea also mentioned, and other people mentioned while we were discussing, legislation to address content issues that can have an adverse effect at the technical level. Agree, that happens. I also see, and no one in the technical community will say that legislation is not needed. There are very real problems on the internet that needs to be addressed. So if you will, when we have that and we have effect on the technical level, it's usually unintentional. And when you discuss with legislators and you explain, they fix it. The trend, and that is what worries me and goes back to the question that was asked by the gentleman over there, is although so far has been unintentional and unintentionally touching on the basics of the internet, the fundamentals, the identifiers, we have now initiatives, legislation that is targeting the identifiers. We have now, in the context of the geopolitical situation we're in, if you will, we have now an effort to apply sovereignty over something that is by definition global. And an example I can give is sanctions over IPs as an action that goes into that direction. So yeah, therefore, that is something that we need to avoid in order to preserve what we need to preserve. Going back to Tanya, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm starting to build up a queue here. I've got you at the microphone there, then I've got Jorge, then I've got Raul, then I've got Michael, and then I've got Tatiana. So that's the order I've managed to build. If I didn't get it quite right, I apologize, but...
Would you also answer my question?
It's on. Thank you. My name is Robin Green. I work with Meta on internet fragmentation issues as well as a range of human rights issues tied to encryption and surveillance law enforcement access. I thought this is an absolutely fantastic discussion. Thank you for hosting it. One of the things that I've heard a few times over the course of this IGF and the many internet fragmentation conversations that we've had is this idea that content distribution networks are fragmenting the internet. And I want to push back on that a little bit because those networks are ultimately oftentimes necessary to actually connect people to services all over the world, to make sure that those services are resilient, to make sure that people have access to fast internet service. And at the end of the day, when we're talking about internet fragmentation, in my view, one of the things that we're really focused on is what is the effect, right? So whether you're talking about regulatory fragmentation of the internet that has technical implications or a core technical fragmentation of the internet like some folks have talked about, the thing that we actually care about is what is the user experience? Is the user experiencing fragmentation? And if the goal of the internet, which at least is the goal in my mind, is for people to be able to exercise their fundamental rights, and whether those are economic rights, expressive rights, accessing information, engaging in assembly and things like that, at the end of the day, if their user experience is becoming fragmented in a way that they can't fulfill those goals, then to me that is internet fragmentation that needs to be addressed. And so we can sort of have this larger umbrella of internet fragmentation while still looking at things from a technical perspective and then a user experience perspective. But I think it would be a mistake to step away from the concept of internet fragmentation because something isn't, directly mandating a technical fragmentation, even where the user experience still winds up being fragmented. And so that's where I do see things as data localization requirements or other kinds of restrictions on cross-border data flows, restrictions on encryption that would be implicating people globally, users globally, and then similarly implications on content takedowns and geo-blocking and other restrictions of free expression. Those are all elements of internet fragmentation. They're just, whether they're technical or user experience oriented, there's a difference there, but there's still things that I think we all need to consider.
Thank you. Okay, now next I had Jorge, and I also I was reminded that there was a pending question in the air, so if any of you have it about the connection between AI, which has been a favorite subject. Oh, you're gonna have one, fantastic, we'll get there. I was reminded that I had not made sure okay, so we'll get there. Oh, you wanna do it now?
I can.
Okay.
So just, it doesn't get lost because it was asked. I wrote it down. How would you connect the discussions on fragmentations and AI? And I would say I would not connect them. I'm sorry. So that's my answer. Thank you. But I'm still in the queue for other issues.
Thank you. Jorge, please.
Okay. After this commentary. Jorge Cancio, Swiss government. So on this question, so many things have been said. It's difficult to add something, but I couldn't resist. And I think here, as we are in the UN, in the IGF, we have to connect this also to the discussions we are having at the global level, what's happening at the global level. And if you look at how the situation is evolving, just 4 years ago, we had a report from the high-level panel on digital cooperation, which was called the age of digital interdependence. So really the focus was made or laid on what unites us and how dependent we are with each other and through the digital tissue that unites many things. And I just wanted to mention that because the situation today is a completely different one. I guess that even if such a panel would try to name its report the same way, it would be criticized as being completely out of the reality where we live with very fundamental geopolitical tensions. So I just wanted to share that and also recall that we are in the midst of this process towards a global digital compact where internet fragmentation is one of the topics to be considered. And going back to something that Paul said before and others, the internet interoperability at the technical level is not a given. It's not really something that we should take for granted. It really relies, apart from this history of trust, of building this network, it relies on huge network effects, on incentives and benefits for everyone connecting to this unique network. But really the pressures are mounting at this geopolitical level. So there may come a time where those pressures, perhaps also joined by alternatives at a standards level, at other levels, become so important that this delicate fabric of trust, which holds the tissues together, built by millions of networks, begin to erode. So this is something that I think is really the fundamental level of internet fragmentation. And the same way that this is a fabric of millions of networks, it is also in the hands of those millions of people taking decisions with their networks, with their companies, with their governments, who can take decisions going into the right direction or into the wrong directions, and can decide to invest into holding that tissue together or to really continue eroding that tissue into a direction that may end up with a fragmentation. So perhaps this decision or this recommendation of investing into the right direction, and which is something in the hands of many of the people coming here, could be something for the policy network on internet fragmentation, and for some good recommendations, useful recommendations coming out of this IGF and flowing into the GDC. So hope that was helpful after so many thoughtful inputs.
Thank you. I'm starting to have a very long list here in a very short amount of time. I've got Raul next.
Yes, the colleague that raised the point of political situation left the meeting, but I wanted to come back to that point because is of course we are accustomed that in countries that are not democratic or with weak democracies, we are accustomed to see that it's normal to impose restrictions to access to content, and but so it's something, by the way, something that we naturalize and we should not. But it's not the only problem, and this is something that we expect. But But now we are facing problems in democratic countries and strong democracies that are passing laws and developing public policies that are really affecting the user experiences. And sometimes it's based on measures that try to protect intellectual property in the networks, or because some taxation or other things. But for sometimes because for lack of awareness and the effect that the policies could have on the internet, those things are adopted. I'm sorry to say that my experience on policymakers is not only as successful as the colleague from I can say, that many times we explain to policymakers and we are not successful in changing their mind, because they have, as I said yesterday in another meeting, the incentives of policymakers are diverse. Sometimes they have political decisions to protect an industry or protect or from disruption, and so they have commitments. They have to move ahead with decisions, even knowing that they are creating a negative impact. As a friend of mine usually says, sometimes when policies don't fit with reality, some policymakers what try to do is try to change the reality instead of changing the policies. So it's a problem. Not as I wanted to come back to the political situation, because it's not only a problem with dictatorships or no democratic authoritarian regimes. It's a problem. The risk is really big of having this fragmented experience. That is what matters, because nobody cares about the bytes. We care about what the people do on the internet. So this is what really matters.
Thank you. Next, I've got Michael Rothert.
Hi, my name is Michael Rothert. I'm from the Association of the Internet Industry in Germany. I'm working with the internet since 1983, and when we started, there were only fragments. There was no internet. It consists only of fragments in the various countries, fragments of services, fragments of networks, everything. And what we did at that time was building gateways. Of course, that may not be efficient, and there is a risk of filtering, I admit, but I'm pretty much sure if fragmentation on the technical level goes on, someone will find a technical solution for that one, and then we only have to deal with the political stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I come from that same generation where, for me, the internet's constantly becoming. Tatiana.
Unfortunately, the gentleman who asked the question about a feasible scenario for fragmentation left, but I wanted to say that we can think about technical scenario, like, I don't know, some alternative route, or alternative standards, or alternative system of unique identifiers. I do not believe in this, strictly speaking, exactly because I think that the technical community has enough experience of connecting things by coming up with technical solutions, so the connectivity wins. And plus, if this is imposed by the governments, it will incur huge sunk costs. I do not think that this is completely unrealistic. Maybe in the future, if one region like the European Union decides to go with absolutely different technical standards, it might happen. Where I see the feasible scenario, and this is, I think, where it becomes very important, is when regulation which is imposed targets technical layer in a way that what Jorge called fabric of trust is eroded. When something on the technical layer, be it root zone servers, be it unique identifiers, IP addresses in certain regions, have different frameworks for governance. When the multi-stakeholder governance does not cover it all, or there are competing frameworks with what we have now. And here it brings me to the point what we want to preserve. I think we want to preserve essentially what makes the internet. We want to preserve this uniqueness, this glue, technical identifiers, protocols, and ensure that any developments will make them still interoperable. But I think much more important in terms of feasibility of any, I reluctantly say this word, fragmentation scenario, we need to preserve this trust. We need the firm commitment to the multi-stakeholder model of governance, not of engagement, not of discussion, but of governance, because this is how the technical layer has been governed, and this is what we have to constantly recommit ourselves to. Thank you.
Thank you. As we come closer and closer to the end with 7 minutes, please, Tamaki.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to answer two questions. One, the splinternet discussion, how it relates to AI. I think I have slightly different take. And there are two relations that I can think of. Number one, AI, especially the current like large language model kind of AIs, they are built upon a massive training data set, which is enabled in a way by the unified internet. So if we wanted to reap some benefits from it, from those AIs, it's important that internet is large and as interconnected as they are right now. And also, more to the political domain, I think it's good that some of the AIs can provide at least some advanced capacity to translate and overcome language barriers, which in a content layer level, I'd say, connects the internet even more. So that's my take on the relationship. And the other question I wanted to address was if the technical layer fragmentation matters more than the content layer. And I think the answer basically is yes, but not in a simple way. My understanding is that suppose that all the world's government had very strong granular and very speedy capability to regulate online communications of any kind, then the government doesn't really care about shutting down the internet connections because such a measure is always a blunt instrument compared to very granular control of the communication. But of course, no government has such measures, so it matters that internet is connected to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I have 4 people left. The next one is Javier online. Then I've got Paul, then Dushan, then Uta. And if I get all those in, we're really doing great. That means you're speaking briefly. So Javier, are you ready? Online.
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
So one thing that I would like to add is more into the side of solutions, right? Just to try to move into something different. When it comes to what we have identified as the core fragmentation threats in terms of what happens with the protocols and identifiers, we have heard that the main threats on that front come from the governments, right? Governments that are feeling sometimes impotent when it comes to try to control the internet in order to execute some of their public policies or priorities. So maybe isn't then a reinvigoration of the multi-stakeholder model, more attention to that, maybe an active denunciation of those advancements by governments, extreme advancements by governments, and also getting more information to users or to those who can exert pressure onto their own governments, a way of offering a solution. Maybe we should be doing that. Just thinking about, like what's the main threat to the more specific technical aspect of this, and maybe, with more participation and active denunciation of that advancement by governments, we can make a valuable contribution to that. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul, please.
CDNs are useful, and I didn't mean to indicate they aren't, but they don't help people to access the internet. They help people to access specific services and content of specific CDNs, and nothing more than that. If we're talking about user experience, fragmentation to me as a user is a lack of interoperation between similar services. And to that end, I want to have a single instant messaging account, like I do an email account, and still exchange messages with others who choose to use different services, whether they are WhatsApp or Signal or anything else. And I'd say the same about social media. Those services could interoperate, and they generally don't, and that's a choice of the companies concerned. And I think that will continue, and that will continue to me to represent a fragmentation of my experience on the internet. Those companies will continue to do that until they're required to change that behaviour. And I wouldn't mind seeing that day come. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, to Dujan.
I will sit here. Dusan for the record, from Serbia. So I would like just to express one frustration that I have about fragmentation. So we call everything fragmentation. We call filtering fragmentation. We call, I remember, and I agree with previous talks that when I was involved in internet, it was fragmented. Later on, we were talking about balkanization, if you remember, to 2014, 15, and 16. ID and domain names, for example, are still fragmenting the internet. So, technical layer is still the protected layer, as I would say, and it is connecting everything, but we have given governments to legislate in their part of the internet, so that part of the internet can be and should be fragmented. On the other side, we are fragmented with filtering, don't call it fragmentation, we are blocking or something like that. Let's talk about those particular topics, not call it fragmentation. So we will have a high-level discussion on everything without substance.
Thank you. Uta, you get the next to last word because mine will be last.
Oh my. So since we've been collecting indicators for fragmentation, sort of been writing up a research agenda about this, I'd like to put one more point next to this, and that is that we've been focusing very much on the technical layers, and while that of course is very important, I now find it important to mention that there, if we will, is this social layer underlying the internet as a network of networks, and that consists of network engineers who maintain these systems and have a huge an informal community with informal values and forms of coordination that may be aging, and so if we are looking at this in the future, then we may be wanting to look at this community as well and their capabilities of actually keeping things together.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for a great conversation. And I'm certainly not going to sum it up because that would take forever. But this simple mind of mine walks away with fragmentation as a four-letter word with lots of nuance and lots of use. So thank you very much.
Hello, colleagues. All right. I think it's time for us to call the meeting to order. Let me maybe just start by introducing all the speakers on the panel that we have today. Yeah. We'll start with my left. We have Professor Dennis Kenji Kipker from the University of Bremen. He's an expert in cybersecurity law from Germany. And I have on my right Professor Amal, who's executive president for the AI movement, the Moroccan International Center for Artificial Intelligence, Morocco. And then on my far left would be Ms. Nushin, who is senior security researcher, global research and analysis team from Kaspersky in Australia. And of course, on my far right, last but definitely not the least, Ms. Anastasia Kazakova, Cyber Diplomacy Knowledge Fellow from Diplo Foundation, flown in from Serbia. And myself, I am Jeannie Sujin Gan, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Asia Pacific, Japan, Middle East, Turkey, and Africa regions from Kaspersky. Today's workshop is titled Ethical Principles for the Use of AI in Cybersecurity. And of course, by way of a background and setting of the context, we basically are currently witnessing a rapid development of AI around the world for some time now. And it really has the potential to bring many benefits to the world, as we have all probably experienced on a day-to-day basis, including enhancing the level of cybersecurity. AI algorithms help with rapid identification and response to security threats and automate and enhance the accuracy of threat detection, for instance. And this is something that we experience in Kaspersky because we are a cybersecurity company. But of course, while numerous of these general ethical principles and foundations for AI have already been developed by various stakeholders, for example, in 2021, the UNESCO actually adopted the recommendations on the ethics of AI. However, the growing use of AI and machine learning components actually in cybersecurity makes ever more urgent the need for ethical principles of AI development, distribution, and utilization in this domain. Due to the particular opportunities, but also risks of AI in cybersecurity, there is a need for a broad dialogue on such, specific ethical principles, which we felt, today is a good opportunity for us to sort of discuss that. And also for this reason, we at Kaspersky actually has developed initial ideas regarding aspects that should be taken into account there. And of course, these will be discussed in today's workshop. So just to sort of run you through the structure of the workshop and what we plan to do in terms of our agenda today, we're gonna start in a moment to run some survey with our audience today, including those who have dialed in online, with 2 poll questions, which I'll ask my colleague Johan to pull out in a moment, followed by some our speakers being asked a first round of questions, and then we'll take some questions from the floor as well. And before we end the session today. So I promise, our panel of speakers are really experts in their respective domains, and put together, we're gonna expect some very good discussions. So without further ado, let me just invite Johan, who is joining us online, and we should be able to see him, to run the first online poll question. Yes, Johan, we see you. Thank you.
Yeah, I started the poll.
Yes, and we can hear you too. Very good. So the first question Johan will put up is, in your opinion, is the use of AI in cybersecurity more likely to strengthen or weaken the level of protection? In your opinion, is the use of AI in cybersecurity more likely to strengthen or weaken the level of protection? And of course, we have got options for our people who are participating in the poll. Of course, the first option is that it will strengthen protection. Second, it will weaken protection. And the third one is, in the name of democracy, we allow you to say you don't know. So let's just give this a moment, and I will wait for Johan to, looking good. Okay. In your opinion, is the use of AI in cybersecurity more likely to strengthen or to weaken the level of protection? I think we've got 62% who have said that it will strengthen protection. Let me just write this down. 20% say that it will not, it will in fact weaken, and 20% have exercised their right to say that they don't know. That's good. And I think this is something that we will flesh out in a little bit with the presentations from our speakers. I would also want to just invite Johan to put up the second poll question. I think we're ready to close this poll. Let's pull out the second poll question. We only have 2 to start off before we get into the panel discussion, so let's call up the second poll question. The second poll
just
question.
A moment. There are some issues with the technique, but I will do so soon.
Okay.
Yeah, I will do so.
The second poll question is, what should
Yes,
prevail? Yeah, we see it. Thank you. The second question is, what should prevail in AI regulation, specifically for cybersecurity? Of course, the answers include, number 1, it should be regulated as heavily as generative AI. Second, there is no need for regulation. Voluntary adherence is best. Ethical principles would do just good. And of course, the third option would be existing cybersecurity regulation need to be updated to account for AI technologies. I'm not sure if the poll is working well with the online audience. Let's hear from Johan.
It is working, yes.
Fantastic, thank you.
I will wait some further seconds and then I will end poll.
Thank you. Interesting, interesting. What should prevail in AI regulation specifically for cybersecurity? Only a single choice was allowed, and I think we've got 38% of our audience saying that it should be regulated as heavily as generative AI. Nobody selected no need for regulation, so I think we have, well, at least some agreement there. And 63% are saying that existing cybersecurity regulation need to be updated. That's interesting. Let's just park that aside for a while. I think, thank you, Johan. We'll have you back with us later on in today's session. We can close the poll. Thank you, Johan. Now, I think I'm going to be, opening up some questions later on to our panelists, but I would first call on Nushin to perhaps, she's got some slides for us also, some slides, yeah. And I'll just invite Nushin to please deliver some short remarks, her impulse speech on opportunities and risks of AI in cybersecurity and what ethical principles she feels should be developed to promote the opportunities and mitigate the risks. Nushin, please.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. I'm not sure if the slides, okay, great. So as my colleague perfectly stated, and most of the audience agree, AI and in particular machine learning, has actually helped to strengthen cybersecurity in a lot of ways. We have been using machine learning techniques in our products and at Kaspersky for a long time, so it's not something new for us. But as we have always had this concern about the ethical principles of using AI and machine learning in cybersecurity, we thought to use this opportunity to share a little bit about some of the basic principles that we believe that are important in in the use of AI in cybersecurity. And we want to have a discussion today and maybe develop these principles further. Let me start with the first principle. So the first one is transparency. We believe that it's important, and it is the user's right to know if a cybersecurity solution has been using AI and machine learning, and the companies, the service providers, need to be transparent about the use of AI. We have a global transparency initiative, and as part of this initiative, we have transparency centers in different countries in the world, and the number is actually growing. We are opening more centers. In these centers, stakeholders and customers, enterprises, they can go and inspect and visit the centers and look at the code of our products, including how AI and machine learning has been used in our products. So we commit to being transparent and making sure that users know and consent to their data, and their contribution to our network is transparent to them, and they are aware of that machine learning techniques are used in the products. Number two, safety. So when it comes to the use of AI and machine learning in real world, there are actually a lot of ways that these systems can be misused by malicious actors to make them make mistakes deliberately. So there are various techniques that the attackers can use to try to manipulate the outcome of machine learning systems and algorithms. That's why we believe that having safety of the AI and machine learning systems in mind is very important. And towards this principle, we have a lot of security measures in place, like auditing our systems with machine learning, with reducing the use of third-party data sets for the training for machine learning systems, and also a lot of other techniques, such as making sure that we favor the cloud-based machine learning algorithms to the ones that are actually stored and deployed on the user systems. Number three, human control. So we all agree that AI can help a lot in a lot of areas in cybersecurity. For example, in improving detection of malicious behavior, in anomaly analysis, and so on. But when it comes to sophisticated malwares, especially with advanced persistent threats, it's very important to understand that these type of malwares, they mutate, they adapt different techniques, encryption, obfuscation, and so on, to actually bypass machine learning and AI systems. Because of this, we always have human control over our machine learning systems. And we believe that it's important to have an expert that has good knowledge and understanding, and is backed by big data set, big data of cyber threats to supervise the outcome of machine learning algorithms. That's how human control has been always there for the systems that we use machine learning for. Number 4, privacy. When we talk about big data and data from cyber threats, it always comes with some sort of information that can be considered as personal identifier data. So we believe that it's users' right to have privacy on their personal data. That's why we have a lot of measures to make sure that the privacy of users are considered when it comes to machine learning algorithm and the data that is used to train these algorithms by many ways, like pseudonymizing, anonymizing, reducing the data collection from users, removing personal identifiable information from URLs or other data that is that comes from user systems. Number 5, develop for cybersecurity. So as our mission to create a safe world, we are committed to only use and provide services that are that work in defense. So along with this principle, we have the services that use machine learning and AI developed only for defensive practices. And we encourage other companies to join us in this principle too. Last but not least, that's actually why we are here and we have this discussion here. We are open for dialogue. We believe that it's only through collaboration between various parties and between everyone in the industry and in government sector that we can truly achieve the best result, the best protection for users and user data against cyber attacks and cyber threats. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dushin. I think that sort of, I hope, sets the stage and sort of sets the tone to today's discussion, because we really are focusing, for those who've just joined us, we are focusing our workshop today, really discussing the ethical principles for the use of AI in cybersecurity. And also, I think I would just want to take this time to sort of hear from a more technical, scientific perspective from Amal on how can, the microphone maybe, I'm not sure again. Yeah. How can AI or machine learning techniques contribute to cybersecurity, and which issues can emerge while using AI techniques for cybersecurity, and how can we solve these issues? I think you also have some slides, if we can put up some slides. Yes, we see them.
Hello, everybody. I am very happy to talk about AI in cybersecurity, and I think that there is a need of regulation, like most people voted earlier. So my presentation will be very short, even if there are a lot of points, but mainly I would like to emphasize where AI can be used in cybersecurity, because the ethical problems comes from the way we will use AI in cybersecurity. So the context is that, as you all know, cybersecurity is a very huge problem for all software around. And in this presentation, as Jenny said, I will address some points related to how AI is included in cybersecurity systems. So, as you know, Kaspersky detects like 325,000 new malicious files every day, and this comes from a report FireEye in 2017. So I think today there are much more. The problem with classical methods for cybersecurity is that there is slow detections and also slow neutralizations. And what we expect from AI is to enhance and transform cybersecurity methods by providing predictive intelligence and long life cycle of the software. So the role of AI, more specifically in cybersecurity, is twofold. The first thing is that AI can automate common cybersecurity tasks like vulnerability management, threat detections, etc. And also, thanks to AI, we can identify threats in large data sets that have not been analyzed manually. So, as you can see, cybersecurity and AI is a national security priority by the NSF, NSTC, and NASA today. So what I want to present is that there are two kinds of AI. The first boxes in the left represent what we call a blue AI. And in the right, you have the red AI. The blue AI presents some opportunities for cybersecurity. For example, AI will help to create smart cybersecurity. For example, effective security controls, automatic vulnerability discovery, etc. And also, in the fourth point, by using AI, you can fight cyber criminals. For example, for fraud detections, analysis, intelligence encryption, fight against fake news, etc. And this is the good news for using AI in cybersecurity. But as you know, cybersecurity, these techniques or these AI systems are also vulnerable and raise a lot of challenges like robustness, vulnerability of algorithms, of AI algorithms, and also some misuses of AI. For example, by creating fake videos, AI-powered malware, smarter social engineering attacks, etc. So, AI for cybersecurity, I will go very fast, don't worry. AI in the domain of cybersecurity will help in all these steps, and this is the NIST CSF framework. How to identify, understand your assets and resources, protect by developing and implementing appropriate protection measures, detect by identifying the occurrence of a cybersecurity event, respond by taking action if cybersecurity event is detected, and finally restore activities that aim to maintain resilience plans. So this is the life cycle of cybersecurity, defensive cybersecurity, and AI can be used at all the stages of this life cycle. So I can say that the ethical issues of using AI in cybersecurity can be studied through these 5 steps. For example, if you identify your asset and you should be sure that your resources are resilient, are not vulnerable, to protect also and detect, etc. So how do we implement all this by using AI techniques? I will not detail all the phases, but for example, in identification step, we will use some tasks. If I address some tasks of cybersecurity like fuzzing, pen testing, etc., the techniques of AI that I will be able to use, and they are used in practice today, are deep learning, reinforcement learning, deep learning and reinforcement learning for classification of bugs, and also some NLP and methods of machine learning. This means that all the problems that come with AI techniques will be we will be found again in dealing with cybersecurity. So this is only one step, identification, and we can deploy. I don't have time. This is why I cut. But we can do the same for all these phases in cybersecurity. system. So now we can use also techniques from cybersecurity to securize or to make AI system more robust. And this is a challenge of RAID AI. Robustness, vulnerability of AI algorithms. For example, there are very well-known adversarial machine learning techniques that can be used to secure or to attack AI systems and algorithms. Also, this is why I say that adversarial AI attacks AI systems. AI cannot be made unconditionally safe, like any other technology. So we have to take care that our AI system used in cybersecurity will not be attacked by malicious attacks or something else. So this is a very famous example in computer vision we can use in, if you look at the pictures, they are similar, but the AI system will detect different things. It's just a question of changing one pixel sometimes in picture, and you can have a different output. For example, you have the right one, the left one, you can see a car. This is correct, but in the left one you can see ostrich. The system will recognize, but people cannot, I mean, human being cannot see the difference. But machine learning algorithm will make the difference. Okay, so last thing is misuse of AI, for example, by creating fake videos. They are very famous today. And AI-powered malware, smarter social engineering attacks, and so on. And I will end with this. So we know today that AI can create new kinds of cyber attacks for phishing, cyber extortion, automated interactive attacks, etc. For example, using generative AI in cyber extortion is something very, very common today. So the need of regulation is crucial. I mean, it's very important. We inherit all the problems, the issues coming from software, but we have also some very specific problems for cybersecurity domain, and AI will bring major ethical and regulatory challenges also in cybersecurity. So my conclusion is that I agree we need ethical and regulatory consideration for cybersecurity systems. Delegations of control, we have to find a consensus between human total control and total autonomy of AI systems. Delegations of control will be granted with this sole objective and not towards total autonomy of the AI in cybersecurity. And cybersecurity actors are still looking for an adequate legal basis to conduct their daily testing practices for privacy and data governance, for example, in cybersecurity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. And I'm madly taking notes because I'm going to have to synthesize all of this. But before I do so and really do a full-on, panel discussion with perhaps some questions from the floor, I'd like to just pass the time over to Anastasia, who will be talking with us, about some of the current trends and reflections on AI policies, in particular in the field of cybersecurity, maybe an impulse statement by Anastasia on the chances and risks and the value of ethical principles.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I represent the civil society organization. I work on a policy before I work in the private sector. As cybersecurity expert, also focuses on the policy. And in my current work, we will also discuss with the multi-stakeholders how the cyber norms for responsible behavior could be implemented. And while we are not solely focused on AI, we largely focus on the norms for responsible behavior in the context of international security and peace, in the context of overall cyber stability, AI policy is definitely getting more and more attention. So thanks so much for the previous speakers. I think we've seen indeed that AI already entered the world of cybersecurity, I think quite many years ago. It helps to enhance detection, it helps to collect intelligence for better analysis of the cyber threats, and I think many, if not all, cybersecurity companies these days, especially advanced companies, do apply to some extent AI in the methods how they deal with the threats and what the intelligence they produce for the customers. The big question though, how does it work? What kind of a data do the companies use for this? How actually the AI, which still quite unknown for many even who develop AI in terms of the mysterious black box, what happens there? If it makes decisions, how it made a particular decision. So all these really important questions, I think one of the key fundamental challenges that not only on the minds of the policymakers, but on the minds of the users, but also on the minds of those who develop AI and AI-based solutions. And in this regard, yeah, the human control and retaining human control, I think all the speakers have said already, it's really fundamental. AI should not be autonomous because we cannot allow something that we don't know exactly or completely to allow it to somehow make so much big impact on our human life. And we see that humans are afraid of this, right? But even though the policymakers already have started talking and discussing how to make AI more predictable, transparent, ethical, the question is still if, okay, we retain the human control, we give back the control to humans, those who develop, who sort of academics who would like to see what are the algorithms are used there. The question is still quite challenging. How this control will be split up between actors and which actors would be sort of on the table, who would in the end retain the biggest control among humans? Would it be the developers of the AI or the policymakers of the academia? How to ensure that actually the data that is being collected on a massive scale for the AI is not monopolized by one actor or just a few actors on the market? How to make sure that academia, again, civil society has access to analyze what kind of a data and under which policies, which processes it's been used, and that data protection, security are properly mitigated. So these are really, I think, open questions. It's really difficult questions. They are very contextual questions if we speak about the AI in terms of the impacts for society, for economy, for security, for international security. All of these questions will be, I think, decided on the particular context, and it's really important, and it's really challenging, therefore. One of the other challenges, I think, in all the emerging policies or even the regulations to make AI more transparent, more ethical is, of course, to define AI. There's, I think, no universal definition so far what the AI is. And the policymakers, I think, have really struggled to carefully scope future laws to pin down what AI exactly entails in a particular context. So one of the aspects that's really important for policymakers and for legislators to make sure that the laws focus on the outcomes and expectations, but not the technology itself. It will help actually to make these laws more future-prone, and it will focus on what actually concerns people. People, I think users, we as just ordinary users, we don't want to know how the code is written for that. We do want to know how this code will impact our lives, how this will impact our security, how this will impact our jobs or the community or society or the broader scale. The other aspect that I also wanted to mention that even though currently we cannot, I think, name lots of policies or regulations narrowly in the field of cybersecurity in terms of AI and cybersecurity. And here I would actually agree with the audience that participated in a poll. And I think most of the people said that It's rather the existing cybersecurity regulation needs to be strengthened rather than new regulation only on AI and cybersecurity needs to be developed. And I agree with this. I think that it's really important to see broadly and more on a horizontal level how AI is a one more technology, is a one more piece of code in the end, even though it's really complicated, fascinating, and it's difficult piece of code. But still, how it actually produces, which impacts it produces for different stakeholders. And in this regard, they are already emerging in existing laws to regulate the security of data in particular contexts, to regulate the security of the critical infrastructure, and so on. And AI, I believe, complicates the picture, but doesn't require a new approach from scratch. So yes, it complicates a lot the current picture, and it requires innovative, probably discussions. But still, we need to look again at the impacts what the technology gives to us. I also wanted to say that we do see the emergent discussions in terms of the impacts of where on the international security and peace, likely within the UN and within the regional fora, but still they're not that extensive as they should be. The problem is that still, I think the international community and those who engaged in these discussions, including diplomats, still lack substantial evidence how many advanced AI tools, if they exist, can be used for both defense and offensive purposes. Still, the knowledge is very limited. There's a lot of secrecy about this. It's the knowledge that is not accessible to a broad public, or to even a limited group of the academics, unfortunately. So there are at the same time growing interest and calls of the international community to produce the sort of the rules of the road, how to regulate AI in terms of cybersecurity, especially where AI can be used in the military context on the battlefield, and I think it's really important. But hopefully we will see more probably dynamics, but so far, again, I highlight to have these discussions more evidence-based and more substantive, we need to understand what kind of the tools already out there, and to increase the transparency in terms of the different types of the actors that are involved in cyber activity. And I would probably conclude to this question saying that overall speaking of the regulations, I think it's already evident that the large markets such as the EU, US, China, other countries probably will pass conflicting regulations concerning AI quite soon. I think we heard yesterday from the US diplomat that US is preparing the executive order on the artificial intelligence soon. And the G7 leaders, they also have committed to establish a set of the guiding rules for the AI. So we see the appetite to actually split, to define the roles. Who will have the ultimate power to define the impacts of the AI in the future? Will it be the governments? Which governments? Will it be the vendors, the companies? And how to make sure that it's just the one or a few companies? The problem is that if it happens, and if more fragmentation happens in this field, how it happens overall in cybersecurity and in cyberspace, unfortunately, it will make, I think, less opportunities for different communities to truly benefit from learning what the AI could bring to us as the international community, as a society. There are still beliefs, I think, and hopes that vendors or organizations or companies could take a lead and organize sort of the consortium and to make a self-voluntary approach, self-regulation approach to be more transparent. And what we just heard from Kaspersky, I think it's a good initiative. We hear more and more initiatives, especially companies extensively involved in AI, to be more active and saying that what kind of the data they use, how they process this data. And I think there's still a hope, optimistic hope, that if this conversation continues, probably a bottom-up approach would lead, and in this regard, sort of there will be more opportunities to avoid the risk of conflicting laws, of the fragmentation in this field, and probably to make sure that still the access to this technology, to the research, to the discussion will be much broader than just, you know, within the borders of one particular country of few countries. But I think that still there are open questions. There's many open questions, and all of the, to some extent, all the emerging policies try to address this. In terms of the result, to what conclusions we will come, I think that's an open question. So let's see how humans will be optimistic or pessimistic solving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nastya. I would just want to finish off this, preliminary round of remarks with inviting Dennis to sort of speak about, can AI be legally regulated at all, given the current political and technical difficulties with the AI Act in Europe, for example, and aren't we destroying innovation through through over-regulation? So maybe I'll just hand the time over to Dennis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jeannie, and thank you for the possibility to speak here today. As a professor for cybersecurity law, I definitely have a legal perspective on the whole topic. And in regulating AI, we definitely need to draw a clear line, as it was already noted by the previous speakers, because we are not talking just about general AI regulation here, but about a very specific use case. And that means, an example, just a slice of a broad use case scenario. And in my opinion, AI and cybersecurity are two topics that have already come together a long time before use cases like generative AI became public in the recent month. And for example, AI is used with regard to cybersecurity in automated anomaly detection in networks, and I already wrote some publications about that 6 years ago. And this, of course, begs the question regarding this very specific use case: do we need a special AI regulation for cybersecurity in the future? And my answer with regard to that is quite clear. I would say no. This might be interesting, but to justify this, in my opinion, we need to differentiate again, because there are three different use case scenarios that we will have to talk about and that we'll have to take a closer look onto. So the first one is AI is used to improve cybersecurity. The second one, AI is used to compromise cybersecurity. And the third one, AI in general is being developed. And the first two scenarios are, from a legal perspective, quite easy to answer. So when AI is used to improve cybersecurity, it is technically one of several possible measures that can improve cyber resilience. For example, European lawmakers, who in my opinion currently lead the world in cybersecurity legislation, for example, with the new Network Information Security Directive that became effective in the beginning of this year, or for example also the draft version of the Cyber Resilience Act. We have a lot of upcoming cybersecurity regulation, and the point is, regarding this cybersecurity specific legislation, the European lawmakers have so far avoided exclusively naming specific technologies to realize an appropriate level of cybersecurity, and have instead of that used the general term state-of-the-art of technology, which is a general guideline in many legal regulations of technology, such as cybersecurity as well. So it means, for example, private companies, public institutions that implement cybersecurity have to fulfill the state-of-the-art of technology to be compliant with the legal rules. And this, in my opinion, as a lawyer, is very fitting, because a law will never be able to conclusively map all the technologies that will be developed in the future that are needed, especially here for cybersecurity, in a casuistic sense, due to all the rapid technological development that we have. And we have very fast development cycles, not currently, but also in the future. And this is also widely accepted, this opinion, by the scientific community. The second use case scenario that I would like to mention, so that means when cyber attackers use AI to compromise IT systems, this is also not a specific AI cybersecurity scenario, because again, as with defending against cyber attacks. Attackers may well use different technologies to successfully attack IT systems as well. And these are typically criminal offenses, and in many countries, in various countries all over the world, we have also cyber criminal law. And these criminal offenses in the national cyber criminal legislations are being interpreted. And as a part of this legal interpretation, they already cover the use of AI as a means of attack, as a technical means of attack, without the need for explicit regulation. And now we come to the third point of this very short statement. The third aspect was that AI is not, so the third aspect is not directly related to cybersecurity, but to the development of AI. And we already heard some statements about development of AI, of how keeping AI secure when it is being developed. And of course, this is an important question that we also have to address from a legal perspective. But this development issue of AI cannot be considered a cybersecurity specific issue. So it requires a focus, and of course it must be ensured, for example, as Amal mentioned, that AI systems are not themselves compromised at this very important stage. And that's something that we've talked about in several panels during this conference. And this is also what the European AI Act, as a regulation that has also been mentioned already for several times, for example, seeks to achieve when it explicitly, in its draft version that was made public last year, stipulates that AI itself must be cyber secure. And therefore, developers of AI must provide safeguards to prevent, for example, manipulation of training data sets, or to prevent hostile input to manipulate an AI's response. And this is also something I guess Amal mentioned. But this, in my opinion, is just one facet of secure and safe AI development, and not really a use case for implementation of AI in cybersecurity. So to come to a conclusion as a result, in my opinion, the regulation of AI and cybersecurity must thus clearly differentiate between scenarios in which AI is only one of several possible technical means, and the regulation of AI specific risks themselves. And I think this is an important point which has to be taken into the policy debate and into the future legal debate as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that. So I think so far what we have heard, beginning with the ethical principles that were sort of put forward by Nushin, on transparency, safety, human control, privacy, defensive cybersecurity, and being open for dialogue have pretty much been also agreed upon in various different ways. First of all, of course, we heard from Amal about the framework, the 5 steps to defensive cybersecurity, the life cycle, identifying, protecting, detecting, responding, and restoring, which also, of course, sort of dovetail with various aspects of those ethical principles which were put forward by Nushin on safety, human control, privacy, and defensive cybersecurity. And then, of course, also we heard from Nastya about transparency, elements of transparency, as well as, of course, that multi-stakeholder cooperation perspective to things, amongst other things, of course. And of course, Dennis had also highlighted some of the limitations of regulation and the need for some ethical principles that overlay. And we'll talk a little bit more about all of these in a short while, but I thought I wanted to take this time to open the floor to some possible questions, because otherwise I am going to ask a round of questions. I see that there are no, I'm just going to ask Jochen if you have got any questions from the online participants. Otherwise, I would be quite ready to launch into my round of questions. Yes, there is a question there in the room. Can I just ask you to take the mic? Yeah? You have a, okay. You have to turn on the mic, push the button up. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentations as well. So the question from my side, although the ethical question is more philosophical approach for sure. When I look at the cybersecurity, because the adversary is going to use adversarial AI and they don't care about ethics. Now, for us to defend, and I see that detection might be where we might imply the ethical approaches, but when we are talking about response, especially about active cyber defense and engaging in responsive actions, implying ethical AI to counter an unethical adversarial AI actually might put us in a disadvantage. Maybe I would like to hear your approaches or your thoughts on this as well.
All right, maybe I'll ask Nastya to take that question. Thank you for that question, first of all.
That's a good question. I think this question already exists before the AI, right? Overall, if the organization that been is attacked, if the organization has the right, and if it has a possibility, if it's still the organization has the right to hack back, right? There's all discussions of the hackbacks, if they're legal, if they're lawful, if they could be legitimate, a particular situation. I think in most of the countries, the governments and industry came to the conclusion that organizations probably shouldn't have this right. So the law enforcement that have the mandate per law should step in, and actually if the organization asks for this help, so the law enforcement or other specialized agencies can investigate and then decide how to do, depending on what type of the actor the organization dealing with, whether it is a cyber espionage, if the APT, it's of course the matter of the international security, of the relations of the two or the more countries. It's really getting more critical, but if it's a sort of really advanced, complicated DDoS or a sort of deficient with the AI, right? So whether organization has this right, I think it will be really risky to go into this direction. But overall, as you said, it's a really philosophical, how we would define ethics in this regard, and why we as a good actors need to be ethical, was a lot of bad actors that behave unethical. Well, again, I think it's a really risky conversation that might take, because we need to define what's our goal. Our goal is to enhance sort of security for all, some sort of optimal collective security, and our goal is to enhance stability. Whether if us as a good actress behaving unethical to protect, even to protect ourselves, is a part of the security and stability in the end, I think not likely. So we still need to, well, abide to international law, domestic law, national law, and overall sort of the rules to make sure that if there's a bad actress that acting as a bad actress, we stay on the side where we do understand the limits of our actions. But I don't want to conclude on a pessimistic note, but still on a hopeful note. The challenges that we see in cyberspace, they of course getting more and more sophisticated, and it's not purely technical thing, right? And this is what makes it really difficult. If that's technical, so the technical people will solve it. The problem is with much more nuanced, sometimes policy solutions with the international security solutions. So in this regard, I think we need, as a humans who try to protect ourselves, be, I think, even more creative. Yes, that's difficult, but we have to do so. Be creative in terms of focus on what we already have for centuries. It's international law, again, it's the national law, but also be creative how the new types of responses could be developed in this regard. How we could enhance cooperation between communities, between vendors who could share the knowledge with the outputs of their research, or even the government, despite the current geopolitical situation. How could we increase our chances to develop those creative solutions to address the threats that are getting more and more complicated to us? Again, that's difficult, but I think there's a lot of hope that it will be developed more and more, because I think we all want in the end the security for us all.
Thanks for that. I thought I'll also pay some attention to the questions from our online participants. There was one question from Yasuki Saito, and I think I'd like to ask Nushin to take this question. It says, what do you think of using LLM or ChatGPT to deceive human users and force their PCs to be infected by malwares? Is there any good way to avoid such things? Nushin?
Okay, I guess we heard from Amal about this particular type of attack, like advanced social engineering enabled by AI, and this is a perfect example to use an AI system to make a more convincing social engineering, either a conversation or an email or a message that looks very benign and doesn't raise any suspicion. This is just one example of how AI can be misused by malicious actors. But I would say still with an advanced and sophisticated security solution, obviously having machine learning techniques implemented into that solution can also help to identify a spear phishing email or even a social engineering attack, but also apart from having an advanced solution to address and to protect users against such attacks, I would say that talking and raising awareness about such attacks, because I'm sure that the attackers, especially with the use of AI, they can bypass a lot of services. It's much easier. It would be much easier to understand if the victim was the target environment is, how the environment is, what are the softwares, what are the security measures in place in their target environment, and try to figure out a way to bypass that. So I would say something to complement an advanced solution would be just education for common users and also for employees in organizations to understand the risks and understand how AI can help in making a more convincing like conversation or a more convincing spear phishing email, and yeah, make sure that users are aware and they don't fall victim.
Thanks for that. So I think just taking stock of what we have so far, yeah, from the poll, from the survey results, and also from the discussion, I think first of all, what we're hearing is that obviously AI and cybersecurity has produced a lot of benefits, right? And we can't run away from the use of AI in cybersecurity. But second of all, of course, it comes with costs, right? There are impacts, there are unintended consequences. And just now, Amal actually brought up some statistics from Kaspersky several years ago about the number of new malicious files that were detected on a daily basis. And just thanks for bringing that up. I thought I could also give an update on the statistics as of today. Actually, Kaspersky uncovers and finds on a daily basis more than 400,000 new unique malicious files every day. And that's astounding. And when I talk about unique malicious files, we're talking, about maybe one malware that infects 10,000 computers, let's just say. That's not counted as 10,000, that's counted as one if it's the same malware. So if we're here, all of us sitting here in this room for an hour and a half for this workshop, we're essentially talking about what? 27,000, 30,000 new unique malicious files uncovered by a single company like Kaspersky. So that's astounding. So there are costs and there are benefits, you know, to the use of AI in cybersecurity that we need to be concerned about. And that brings me to the third point, which is that, you know, which is the reason for our discourse today that we're having, what we're all talking about. And we discussed then what's the role of laws and regulations and all that, right? And then we also hear that, you know, we then start thinking about not just regulation, but what exactly are you regulating? And why are we regulating? And then we also hear discussions about conflicting regulations, which are beginning to surface, right, globally. And so then what that brings us to would be that there are limitations to regulations. There are limitations to regulations. And as a lawyer, I'm saying this, you know, that anything that is legal may also not be ethical. So do we then, right, take a step forward and then start thinking about ethical principles beyond just legal frameworks? And that is, I think, where we are today. And I think we have a question from the floor. Sir, can I just ask that you take the mic and introduce yourself and give us a question? Thank you.
Hi there, this is Maarten Botteman. I've been talking with the DC IoT today as well. And one of the complexities that comes up when you have talk about AI and cybersecurity, I agree with what has been said, but a complication is that security will require identity. And I can see specifically with AI that has a dual impact. One thing is that data, thanks to AI, become even more often personally identifiable than before. But the other thing is that AI can also help secure, as has been pointed out, but maybe also with the identity factor. So how do you deal with the dichotomy between identity need in the future going forward? There's no way around it. At the same time, also privacy. And this is part of your legal considerations, of course, as well, and ethical.
Okay. All right. I will leave Dennis to take this question.
Yeah, of course. When developing AI, we have high impact privacy risks, and I think this is quite clear. From the European Union perspective speaking, we have a general data protection regulation, which addresses the use of personal data, also when AI is being trained. But as I mentioned, when it comes to the possibilities and also the problems of AI regulation, I think in general, we need to move away from trying to regulate every conceivable scenario and risk. We have risk, definitely, but this is not a typical thing of AI. So this is a thing that addresses the whole technology sector. And on one hand, full technology regulation will, in my opinion, never be possible. And on the other hand, administrative practices also raise the question, for example, of who should control and implement all these laws, because you will need a lot of resources, and we see it with regard to data privacy authorities, I think not only in the European Union, but all over the world, that they have problems, that they are struggling in implementation of laws. There are always companies that are not compliant, and this is, of course, a question that is not AI specific. Legally, it has long been proven that what matters is not the severity of sanctions after a certain kind of violation, but the likelihood of detection of a violation. And I think this is where we need to work. So what this means, in my opinion, for AI, in the wake of the current hype that we've seen since the beginning of this year, that we should not fall into a mindless, in my opinion, mindless regulatory debate that possibly ends up even delaying or even torpedoing the really necessary regulation. So we need definitely a core regulation, but we have to distinguish between things that are necessary and that are not necessary for the first start. And in my opinion, the European AI Act, and of course its draft version with its different risk classes, is a good first approach for the time being. Even, of course, it needs to be revised again because we have seen this year that there have been some new upcoming risks. And since AI is also mainly not developed by states, but currently in the hands of just a few big tech players, mostly coming from the US, the cooperation between the state and the industry actors really needs to improve. And this is where we need to work on as well. So self-regulation by industry is, in my opinion, alone not enough. We need a system of transparency. We need more cooperation that needs to be established on a permanent legal basis. And when we talk about ethical principles, and this is also part of this session, I think ethical principles can help, of course, but the authorities for supervision of AI, they must be stronger. So that means they need more financial resources, they will need more personnel resources in the future so that we can tackle all these problems.
Thank you. I think I'll ask Professor Amal to also add on, and then Nastya can do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm trying to answer the question about identity and security. And I think, in fact, when we talk about security, we are naturally interested in the identity of the person we try to secure, for example. But there are some initiatives around the world where we can, the purpose is to try to make a difference between identifier and identity of person. And this is very interesting because you can rely on trust third party to certify that, for example, that person is associated to that identifier. So we don't have access to the identity of the whole identity of the person. And another very nice initiative is to avoid to have unique identifier of a person. This allows to not have access to 360 degree of the person itself. So it's sectorial identifier that is associated with the same identity, which is associated through a third-party trust to some person. And you add all these layers to avoid the direct access to a person with all data of the person, because anonymity of data is not enough today.
I don't know if this already answers your question, but I'm also curious to know what you think as well. That's the question that you ask is really, well, they are very specific, but they're really critical, of course, and I would probably say not the most popular opinion, but I believe that regulations are not the only solution. Quite often, I think regulations could be really slow and not that effective to address the challenges that we face, especially with AI. We still don't know how the AI will impact us in a week. It's really rapidly developing. So while regulations are important in terms of the nudge developers, manufacturers of the products, tech companies to move in the right direction with the legal and the regulatory action, sort of to put the incentives, right incentives on the market for them, I still believe that the industry has the capacity and has the ability to do lots of really important things without policymakers and regulators being in the room. So for software, there's a lot of initiatives going on, sort of the software bill of materials as BOM. The idea is to increase transparency of the composition of the software that you're using. Sort of if you take a cake, you need to know what kind of the ingredients there to make sure that it will not make any harm to you given your dietary specifics. So the same logic applies to software. Even if you're the bigger company, you need to have a detailed documentation, updated, automated documentation that could be actually machine readable to understand what types of the core components there, how could you use, and if there's a vulnerability, you could easily to find the core component could be exploited. So I think the same logic could be applied to those who develop AI-based solutions. Increase transparency of the components that you use. Increase also the data documentation, document what type of the data sources, collection methods, processing techniques that you apply. Yes, it probably will be useful only to the most advanced customers and the large corporations, but these companies also do have their own users, and I think that will have indirect positive security effect for us all. So hopefully it takes time, but I think it's might be more agile rather than wait extensive regulation to be passed on.
Thank you for that, Nastya. And I think your point about the software bill of materials is really something that resonates with me because, you know, that's also something that, you know, at Kaspersky we practice for our software. I think it is important to know the ingredients to the cake that you're about to eat. I think Professor Amal wants to add on something, and perhaps you want to also give a response later on. Yeah, Professor Amal, maybe just go ahead first. Yeah.
Because we are talking about ethics from the beginning, and we don't specify what do we mean with ethics. And I think ethics is not limited to data protection, but also we have to consider dignity, to protect human rights. For example, when you detect some malicious attack, for example, you should be careful with the origin of that attack, fairness, privacy, and also informed consent. And my point is what do we mean by informed consent? When people give some data, some information, interact with the system, like for example in generative AI systems, people are not aware of the consequences of the tool they use. And they give consent, they think that they are informed, but in fact, they are not informed because most of people are very far from technology, and most of them have no idea on cyber systems. So what do we mean by informed consent? How do we protect dignity in these situations?
Yeah, thank you for that. What we ended up with, it's not emotions, it's just my throat dry. What we ended up with this morning in the discussion was very much that, of course, legal isn't enough. Legal is the last resort in a way. Whereas we've been talking a lot about privacy and security by design, I think it's important to realize that in AI context, that is an extra challenge. But it's a challenge we're also facing. For instance, thank you to the reference to the European Union's AI Act. But we're also aware that, of course, the Algorithmic Accountability Act is coming up in the USA. And you see that is ways where we may end up with AI not being just this magic, but something real and concrete where we can take responsibility for. I think that's an important element. So thank you for your answers, and it's just we don't know all the answers yet. I very much realize that, but the old principles of security by design and privacy by design remain important. We realize we live in a world where, in some countries, identity is there to protect you, and some others it may make you victim. So thank you very much for your thoughts.
All right, thank you for that. I think I am going to I'm mindful of the time. We have about 11 minutes left, and I'm trying to economize the time left that we have, because not forgetting that we also still have one more survey for our online participants before we conclude today's discussion. So I sort of just want to go down the row and maybe begin with Nushin. It's the same question for all our speakers, actually. So I'm going to ask the question for each of you. Maybe just try to keep your remarks short, 1 minute, 2 minute max. Yeah. Which are the two most important principles in your view that definitely need to be followed in cybersecurity? The two most important ethical principles. Yeah.
That's actually a very, very good question. The two most important principles for me, I think that there are the two main points that's been discussed more than other principles today. So first one, transparency. So being transparent to the users and also to the rest of the community and world, what we do with the user data and how we implement detections and how we protect users, be it through a machine learning technique, an algorithm, or more like traditional ways. And the second one is obviously privacy. We are in cybersecurity industry, and we deal with targets and victims of cyber attacks. For us, it's one of the most important aspects to protect users. And obviously, if we don't take care of the privacy of user data ourselves, it doesn't make much sense to try to protect them from cyber attackers, right? So I would say transparency and privacy for me.
Thank you very much, Nushin. I'll just go down the room for Dennis. I'm secretly hoping you will touch on some other principles, but that's of course the democratic.
Yeah, that's really a difficult question. So to make a long story short, as a scientist, I can say that even with paradigmatic events like AI, we should move to the level of factual argumentation. So this is something I mentioned several times also in my opening statement. We do not eliminate problems just by regulation alone. This is, in my opinion, an illusion. Even if legislators and politicians might see it differently. And in cybersecurity, we need to clearly align ourselves with the three scenarios of AI that I have also been mentioning in my opening statement. And in terms of the principles, I find it very difficult to just say we have two principles that are relevant, because the use of AI, not only in cybersecurity but everywhere, has so many facets and different risks that we do not have approached yet. And I think one of the most important things is that we have human control about decisions, and this is something which is also clearly described, and this is also described with regard to the use of personal data, for example, or with regard to decisions of authorities, official decisions, or any kind of decisions of private companies that might have a negative impact on individuals, that these decisions cannot be made only based on AI. And in my opinion, the second important principle, I would say, is that safety comes first. We have to distinguish between security and safety. I think this cannot be done here in a few minutes, but when it comes to AI, we have a lot of use cases for the use of AI, and that means that security is connected very strongly with safety, and we should take a strong look onto all these safety issues, because when the AI is not developed securely, we cannot have safe solutions as a result of the AI. So in my opinion, these would be the two utmost important principles, putting on top of the principle of the one Nushin said. Thank you.
That's great. Amal, would you like to give us your two most important principles in your view?
If we are talking about principles of ethics, I think? Yes. Okay. because we are talking about ethics like if it's stamps we put on product. And ethics is not that. Ethics is continuous debate and discussion about how things will go ahead. So from my opinion, the first thing we have to take care of is how to preserve dignity and human rights in all these systems. And the second is to work to reach informed consent with population that use these systems. And this means that we have to be very didactical, to explain things, for example, we have talked about accountability is something, those are tools. Accountability, privacy, data protection, all these are tools towards principles of ethics. Thank you.
So I guess I'm also expecting to answer this question. I think none of these principles alone do help to us as a users or as a overall sort of those who live in cyberspace to have sufficient degree of security, right? Transparency alone, well, we know about the particular technology, what type of the code it's used and all of that. We do have the policies, but what actually, how can this help us to be more secure and feel more sort of secure and stable in cyberspace? So none of this principle alone actually helps to achieve what we want to achieve, but altogether and many more could increase our actually chances to have this optimal security. But overall, I think we as humans need to be guided with the principle that we should avoid produce harm to each other, to others, with any type of technology, and AI is, of course, no exception here.
Thank you for that. I think my secret wish sort of came true, and everyone sort of touched on the different principles. But now I think it leaves us to sort of hear from our online audience as well. I'm just going to invite my colleague Jochen to pull out the final survey question, because I think it'll be interesting to hear what we have from the online audience. Basically, the question is, please mark from 1 to 6, because we have 6 ethical principles. Please mark from 1 to 6 the significance of each ethical principle of AI use in cybersecurity. 6 being most significant, very, very, very significant, and of course 1 being, well, to you, the least significant of all 6. But I do agree with Nastia also, everything sort of comes together. It's yeah, depends on how you formulate the principles. Amal is whispering into my ear.
Let us wait some further minutes, seconds, please, for the poll.
Okay. In the meantime, I just thought I'd like to say, what are we going to do about the ethical principles that are in, well, currently in the sort of draft proposals stage, right? So today, we have heard ideas that were discussed. We have had some new suggestions that were made, and the proposals will be further developed. It doesn't just stop here. Of course, the goal is to develop a basis that can serve as a guideline for industry, for research, for academia, for politics and civil society, and developing individual ethical principles. So after this session, we will be publishing an impulse paper on ethical principles for the use of AI in cybersecurity, and it will also reflect the discussion results and will be made available for the IGF community as well. In addition, of course, the paper will be sent to our stakeholders to gather complementary feedback, and of course, Kaspersky will also further develop our own principles based on this paper and provide best practices for the cybersecurity industry that we're in. So now, thank you for putting up the results from the poll, Johan. So please mark from 1 to 6 the significance of each ethical principle of AI used in cybersecurity. I think we have... Johan, would you like to interpret these results for us? Because there are many colors.
Yes, there are many colors, and it reflects that all of the 6 principles are important. So there is no priority. All of them are mentioned by the different attendees, and it makes clear that what you said, Nushin, and also Dennis, and Amal, and Nastya, it is very important to take into account all that different principles and to start a further multi-stakeholder discussion on that. So that's the result of the poll.
Thank you very much for that. I think we can close the poll, and I will just take 1 minute to sort of wrap up. I think the key takeaways really are that the ethical principles all sort of come together as one and complement one another, and they need to be further developed beyond today's discussion. And of course, like Amal had said, you know, it really depends on how you frame it also, and that is something that we need to further develop. So when it comes to transparency, safety, human control, privacy, you know, defensive cybersecurity, and being open for dialogue, these are by far, I think, equally important principles that even our online audience have also agreed. And I think the call, well, it remains for me to state then that, you know, the call for action would be that we need further international multi-stakeholder discussion on these ethical principles that we have developed and sort of designed. They're not exactly rocket science, but I think it's about collating all of them into one document that is coherent and makes sense for everyone. And of course, because we are, you know, a player in the cybersecurity field, then we're of course particularly interested in developing such ethical principles for AI in cybersecurity. So I just want to take this time to thank all of our audience today and people who have asked questions as well. I hope, you know, it has also furthered this discourse, and also to thank all of our speakers, starting from Nastya, Amal, Dennis, and of course Nushin, and myself. I'm Jeannie from Kaspersky, signing off here. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a successful rest of your time in IGF.
ちょっと話が変わりました。ちょっとカメラ抜けないんで。
So this is just a pre-announcement. We're about to start the session on OSINT and war crimes and electronic evidence. We'll start in about 3 minutes. The panel is sitting on the left, on the right if you're facing us, so that we can actually see the audience. Otherwise, you'd be facing the screen. So we've decided to sit here, so if anybody comes up, we can actually see them and face the audience. So please feel free to sit in the audience, or even if you want to come up and sit at the tables, you're most welcome. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the session on open source intelligence and prosecuting using digital evidence, war crimes, and human rights abuses. I am the moderator. My name is Zahid Jamil. I'm an attorney. It's an honor and a privilege, and it gives me great pleasure to co-moderate this session with my colleague, Georgi, who is joining us online and will be helping us moderate through an online platform. Under Georgi's leadership, and myself as a consultant, we have, in the last excess of 24 months, undertaken an extensive project on behalf of the Council of Europe that related to today's discussion, the topic of discussion today, which is trying to assist the Ukrainian government in addressing issues related to open source intelligence that can be collected and used as electronic evidence in terms of its own domestic legislation as well as international law. In particular, using the Budapest Convention on cybercrime and electronic evidence as one of the mechanisms to take such open source intelligence, electronic evidence obtained from there, and make it admissible and usable before various forums, such as domestic courts and international courts or other forums as well, possibly war crimes tribunals. Whilst we could speak in detail about this in today's conversation, however, and discussion it aims to introduce our honored guests, and we shall dilate upon these challenges and instances whereupon open source intelligence can be used as electronic evidence for prosecuting human rights abuses and war crimes. I will lead the first segment, leading up to a round of introductory remarks by the panelists, and then hand over to my co-moderator, Georgi, to maybe sort of ask some sort of questions we may have received from online participants, and also open it to the floor for comments and questions, and then come back to the panel for possibly a second round as well. So with that, if I can introduce my first panelist, of course, we are very honored and privileged to have Patrick here, who's the head of Information Society, the Department of Council of Europe. His areas of responsibility include freedom of expression and freedom of media, internet governance, artificial intelligence, cybercrime, data protection, and he's also responsible for projects related to public-private partnerships and cooperation with business partners. His professional focus, of course, encompasses areas such as freedom of expression, safety for journalists, sound internet governance, and international standards in data protection. It's a pleasure to have you here, Patrick. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Zahid. In fact, this panel represents all the Council of Europe stands for. That is, we want to create an environment that is promoting human rights, the rule of law, and democratic society. And in fact, what we see in war crimes, and especially, is these profound human rights violations in which all the actors that take an active role in promoting those basic values have to stand together in order to be able to fight the disinformation about the war, first of all, but also to ensure that those that are in charge and have to take the responsibility for the war crimes that are being committed. And in that respect, the instruments of the Council of Europe, and you mentioned the different areas in which I have a particular role to play, they come together. And I think this session really focuses on the role of investigative journalism, open source information, the use of such open source information in investigations, and bringing those in charge to account. The Budapest Convention is one of those instruments, and the Budapest Convention is not only a European convention. It is now ratified by 68 countries, but a number of countries, 23 more, have signed or have been invited to accede to the Budapest Convention, and that makes it a worldwide instrument. That's really important. Of course, the fact of having the war on the European soil has, of course, meant that we took an extra interest in what was happening from a Council of Europe perspective, and in that sense have been engaging quite a bit, including with the private sector. We're very happy to have Microsoft here around the table, but also with organizations such as Bellingcat that have made open source investigation one of their leading goals in terms of making sure that those responsible are taken into account. A number of elements of the Budapest Convention, and especially the second additional protocol, which was opened in May 2022 and has had an immediate success in terms of the number of signatories of the second additional protocol, will of course help us to fight the proliferation of cybercrime on the one side, but also to fight and to make sure that the increasing complexity in obtaining electronic evidence, which is stored in foreign, multiple, shifting or unknown jurisdictions, and the powers of law enforcement, which are limited, we have to ensure that with that we can combat that and provide a legal basis for the disclosure of domain name registration information and direct cooperation with the service providers, while offering at the same time mutual assistance tools and of course personal data protection safeguards. This will be also presented by my co-panelists later in this session. So I would like to thank you very much already, the ones here present in the room, and also the panelists for taking part in this important session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick Penix. It's a pleasure to have had you. Thank you so much. And of course, we'll come back to you for more clarifications and questions, probably more about the European status and what may be happening in Ukraine. Of course, we have other panelists who are from Ukraine with us to also speak about that. I will now ask my colleague, Jayanta Fernando, who is joining us online as the second panelist. If we could switch to him. Jayanta is a lawyer, now in active digital law practice from South Asia, who has helped to bring Sri Lanka and several countries to the Budapest Convention. He was a bureau member of the TCY, which is the committee of the Budapest Convention of the member states, which negotiated the second additional protocol and several guidance notes to the Budapest Convention. And I can tell you that he's done an excellent job of trying to advocate for the adoption of the Budapest Convention right across the globe in several countries, both in the South Pacific and also in Asia. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Jayanta, if you could, please, the floor is yours, Jayanta. I don't know if you can hear us since you're online. Just want to check if you are there.
Yeah, I can hear you very well. Can I be heard?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahid, and it's nice to speak after Patrick. And I think in the interest of time, I'll be brief in this initial intervention. I think in the context of open source intelligence and use of modern techniques for gathering electronic evidence, Zahid has very clearly enunciated in your opening address, as well as what was mentioned by Patrick. And in the context of what we are seeing happening, being live streamed from the Middle East as we speak, the tragedies and all what's happening these days, I think this topic is really of significance. I think it is been discussed at a very opportune moment at the IGF. In the context of the Budapest Convention and its operative provisions, I think it goes without saying that the tools provided through the Budapest Convention, including through the second additional protocol, are vital in the context of allowing new techniques to be adopted in the investigation of all categories of offenses, including human rights violations that you very clearly mentioned a short while ago. Most notably, it is relevant to note that the convention state parties got together after the cloud evidence report was finalized in 2017 to negotiate the second additional protocol that provides new and novel methods for investigators to gather and share electronic evidence with other parties, as well as directly liaise with international service providers. So we have, for the first time, mechanisms provided for enhanced direct cooperation between countries and providers of service, including domain name registration information providers. We have disclosure of subscriber information provided under Article 7 of the second additional protocol, and heaps of measures connected with that. Then there is also a mechanism to give effect to an order made by one country for expedited production of subscriber information and traffic data as provided under Article 8. We also have in the second additional protocol, Article 9, which provides for expedited disclosure of stored computer data in an emergency situation. and then procedural measures that deals with now new techniques for emergency mutual assistance, which was hitherto never provided in any other treaty. Then, of course, there are very practical solutions also in the second additional protocol, most notably in Article 11, that describes procedures for international cooperation where parties and experts are in different places, and it is difficult to deduce the evidence that you have gathered, and there is mechanisms available for obtaining the evidence required, and clarity and depositions to be provided through video conferencing techniques, and then also joint investigation teams and joint investigations. But most notably, what I would like to emphasize are the additional safeguards that were brought in through the second additional protocol, which has hitherto not been found in any other international treaty. There is the provisions contained in Article 14, which has got specific data protection safeguards dealing with processing of data that is gathered in the course of an investigation, and for cross-border sharing of electronic evidence gathered through the new techniques provided under the second additional protocol. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to, in conclusion, emphasize is another important tool that is made available under the Budapest Convention, namely the capacity building measures. All of these tools, legislative tools, become meaningful and effective only if there is a domestic capacity in a given country to deal with the problem and equip the criminal justice authorities with the ability to investigate, prosecute, as well as hear and determine these matters within your territories. For that to happen, Council of Europe Convention, the Budapest Convention, and its tools provide a capacity building initiative called the Global Action Against Cybercrime, which has benefited many countries, including mine. So if I am to, in conclusion, illustrate an example, we have over the years been able to have expert judges. Now we have 14 of them who have gone through a training of the trainer program, who in turn have been able to replicate and introduce a cybercrime and electronic evidence module in the Judges Institute to train judges across the provinces in the country. That resulted in 323 judges being trained in the provinces by the 14 expert judges trained under the Council of Europe GLACY program called Global Action Against Cybercrime. Similarly, prosecutors have been trained who have developed the ability to deal with this problem and equip them with tools to prosecute. And then investigators who are the first responders in a human rights violation, genocide, or any other cybercrime related incident, who can gather the essential ingredients necessary to prove the offense. They have also been trained under the GLACY program under the Council of Europe. And I just want to flag those benefits as a country that has progressed over the years as a state party to the Budapest Convention, how we have benefited from those capacity building tools to develop domestic capability to deal with the range of issues and challenges where electronic evidence is required to be gathered, to present them in the various fora, including in the context of the topic being discussed today, and the need for such capacity to be developed over a period of time and maintained in a sustainable manner so as to create an ecosystem where the modern day threats, issues, challenges can be dealt with in a coordinated manner with international partners. So with that, Zahid, I will close my intervention at this point, and I'll be available for Q&A. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jantha. In fact, of course, you know, we will come back to you because we'd love to hear more about the incidents and examples that have been, you know, helpful to your country and how you've used them. But at the moment, we'll move to John. Let me introduce my next panelist, John Herring, who's here in the room to my right. He is a senior government affairs manager for digital diplomacy at Microsoft. He analyzes global cybersecurity landscapes and drives engagement with regional government teams and contributes to Microsoft's efforts to promote peace and security in cyberspace through various multi-stakeholder initiatives. He's worked previously with the US government, and prior to joining Microsoft, John served as a White House Defense Fellow in the Obama administration at the Department of Defense in the Office of Secretary of Defense for Policy. He has also previously led humanitarian aid research in Northeast Nigeria and with the Danish Refugee Council, and worked as a math and science teacher also through Teach for America. I know you had a fantastic session this morning, John. You talked about a little bit about what's happening in the international landscape, but over to you to discuss this very important topic and what Microsoft's doing in regards. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the IGF for hosting this important discussion, and it's a privilege to be up here with all of you. And maybe just to begin by saying that, to commend the Budapest Convention as, the invaluable tool that exists for successfully combating international cybercrime. And just to say that we hope that the current UN cybercrime negotiation process through the ad hoc committee sort of takes a cue from the Budapest Convention to certainly not conflict, and also to hopefully replicate many of the good measures that are reflected in that to support international cooperation against cybercrime while safeguarding effectively human rights. But I want to pivot a little bit to talk about the topic that brings us here today, which is sort of the potential for war crimes and documentations there, because innovation in conflict has necessitated innovations in collection, in documentation, and of e-evidence. My team at Microsoft is our digital diplomacy team. We're relatively new, but we're, one way to think of us is Microsoft's response to cyberspace emerging as a domain of conflict. We spend a lot of time trying to promote new expectations or new understandings of expectations as it relates to responsible state behavior online. And then where there are existing expectations for responsible behavior online and elsewhere, we do what we can to promote accountability to those expectations. And to that end, the use of cyber operations in the full-scale war in Ukraine that began a little over a year and a half ago, has been rather novel in sort of being the first large-scale example of hybrid warfare that perhaps the world has seen. There are certainly other examples, but not at the scale that we're seeing in Ukraine. And this has introduced sort of two challenges. The first is obviously the potential for traditional war crimes that we've seen in the past in other conflicts and that are as old as time in many ways. And then the other is the potential for specifically cyber-enabled or cyber-dependent war crimes. And then also everything in between. War crimes that have a cyber component to them or that are enabled by those operations. And this creates new challenges in terms of what are responsibilities as different stakeholders in this space, what is our responsibilities as an industry player that has access to information and can help with documentation. So on the sort of cyber-based potential war crime side of this equation, Microsoft has responded to these challenges with greater transparency and increased reporting. In particular, out of our Microsoft Threat Analysis Center, in addition to trying to work to protect and secure civilian data, Ukrainian data, customer data that might be tied up in the conflict, we're also reporting on the breadth of cyber operations that we are seeing across the conflict itself. This has been in successive reports from our Threat Analysis Center. It includes information on the targets, the different malware types, the actors that are responsible, to the degree we can trace who the actor responsible is, and to the degree we can know what the impact of those attacks has been as well, to hopefully serve as a tool of accountability on its own, but then a valuable source of open source intelligence as well. And then there's the other side of the equation when it comes to more traditional war crimes allegations for which digital documentation could prove essential. And so we've also been exploring how to expedite the collection of evidence or otherwise provide support for the capture of digital evidence alleging for just traditional war crimes underneath the Rome Statute or other provisions, and making sure that the International Criminal Court would have the ability to document that in a more immutable fashion. So I might leave that there for further discussion, just to tee up how we're seeing this space and how that intersects with some of the work of my team.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful because it gives us an idea of how businesses are trying to tackle and address and trying to ameliorate the very serious concerns and incidents that are taking place. Now, if I may turn to our participants and speaker from Ukraine, Natalia Takchuk. She is the head of the Information and Cybersecurity Directorate at the Office of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. She also holds the position of the Secretary of Ukraine's National Coordination Center for Cybersecurity and has 20 years of practical experience in the sectors of national security and defense of Ukraine. She is responsible for providing coordination and control over activities of main state actors in the sphere of information and cybersecurity, and she holds a PhD in the field of law and national security. Slava Kurania, pleasure.
Героям слава.
Welcome. Thank you. We please you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Zahid. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here with such a great professionals. Thank you very much for your support to Ukraine. It's very important for us. I would like to start to say a few words. You know, my trip to Japan took almost 3 days because we don't have no air connections as it is war going on in Ukraine. But this trip was worth it because the IGF Forum is a very important venue where we can discuss the most important issues of the internet, of new technologies, of cybersecurity. And you know, the first day during the opening panel, I was admiring the opening speeches on the first panel. Everybody were talking about the importance of the internet in democratic world, about artificial intelligence, and also about threats that these technologies can possess. First of all, cyber attacks and disinformation. But to my regrets, no one mentioned the country who actually invented the mechanisms of disinformation, using social media, internet to manipulate public opinion, to manipulate elections in democratic states. Country who was the first country using cyber attacks also as an instrument for further special information operations. I'm talking about the Russian Federation, about the terrorist country. And why it's important to remember, because when we are discussing the future of the internet, the future of cybersecurity and new secure frameworks, we need to keep this in mind. Today we will discuss the war crimes and the role of electronic evidence. I should say that since the Russian aggression started, our law enforcement already registered more than 90,000 of war crimes. Can you imagine this number? And even this is old data. Maybe now it's even bigger. 90,000. And it's simply impossible for any law enforcement agency or even for one country to document and to investigate all these crimes. And it's simply impossible without your help. Without help of civil society, without our international partners, without help of people who take care of human rights, NGOs, and so on. And this is why the question of electronic evidence is very important. And I'm happy that today we will discuss the main issues of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right, and I think a lot more attention needs to be paid and heed to the kind of issues that you mentioned. And also, I think it's important that you mentioned the importance of attribution in attacks, etc., and also with the evidence that you collect to be able to attribute it is extremely important. So I move now to our last panelist. Of course, we will be having several rounds after this, of course. Nick Waters. He's the head of the Justice and Accountability team at Bellingcat. We're really happy to have you, Nick. Thank you. With a background in the military and cybersecurity, his interests have focused on conflict and the applicability of open source information as evidence. Nick will be speaking about the development of open source investigation, starting with the inception of Bellingcat, the development of a methodology with the Global Legal Action Network to enable the use of open source information to investigate Saudi-led coalition strikes in Yemen, and ultimately its application to the invasion in Ukraine. Over to you, Nick. The floor is yours.
Cool. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me. It's an incredibly privilege to be able to speak to all of you here. What I'm going to show you is a much more granular idea of what this can actually mean in terms of information or open source information as evidence. And in order to do that, we have I wanted to show you a video which relates to a series of executions carried out by Mr. Wafali in 2017. So Mr. Wafali was the subject of an arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court regarding the executions of large numbers of people that he accused of being members of the Islamic State, but who had not gone through any kind of judicial process. When we found out about this, we decided that we would also try and find out what kind of information you could work out from each one of these videos. And I would like to show that to you now. Just a warning, this does show the aftermath of an execution. It doesn't show the actual execution itself. So that is Mr. Wafali reading from a sheet, and those are detainees who were about to be executed. And what we needed to do was try and squeeze as much information out from this video as possible. Now, when you see a video, watch a video, you're only seeing a single still frame at a time. So what we did is we extracted multiple still frames and then blended them together to form a panorama. And within that panorama, it makes it easier to identify features which you can use to geolocate it, to place it in space. In this case, we could identify some buildings in the back left with quite a distinctive design, with gaps at the base, a wall on the right-hand side, and a fork in the road where the actual execution took place. Now, finding the general area wasn't too difficult. There's a place called the Chinese Housing Project in Benghazi, where fighting had been taking place at the time of these executions, which matched the building that we could see in the video. And so that's where we started looking. Now, if you've ever seen these kind of geolocations or read an article from Bellingcat, you can see that when you reach the final product, it can sometimes be like really clear. It seems self-evident that the location is correct. But frequently, this can take a very long time to achieve. In this case, I think it took us about 3 weeks with 3 or 4 people working several hours a day in order to actually identify the potential location. But we did eventually identify a potential location. And this location had the properties that we were looking for in terms of a fork in the road, a building, and a wall which were in the correct orientation. However, for us, that isn't confirmation enough. We want to be absolutely certain. So what we did is we bought the latest high-resolution satellite imagery that was available, and then we overlaid the video of the execution on top of it. And we saw that the bushes that you can see in the top of the image matched exactly with what you could see in satellite imagery. And as we were buying this latest satellite imagery, we also noticed new satellite imagery appeared, which had these black spots in the road. And it took us a while to work out precisely what these black spots were. But again, when we compared them to the video, we worked out that they were the bloodstains of the people who had been executed. So we knew we had the location exactly. We could then use the people within the video as effectively as sundials to work out where the sun was in the sky in order to establish the time, which would have been about 6:30 in the morning. And then we were pretty confident about the date because the bloodstains appeared between the 15th, 16th, and 17th of July. So we had an exact location, a time, probably accurate to within a few minutes, and then a date accurate to within a few days. And this is the kind of information that we deal with in order to take content like this, images, videos, primarily from conflict zones, and then verify that content in order to conduct further in-depth investigations. And this kind of information can be incredibly important, especially when it's combined with other traditional forms of evidence. Yeah, and I think that is my time up, but very happy to speak about that if anyone has any further questions. Thank you.
Nick, that was breathtaking, to say the least. Thank you very much. Very helpful. I would like to now go to the remote participants and my co-moderator, Georgi. But before I do that, I wanted to give an opportunity to Natalia. Natalia, you see what has just been shown. And while there's belling cat, now it might change to belling bear, you know, near Russia. So my question is, how do you feel about this sort of information? Would it be helpful to you in the Ukraine and the conflict there?
Yeah, of course, this information would be very helpful to Ukraine, and actually Bellingcat is helping Ukraine right now. They have a special platform which gathers all the electronic evidence of Russian aggression in Ukraine.
Thank you. So obviously, hopefully, more people from the tech industry will be also helping out. We hope that is the case. I would like to now take the opportunity and go to my co-moderator, Georgi. Maybe he can mention a few comments. I know he's done extensive work, of course, in Ukraine with respect to OSINT, and also maybe he can tell us if there's anybody who would like to comment or has questions from the online platform. We'll go there first. Georgi, over to you.
Thank you, Zahid, and greetings to everyone from Strasbourg. It's been a pleasure to listen to all of the speakers and to participate in this event. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for all the information shared so far. I'll start with the second question from Zahid. At the moment, we have about 30 participants online, but there are no particular questions yet coming in or comments that are being relayed to speakers. So using this opportunity, maybe I can sort of step in myself and provide a couple of comments, as Zahid rightly mentioned, when it comes to the use of open source intelligence or generally evidence of war crimes and gross human rights violations in the context of our assistance to Ukraine. So for the last few years, I worked for the Council of Europe, where I'm managing a regional project on cybercrime and electronic evidence in the Eastern Partnership, which also covers Ukraine, and it happened to cover Ukraine also on the days when the Russian aggression against Ukraine started in February 2022. So we've been actually quite involved with Ukrainian authorities, especially with the prosecutor's office from the very early days, I would say, of our action, of our joint action to support Ukraine in the war of aggression, in terms of like really clarifying the issues where actually do our standards, such as the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime and potentially second edition protocol, stand in terms of supporting Ukraine to basically to have the clearer case and the clearer sort of evidence and an understanding either domestically or through potential international investigations or investigation of international judicial process in these issues as well. So what we tried to focus on was not really to go that much in depth into the features of the national law, because there we had the help of the Ukrainian expert there, who was actually looking at this quite extensively. But for us, it was important to identify whether the tools that we have would be helpful. And fortunately, we have the Budapest Convention on our side, and we identified a few tools there, including, for example, Article 32 of the Convention, which is underutilized in daily practice, but still opens up a lot of possibilities to all member states, to the Budapest Convention, to also have access to open source intelligence, either in the public domain or in the private domain, if, let's say, the owner of the data, be it a service provider or a foreign company or even the civil society organization, expresses its content to share with authorities of Ukraine, should such requests would be. It may sound a bit superfluous, but it's also very important to note that we view the open source intelligence in this context as a part of the overall chain of evidence and chain of custody leading to criminal investigations and overall criminal justice context. For us, it is important to treat OSINT as information and evidence, which is just a part of the rest of investigative powers and investigative procedures that investigators and prosecutors have to use to prove the cases either domestically before domestic courts or internationally, should this be required. And last but not least, I think it's very important to note that one of the features of electronic evidence is that it likes to travel beyond borders. And this is where the tools of the convention and tools of a second edition protocol come into place, because cross-sharing of evidence is not just simply about international investigations or the tribunals, but also in terms of the actual acquisition of the data, actual sharing of the data. Would be great if it's sort of put in the framework of a process which is provided by the Budapest Convention, specifically Article 32 and the other instruments that are there. So sorry for abusing a bit my position as a co-moderator to this meeting, but I thought it would be also a bit thought-provoking maybe to focus on those tools as well in terms of discussion in this workshop. Thank you. So far, I see that there are no further questions at the moment from the chat.
Georgi, thank you so much, by the way. Really appreciate you giving us sort of a primer on how the different provisions of the convention actually work. This is very, very helpful, and especially Article 32. I will first of all look towards the audience and see if there are any questions from the audience. Of course, I have a few questions which I'll pose to next Jayantha, just giving him a warning. But please, there's a mic right behind you, and we're happy to give you mics from here if you wish. But if you could go there, and then you'll also be on camera when you ask the question.
Yeah, sure. Hello. Thanks all for coming, and thanks, dear panelists and moderator, for giving me the floor. My name is Tim. I think that this Budapest Convention framework may seem like a useful legal framework in context of war crimes and crimes in general. However, do you think it can be used for punishing those criminals who are Ukrainian-based, as long as there is plenty of electronic evidence of war crimes committed by Ukrainian armed forces as well, like tortures, killing civilians, prisoners of war, and so on? Same as cyber crimes, fraud and scam. Just for example, Ukraine has a record of having call centers with scammers pretending to be like central bank employees. These scammers call Russian citizens and convince them to transfer money to the attacker's account. That's definitely a cybercrime. So my question is there any chance Ukrainian-based criminals will ever be punished with your help? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. I'm definitely going to have some comments to that, but over to anyone in the panel who'd like to respond.
First of all, I would like to comment that actually there is not only conventional war, but cyber war that is going on in Ukraine. And the Russian Federation started this cyber war in 2014. And actually it was the first example of cyber war when Russia attacked our electric power station with black energy, simultaneously annexing the Crimea and other parts of Ukraine. I'm thankful to John that you mentioned cyber war crimes and your question about these cyber war crimes. I can say that Russians are constantly conducting cyber war crimes against Ukrainian population. They are constantly attacking civil critical infrastructure facilities, electronic grids, and other facilities that is being used by civil population. And no matter that it's rather difficult to attribute cyber crimes, but we managed to do this. And I should say that Ukraine, together with the United States of America, may be only the two countries in the world who really managed to attribute the cyber crimes to a particular people who did this. For example, I should give you an example of Armageddon hacker group. The Security Service of Ukraine, together with the Office of General Prosecutor and military department of it, managed to investigate the constant cyber attacks of this hacking group. And this hacking group is a part of the Russian counterintelligence, which is based in Crimea. We had the particular names, phone calls of the people who conducted these cyber attacks, and we can prove that this was actually cyber war crimes. And this is very important for international community to support this because it's a very important issue. And I should say that this is a new issue because it's not the first war, but this is the first cyber war that is going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What we'll do now is we'll basically ask others to explain what is new about this. And of course, we'll take more questions. Just one response from me. I'm the moderator, but I think it's helpful just as a matter of information, and it's a neutral comment. Obviously, these allegations would be by Russian, complainants or victims, etc. So it's a very simple answer to this question. Ukraine is a member of the Budapest Convention. Others are members of the Budapest Convention. Russia can become a member of the Budapest Convention, but for some reason it chooses not to. If Russia, to answer your question, if Russia became a member of the Budapest Convention, then it would be able to assert these rights. But for some reason, the External Affairs Ministry of Russia decides not to do so. So maybe the question should be asked of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs or External Affairs, why don't they join to solve this problem? I wanted to move to John. And of course, I know you are we'll come back. I want to move to John and say, John, what kind of new challenges are you seeing here with respect to war crimes and electronic? This is one of the first we've witnessed since the new age of cyber. And are there specific, cyber-specific war crimes that you want to sort of talk about? And what does that do to the environment? Thanks.
So yeah, it's not Microsoft's place to be, I think, deciding in any way what constitutes a war crime one way or the other. But I think obviously the widespread use of cyber capabilities in an armed conflict presents the possibility of there being cyber-enabled war crimes, and hence why we've sort of been stepping up that degree to which we are reporting out on the offensive cyber activities that we're seeing in the context of that particular conflict, but then also more broadly. And so I actually would probably direct you to the work of the Human Rights Center out of Berkeley Law School, who has filed now, I think, 3 successive Article 15 submissions with the International Criminal Court that does allege cyber-enabled war crimes. And as part of, and certainly throughout their sort of very well-documented submissions, there is a very well resource set of evidence based on the reporting from not just Microsoft, but a whole host of technology companies who have sort of stepped into that space to say, hey, here's the activity that we're seeing, here's the best information that we have in terms of where we can trace it back to, here's the type of malware that was used in this operation. And then also, to what degree, at least this is something that Microsoft reported on last year, to what degree do we see alignment between military objectives in the kinetic space as well as then the cyber operations that we see as being aligned. And so whether that's missile attacks or other kinetic strikes, we are also seeing some evidence of potential alignment there that can be used in similar filings.
Thank you, very helpful. I wanted to now turn to Nick. I know we didn't give you enough time and you just were able to present the video, but is there anything you wanted to generally state? And also in particular to sort of the things you've seen happening with respect to on the ground, because a question was just asked about that it would be helpful to get some sort of response about the experience you're having. Please.
Yeah, so from our perspective, this is less in terms of like the Budapest Convention and more in terms of specific open source information. One of the things that we've actually been very careful about, specifically with the map that was previously talked about, which looks at instances of civilian harm in Ukraine, is that we're very, very careful about attributing responsibility for that. So the Ukraine Civilian Harm Database, which we run, contains all the incidents that we can find, which is obviously only a minority of what has happened, where civilians have been harmed or civilian infrastructure has been harmed in Ukraine as a result of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have taken several safeguards to make sure that we're careful about the kind of information that's placed in there. So for example, we talked for a couple of hours about what color to label the instance. So they're not blue, they're not red, they're not green, they are specifically purple. We haven't attributed any of those incidents to anyone. So in theory, what you see on that map could in fact have been carried out by any state party. That is something we've had to be very, very careful of because we cannot make comment on who has actually carried out a particular incident until we have conducted further in-depth investigations of that. But in terms of the Russian state specifically, firstly, we would find it very difficult, for example, to cooperate with the Russian legal system, firstly, because we don't think it's a particularly effective one, and secondly, because as soon as we get off the plane, they would arrest us. And secondly, that same legal system has spent the last few years denigrating the idea that this kind of information can be used as evidence, specifically in relation to MH17, as well as in relation to their intelligence agencies carrying out poisonings in Europe. And so I don't think this kind of information would successfully be used as evidence within the Russian legal system simply because they have rejected that as a possibility over the previous few years. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Jayantha Fernando to possibly share with us examples of the use of Article 32, because as I mentioned earlier, we're going to come back to you on and see how you think that Article 32 is unique and provides the ability to be able to combat or deal with such open source intelligence, for instance. And then I would like to come back to the floor because I believe there's a question from here, and then we'll come back to the earlier participant. Please go ahead, Jayantha.
Yeah. Thank you, Zahid. A couple of points I just want to emphasize here in the context of some of the questions also that was raised. It's important to know that the tools available under the Budapest Convention, including Article 32, is available for state parties to the Budapest Convention and not otherwise. So I think we need to be very clear about the unique features of the convention, especially the open source framework provided through Article 32, which is clarified more clearly through the guidance note on transborder access to data, Article 32. So there's a guidance note, Zahid, if you may remember, on Article 32, which was agreed to between state parties to the Budapest Convention. And it is also important to note a particular sentence I would like to quote from the guidance note, where it is presumed that the parties to the convention form a community of trust and that rule of law, human rights principles are respected in line with Article 15 of the Budapest Convention. So if a state party to a Budapest Convention who wants to benefit from Article 32 and rely on the open source material available online, as clearly explained by many of our panelists today, it is also important to understand that the concept of this being used within a community of trust and to ensure that rule of law, human rights principles are respected in line with Article 15. That said, I want to emphasize that not only on a day-to-day basis, Zahid, but on a very regular basis, be it in relation to a drug-related offense or any other offense, our law enforcement authorities are using this provision on a regular basis because they have been trained, and not only because they have been trained, they comply with the minimum standards under Article 15 and the standard operating procedures on which they use those tools are also respecting the provisions contained in Article 15. Thanks.
Thank you, Janta. And Article 15, for those who are in the room, is basically human rights provisions. It's very important for the convention to basically make sure that any provision of procedural or investigative powers are subject to these human rights provisions. We have a question in the room. The gentleman, please. Over to you, sir. Please, you can ask your question.
Thank you. I'm Luis Fernando Garcia, and hi, I'm Luis Fernando Garcia, and I'm the Executive Director of R3D, the Youth Rights Defense Network from Mexico. Obviously, I think no one can deny that access to e-evidence can be crucial to resolve crimes. However, I think it's really important to also make notice that, unfortunately, in many places in the world, law enforcement officials also participate in the commission of war crimes, crimes against humanity, human rights abuses. In this respect, I think it's important to say that there's, unfortunately, a lot of dissatisfaction and frustration among several civil society groups with regard to the lack of effective safeguards, both in the protocol of the Budapest Convention and in the proposed draft in the cybercrime treaty being negotiated in the UN. For example, the lack of judicial safeguards being mentioned, and in general, I think there's a lot of frustration. I think lack of communication. I think, and I think my question is, does anyone in the panel recognize that the safeguards that are in the protocol or in the draft text of the UN Cybercrime Convention are inadequate, and there's much more to do with regard to building effective safeguards that prevent the provisions of the Budapest Convention of being used actually to commit crimes with impunity, as unfortunately in many places in the world, like in the country that I come from, happens regularly.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question. I'm happy to give some responses, but please, Patrick, go ahead.
Well, I think it is indeed better that the parties to the Budapest Convention can respond to that, because ultimately they are in charge of committing to the Budapest Convention and using its articles. I just wanted to to say two things, also with regards to the previous question. We're a panel on war crimes and gross human rights violations. This is not the International Criminal Court. So let's also refocus and make sure that we focus on the topic of our panel right now. And maybe also, despite the fact that we emphasize the usefulness of open source information as being potential evidence of war crimes, we also, however, we need to distinguish between intelligence, information, and evidence, and that not every open source information is or can be used for trial purposes. I think that's important that we recognize that electronic evidence must obviously be obtained in compliance with existing legislation and best practice procedures to be admissible in a trial. That's one thing. And from the example that Nick has given us, let's also be very clear. We need information, open source information, that is reliable, that is authentic, that is complete, that is also believable and reliable. And I think those elements are core components once we have to decide when certain information can be used in trial or not. And that's why the importance of reliable information, not manufactured information, is of clear importance. And when we see that we're in an era where deep fakes and disinformation, systemic disinformation is taking place worldwide, but also ensured by a number of countries which have a particular interest in that, that we need to ensure that this information is in the first place reliable. Yes. Then I leave it to the parties to the Budapest Convention to see what the limitations are and where we need to work further. Thank you.
That's very, very helpful. I just wanted to add a comment, and then of course there are more interventions, I believe, that the convention under Article 15, and I don't know if you may have read it, stipulates that there are human rights standards. In fact, it mentions several treaties that have to be applicable, and it talks specifically about safeguards. Every single procedural investigative power, because I teach this constantly every few weeks, actually stipulates that there should be judicial oversight of every single procedural provision within the convention. So this is very much embedded within the crux of the convention. But in addition to that, the capacity building training that the convention does continually talks about the human rights aspect. So I completely agree with you that it's essential that police, law enforcement, and others don't abuse this. And the Budapest Convention at least provides some. I'm happy to have a conversation with you about where you feel maybe there are gaps, but I do think that you are right when we look at the UN Convention, the Ad Hoc Committee Convention, and the UN currently. There are various concerns of civil society and others, and absolutely correctly, I think, that there are many gaps related to human rights and civil liberty safeguards as it applies to the UN draft convention. Well, I should call it a draft at the moment. But Natalia, over to you, and then of course I have a question for Nick, and then we'll go to the audience back again, please.
I would like to add that, of course, the Budapest Convention is a very effective instrument in investigation of cyber crimes, but it's not enough simply to become party of this convention. The implementation is a very important next step. And, for example, Ukraine is still working on the implementation of the Budapest Convention. Now there is war going on. We have different regime of war times. But before the war, we still had problems with provisions that provide disclosure and preservation of data, of technical data. Because in Ukraine, law enforcement didn't have the possibility to issue some warrants to do this quickly. as it is implied in the Budapest Convention, and this is also very important, the effective implementation of this international document.
Thank you, Natalia. I know that, John, you wanted to quickly intervene, please.
Yeah, and I think there's been well enough said about the provisions of the Budapest Convention, but just to circle back on the UNAHC, the Cybercrime Convention negotiations that are ongoing, to your point, Zahid, thankfully it is still, I think, a draft, and we still have fairly significant concerns about making sure that there are sufficient safeguards in place for things like human rights, particularly as it relates to some of the data access provisions and opportunities for more transparency as to when and for how long data was requested, and making sure that information can always be disclosed on a long enough timeline.
For instance, Article 32 in the convention actually states that there has to be certain consents given for transport or access. We have no such provision within the UN convention, and so the question is, anybody can then access anything? This question to be asked. Nick. I have a question for you regarding what Patrick said. It's very important that whatever data you look at is authentic, reliable. And so my question is, how do you verify these images? We saw this wonderful video to the standard that would allow them to be used as evidence in court. What is the, and have you had experience with, say, war crimes tribunals, etc.? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so what we've been doing is working with the Global Legal Action Network, who are a group of lawyers who carry out strategic litigation in order to assess if this kind of information that I showed you can actually be used as evidence. Primarily, this is focused in common law, so the law of England and Wales. However, what we've done is focus on the principles of the admissibility of evidence. And so we believe that the methodology that we've created with the Global Legal Action Network enables the possibility that some of this, these videos, these images could be used as evidence in the future. Obviously, it's not a guarantee, and this is only one way of doing it. Human Rights Center at Berkeley obviously has the Berkeley Protocol, which our methodology, we believe, is consistent with. But those are the principles that we've sought to apply. So when you actually investigate these kind of pieces of content, we talk specifically about AI. However, AI still isn't really at the point where it can create believable content. At the moment, the majority of the problems come from real content that's been repurposed from one event that's been repurposed to say it comes from a different event. And by some very simple verification steps, by placing a piece of content in space and time, you can exclude all of that misleading information. We also seek to use contextual verification as well, comparing it to the context of the event at the time, as well as cross-reference verification. So, for example, you can imagine that if an incident happens in a large city, say an airstrike, there will be multiple people who will take pictures and videos because that's what people do. It's happened in Syria, it happened in Yemen, it's happened in Ukraine. And so we will seek out that content, place it in space and time, and seek it to compare with other pieces of content. So we've been thinking about this from the very kind of basic, placing this content in time and space, and then all the way up to the principles of evidentiary admissibility. And if anyone is interested in that, our methodology with Global Legal Action Network is available online. You just need to look for Glan Bellingcat and then methodology, and you'll find it.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks. I hope that addresses some of the concerns regarding how this can be used, especially with respect to prosecution. I will be asking John a question about what you've been doing with the ICC prosecutor and how you've helped. But before I do that, I know a gentleman's been waiting for some time, actually. No, absolutely, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you for giving me time the second time. I have a small commentary for Natalia. I
Please.
totally agree with you about that Russia and Ukraine actually have not only classical war, but also informational war, and the citizens of both countries are suffering from that. It's absolutely true. But my question to you was about Ukrainian-baked and sometimes Ukrainian state-baked criminals, not like Russian criminals, because everything is clear about Russian criminals. So I feel like my question was left unanswered. But my next question is to you and to Nick, because frankly speaking, I think that war crime is war crime, and no matter who did it, who committed it, and where. And in terms of conventions, because you said that Russian genocide and conventions, etc., so these war crimes cannot be prosecuted by this legal way. this sounds a bit strange because there are certain war crimes where like Russia is not even a struggling party. For example, like some soldier killing some civilian on Ukrainian territory, not related to Russia at all. And this is actually the situation where this convention could be used possibly, but let's stand off Ukraine for a while because I see it like causes some like hot atmosphere here. Thank you for like letting me continue. So my question is to Nick, because in the context I have just given, for like last 3 days, we actually seeing like this normal events in between Israel and Palestine. And like there is a plenty of direct electronic evidence of war crimes committed by each party, by Palestinians and by Israelis. There are clearly war crimes. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be a like lawyer or some kind of specialist to call what it actually is. So what is your attitude, what is your approach to these kind of war crimes and this conflict? And maybe there are any investigations already available? And what do you think if any international law or international cooperation could be used in such way in such a conflict?
Thank you for your question. First of all, let me clarify. What I said earlier was that you'd given examples of cybercrime, not war crimes. And so
I've given also examples of war crimes because there were like some situations where like sorry about getting to Ukraine again, but there were some like events when Ukrainian army, Ukrainian soldiers were killing Ukrainian civilians. That is what I was speaking about.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Okay. So the idea was that basically for cybercrime and for electronic evidence, the Budapest Convention provides an international law basis. We don't have another convention that does that. So therefore, one would have to be a party to be able to do the exchange of information, electronic evidence. Therefore, Russia being a party to that would be helpful if Russia wanted to take advantage of it. So for instance, I assume that since the point that you're making is that Russian victims are involved, it would be then therefore the responsibility, I would imagine, of Russian government to say that it wants to be able to defend its people. And so therefore, I would imagine they would want to join the convention, but they've chosen not to. That was the point we were making. On the other question regarding Palestine and Israel, etc., let me just say this, of course, we will obviously go to the panel. We are not here discussing international war crimes generally. The topic of our conversation, and I think you said it earlier, Patrick, really is we're not the War Crimes Tribunal, is to look at electronic evidence and how it, especially OSINT, can be used in various segments. It could be any conflict. It could be the Palestinian conflict. It could be the Russian-Israel situation we just saw. Sorry, the Russian-Ukraine situation and the Palestine-Israel situation we just recently saw. So we're not taking any position per se. It's a question of academic question. Now, over to the panel. Does anybody else want to answer any of the questions that have been asked? Oh, John, anyone? Natalia, please.
Thank you for your comment, for your question. And you're totally right. The justice and the rule of law is a common democratic value. This is the value that my country is fighting against the Russian Federation. And every war criminal should be brought to justice, should be accounted for what he did. That's why there is international mechanisms, international legislation, and the Budapest Convention as well. But I disagree with you that you said that there is information war, that Ukrainians are suffering and Russians are suffering. Russians are not suffering from information war from any other countries except from their political leaders. They block all the internet, they block all the media, and people who have another point of view that they are political leaders, they are simply scared because they simply go to jail. This is the information war in Russia, war from its political leadership. That's what I wanted to comment. Thank you.
Patrick? Why don't I give you my mic and take this back?
I know there was a very specific question that is directed to Nick, and so I hope that Nick and John can answer those questions. But unfortunately, Zahid, I have to correct you. at this point in time, because I must say that the Russian Federation at this point in time will not be able to join the Cybercrime Convention for the simple reason that the Russian Federation was expelled from the Council of Europe and has lost its status with the Council of Europe because of not respecting human rights and the basic values that the Council of Europe stands for, and was therefore expelled from the Council of Europe following the Russian invasion, illegal invasion in Ukraine. So that option is not open at this point in time. It was open in the past, as you said, but that is no longer an option right now. That's all I wanted to say, because there were some specific questions to the other.
This is one of the welcome times where I like your criticism and disagreement with me. So very happy. Thank you so much for that. Nick, please.
Yeah, sure. So in the context of Israel-Palestine, yeah, so the very first thing you said that we can say they're war crimes. One of the things we've been very, very careful about from Bellingcat's side, specifically within my team, is that we cannot say that. We cannot say something like that. We are not lawyers. We work with lawyers, with GLAN, but we cannot make those kind of statements. And that's one thing that we've been very careful about doing. And in terms of using the vocabulary to describe events that have been happening, both in terms of Israel-Palestine now, but also in terms of Russian invasion of Ukraine, and also other instances as well. But we can't say that, we're not lawyers. So in terms of the actual approach, at the moment, the amount of content is horrifying. What we've been doing is pretty much what has become standard for these kind of incidents. We've been collecting the content and we've been trying to preserve it. So there are some organizations which do this. You may be familiar with Mnemonic, which help to collect this kind of content and preserve that forensically so that later on there is a chain of custody and it could potentially be used as evidence. And that's what we're doing at the moment. But in terms of further investigations, I don't know at this point. As I said, like the amount of stuff going on is absolutely horrific. You know, we're talking about the use of high explosive weapons within Gaza Strip, and then also the events that Hamas has perpetrated, which looks like potentially like widespread killings of civilians, including minors. And this is something which is very, very difficult to investigate simply because there's so much of it. The vast amount of atrocities that we see simply are never investigated. With that said, our partners, GLAN, are very keen to work within the context of Israel-Palestine simply because they have been working on strategic litigation in support of potential breaches or potential crimes that have happened, or alleged crimes, I beg your pardon, that have happened in the occupied Palestinian territories. So that's something that I would hope that we would eventually be able to contribute towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. We obviously are trying to make sure that we also are paying attention to the online participation. And Georgi, I believe you have a comment that's been made in the chat, and if you could read it out for the audience, please, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Zahid. So there was some exchange in the chat, and one of the questions came through, which is, I'll just read it out like directly, and I'll let everyone respond to it. How can we ensure having the neutral, valid, and legitimate evidence system whether the crime is committed against Ukrainian and Palestinian people? So the question is about, the availability of neutral, valid, and legitimate evidence system, irrespective, actually, if I understood what the crime is.
Georgi, we're having some difficulty understanding the question. If you could slowly and maybe loudly, because we lost some of it. Yes. If you could repeat it. Thank you so much.
Okay, my apologies. So the question is, how can we ensure having the neutral, valid, and legitimate evidence system whether the crime is committed against Ukrainian or Palestinian people? So in my interpretation, that refers to what is how is the question of availability of neutral, valid, and legitimate evidence system at the moment, irrespective of where the crime is being committed.
So I think the question for all of us is, how do we, in this process of where we're looking at OSINT and electronic evidence, ensure that there is neutrality and independence and that we're not biased and prejudiced? And this is a good question for everybody, because we are all doing different roles. Someone's from the National Security Organization, someone's from organizations which are private sector, etc. If you could, let me go one after the other. John, would you like to take the first one, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good example here from sort of just an objective new tool that Microsoft partnered with Accenture to support the ICC, the National Criminal Court, and its prosecutor that was launched last summer is the OTP Link platform that we put together. This is it's a fairly sophisticated, but at the end of the day, simple platform created for the recipient of Article 15 submissions from witnesses to potential war crimes, either before or after a preliminary examination has begun by the ICC. And again, this is irrespective of which side of a conflict you would find yourself on, but it would serve to unify a sort of disjointed process into a single system, create a digital chain of custody to collect and preserve that information, to hopefully create a tamper-proof record that can be used to be substantiated and further investigated later. So this is one example of the type of sort of objective tool that technology companies can help advance.
Hello? Yeah. So with regards to neutrality and bias, the methodology that we've worked with GLAN has, in a specific section regarding bias. And that includes both your own personal bias as well as the bias of, potential from algorithms, for example. And that's something we've really sought to address within that methodology. From my own personal perspective, it's important to be able to mitigate our own biases and recognize them as well, because once you can recognize those biases, then you can actually go on to seek to mitigate them. And one of the things that we've sought to do is to hire people who have deep local knowledge of context. So it's not just another group of, forgive me, like white European people looking at a situation and saying this is exactly what's happening. We have sought to actually hire people who have that particular perspective and who understand the local issues. Thank you.
If I may, it's clear that right now technological advantages and advancements have enabled individuals, but also states and regimes to easily manipulate data in an electronic form. So raising questions about the credibility and authenticity is fully legitimate, and I think that's really important. And in order to ensure that data may be used as electronic evidence for trial purposes, there must be a number of criteria, as I mentioned before. Data must be preserved like any data, like any evidence in any court. They must be preserved safely and kept due to especially the high volatility of these data. They must be safely safely guarded and protected. Quite a lot of the data which are right now specific to the war against Ukraine, but also Palestine and Israel right now, is available also from foreign sources. And some of those sources, and many of those, are stored in foreign jurisdictions. That means that, including also in the cloud, obviously. So we need to be able to authenticate those sources in order to ensure that they are not flawed. And that goes for any conflict from any side, from any party, whether that be Israel or Palestine, whether that be Russian Federation or Ukraine. I think that is really important. The collected information and the sources, they must be authenticated, as I said, verified, and available for review to be able to demonstrate that the data is not fake, simply. And I think if we can take that as a starting point, and it is not for this panel, but it's for the court to decide whether that is, in the end, information that can be used in trial or not.
Thank you. We'll be going to Jayantha because I wanted to also ask him to explain, because the question was asked earlier about Article 15 and human rights and the Budapest Convention, so maybe he can shed some light on that. But also wanted to just inform the audience, are there any other questions? If there are, please you're invited to come to the mic and ask. If you have a question, comment, or intervention, please, you're very welcome to do so. Jayantha, if we could go to you online and ask you if you could respond to the question that was made, and I know because you do a lot of this work about the human rights aspects and the possible abuse by law enforcement of the powers that are available within the Budapest Convention and how that is mitigated, etc. If we could all go over to you and maybe you can help us with that. Thank you.
Yeah, you were not very clear, Zahid, on your question, but if I am to clarify the role of Article 15, the provisions contained in the Budapest Convention starts with Article 14, the procedural measures, where every party that is introducing legislative and other procedural measures provided for under the procedural tools and international cooperation tools in the convention for the purposes of not only cybercrime investigations, but all other investigations or other criminal investigations have to ensure that there are established safeguards within the scope of Article 15. And as you rightly said, the Article 15 human rights safeguards illustrates this with reference to international conventions that countries would have to may consider joining. So as far as some of our countries are concerned, many of us have become state parties to international conventions such as ICCPR and so on and so forth. And that has led to introduction of procedural measures in our domestic system to enable the judicial authorities to exercise their supervision. So that is one way in which I would say that the safeguards are implemented. This is not magic. This is not rocket science. This is just the procedural safeguards and standards that a country following rule of law, human rights safeguards have to follow through judicial intervention and other measures. And going further, as a state party to the Budapest Convention, the Sri Lankan law enforcement authorities revised their standard operating procedures based on inputs we got under the Council of Europe LACI project to ensure that the methodology for electronic evidence gathering, collection, and international cooperation that led to its collection are done in accordance with international standards, and the SOPs were mapped to the international law instruments available within the scope of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayantha. That's very helpful. I understand we have another question that has come online. So, Georgi, may I move over to you and you can read out the question? Thank you.
Yes, of course, Zahid. I hope there are no audio problems this time, so I'll read it out slowly. The question is, which provisions of the Budapest Convention would be applicable to investigate and prosecute war crimes?
Thank you. I'm sure I have something to say about that, but maybe anybody from the panel wants to take that? No? Okay. So provisions, basically these provisions apply to any investigation. It doesn't matter whether it's war crimes or anything. In fact, there's an Article 14 that specifically states that any crime where there's electronic evidence involved, the convention would be applicable to such investigation and prosecution. So whether it's war crimes, whether it's theft, kidnapping, rape, whatever have you, as long as there's digital evidence involved, the Budapest Convention applies. So that would be the sort of basic answer to that. But beyond that, I think the international cooperation provisions of the convention, particularly Article 32, which allows for trans-border access in certain circumstances, is an important tool. And as I mentioned earlier, it's absent from the UN draft that we are currently seeing. And so the question arises, what are the human rights or civil liberties restrictions that would apply to trans-border access, for instance, which of course they do exist in the Budapest Convention. So I think that's my answer. Jayantha, since you do this a lot as well with me, would you like to also say something about what are the provisions that would be applicable to war crimes, for instance, related to the Budapest Convention? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think you and clearly mention the applicability of the procedural provisions based on the reference to Article 14. So I think Article 14 is a provision that can be invoked here. But what is, in addition to Article 32, I think we need to understand the scope and ambit of other provisions, such as, I would say, Article 18, the production order provisions that enables a domestic authority to obtain evidence from any service provider offering a service to one's own jurisdiction. And then you have other, very innovative provisions such as Article 26, spontaneous information, where information gathered from international service providers can be shared by law enforcement authorities. But we have to understand that all this is available tools for state parties to the Budapest Cybercrime Convention, and that is something we need to emphasize in the context of the question that was posed. Thank you.
Jayanta, thank you. That's always, it's amazing. We always come back to you when we need a question on the convention answered. So we have a question, and I must sort of alert everybody that there are certain platforms who might be present in the room who are mentioned in this question. So going to the remote participant, Georgi, would you be able to please read out the question in the chat? Thank you.
Yes, I'll try to also remind you, or I mean, I'll read it out quickly, remind you also because we have a limit of time, so maybe we'll not take the questions after this as well. So basically, I'll just shorten it as well, but because...
No, please read the whole thing, and if you could speak loudly, that would help. Thank you.
Yes. Since in relation to the Budapest Convention, the war crimes as such were mentioned, and meaning a comprehensive approach that we can expect the Budapest Convention and its protocol to be used for investigation and prosecution of... sorry, that's another question. Sorry, I just missed the previous one. My apologies.
We're having some difficulty hearing you, Georgi. Do you mind if I just take this because it's the last one? I'll read it out if that's all right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Zahid.
Not at all, not at all. Technology. The issue of bias of cross-border digital platforms regarding the parties to the conflict in maintaining and preserving electronic data and evidence is very important. How do you want to face it? For example, Meta and Instagram cannot be neutral about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict due to their ownership structure. With thanks for your attention. This is the question that's been posted in the chat. Anybody want to take that? John? Nick? Go ahead, please. I'll give you my mic.
Yeah, okay. So social media platforms definitely should not be regarded as being neutral. They have, obviously, between them, they each have different moderation policies, and even within them, the moderation policies are very, very different from country to country. If anyone recalls the kind of moderation changing over 2015 as a result of Islamic State content being posted online, they'll understand this. Arabic content was, and I believe is, still being moderated very, very differently from, say, for example, English-speaking content. And we've seen that very specifically in the case of Myanmar, where Facebook has basically been accused of enabling ethnic cleansing. These platforms have deliberately tried to distance themselves from their responsibilities, deliberately stating that they are not publishers of that information, and so trying to avoid responsibility. However, they are, to a certain extent, responsible for some of the information that they are posted online. The algorithm decides what information is shown to what people. So should they be regarded as being neutral? No, I don't believe they are. And so you need to try and seek that to mitigate that. They are an incredibly valuable source of information, but yes, they should not be regarded as neutral, I think, in these contexts. Thank you.
We're starting to get a lot of questions in the chat. If I may read out the next one we have. And since in relation to the Budapest Convention, I believe I should say, war crimes as such were mentioned, and meaning a comprehensive approach, can we expect the Budapest Convention and its protocol to be used for investigation and prosecution of the US military outrages in Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq? There is plenty of evidence on those notorious cases, is the question asked in the chat. Anyone who would want to take that? Please, Patrick. Why don't you use this one?
Well, Zahid, you also already mentioned before that for the time being, and as I said in the opening remarks, even though the Budapest Convention now covers 68 states, it doesn't cover all the countries in the world. And we are hoping and wanting to increase, of course, the number of states that will join the Budapest Convention, provided that they respect Article 15, because the Budapest Convention is not a convention that exists in the void. It exists within a specific context, which is the protection of human rights, rule of law, and pluralist democracy. And countries that join the Budapest Convention comply with those principles. And in that respect, of course, the 20 or more countries that have now been invited to accede, unfortunately, the countries that have been mentioned there are not part of that list. So I think that is one of the key principles. Of course, we would like to see that all those other countries would join. We know that there are a number of differences and divergencies when we look at the UN discussions that are taking place. So we cannot make a convention applicable to those countries that have not joined it. And again, Article 15, human rights principles need to be respected.
Absolutely right. And in addition, I would also sort of add that absolutely the answer to the question that has been raised, to the extent that the countries are part of the list, as Patrick mentioned, those would be, the convention could be used for electronic evidence. It's very important to be clear. The Budapest Convention's role is of an electronic evidence convention. It is only going to tell you that this is evidence, it's admissible, this is how you collect it, this is how you present it, these are the safeguards. From then on, basically the rules of the court, whether it's the ICC, for instance, whether it's a domestic court or any other, would take over. And so the question that I think you've posed is not about electronic evidence, unfortunately. I wish it was. But it is about what the other courts would do. And I think that's a question for them. But Patrick, thank you so much for that response. We are now absolutely last at the last minute. I'm not doing a great job keeping up. So if I could ask the panel to give wrap-ups, and I will go in to my right and down the chain. I believe that Jayanta would not be available, so it's only us in the room who'll be wrapping up. John, please, over to you.
Absolutely. I actually think that's a great transition to sort of my final thoughts here. Yes, I opened it by saying that there's new domain of conflict that's going to require us to innovate appropriately in our international systems, such that we're keeping pace with new threats and new challenges, including cyber operations and armed conflict. And so, to your point, it's important that our international institutions are stepping in to play a role to uphold those same expectations that exist in the physical domain as well as in the digital domain. And so it was heartening to hear just last month, or perhaps it was like 6 weeks ago now, the ICC prosecutor for the first time announced that his office will be investigating cyber-enabled war crimes specifically. And it's encouraging to see our international framework starting to apply online as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that I think this kind of information will allow more atrocities to be investigated. That kind of information will help, but it cannot replace traditional evidence, and it must fit within the currently established principles of legal admissibility. And hopefully, being able to share that kind of information will be useful in the future to holding more people to account for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this discussion. I think this discussion was very fruitful. And again, thank you for your support to Ukraine. And this war showed the new role of electronic evidence, the new role of open source intelligence. And we will learn how to do with this. And we were discussing bias and neutrality of electronic evidence. And I agree with you that the main thing, these are procedures. we need to follow the procedures, we need to understand procedures, and I'm thankful to the Council of Europe, because I know the Council of Europe conducts a lot of trainings in Ukraine for judges, prosecutors, for civil society, because in Ukraine collecting evidence of war crime is a task for all civil society, and this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. The Budapest Convention, as we said, is a criminal law convention. It is not a war crime convention, that is number one. But we know that expedited in preservation and exchange of stored information and data, including from service providers, is crucial. And a reminder that Article 2 of the Budapest Convention can be used to access and obtain open source information across borders, and that can later on be used in trial. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for adding that, Patrick. So it's my job now to give the floor back to Georgi, and then I'll make some closing remarks. Georgi, over to you for some wrap-up.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we heard a lot of very interesting ideas, and it's a challenge to compress everything into the final, let's say, points of the meeting, which I'm not trying to do right now, because I think it will be just a job for myself and Zahid in the aftermath of the meeting that will communicate then properly to IGF Secretariat. But if I can sort of try to play to the main leitmotif, I think that we have covered a lot of ground when it comes to the open source intelligence and information being a part of the overall picture. So I think that, to paraphrase maybe Patrick a bit, so we don't apply these concepts in the void as much as we also don't apply the Budapest Convention in the void. So we have to make sure that the open source intelligence, that all the data information we're getting from open sources is also part of the applicable and clear legal framework that is going to bring perpetrators to justice. So that is my own, let's say, view on the discussions here, but I think that we'll have to flesh it out a little bit more also as conclusions.
Thank you, Georgi.
Thank you, Zahid. Back to you.
Thank you, Georgi. Just last comments. So open source intelligence and the use of how this evidence works is very different from something we've seen before, because it's open source, it can change hands, etc. And to be able to use this electronic evidence in various things, including war crimes and human rights abuses, is extremely important. And the role of the convention in being able to do that vis-a-vis, for instance, we don't have that possibility within the UN convention, for instance, and maybe other places. So it's helpful to think about what we can do to improve that in other structures as well. I just wanted to say thank you for all the participants who have been here. Thank you for the questions that were asked. I think that was very helpful because they engaged. Thank you for the questions. Also to the online participants and questions, thank you for that. It helped us basically answer and think about new things. And thanks to the organizers, because they've provided us a massive room. And so a lot of people, we didn't expect this many people to fill this room. So I really appreciate everybody coming. Thank you. That's all from us. Goodbye.
Like after COVID, like